was also artificial because when he was in the area, he couldn't feel the sign of a dungeon break. He thinks the man he talked to on the phone was the culprit since he made a quote-unquote connection with him. MC was able to pull the info about the dungeon break. He starts to panic,
Yeah, that one
thinking he
up
might
too.
die if he tries to stop the break on his own, but no
Alright,
one
that
would
one
believe
up
him
too.
if he were to spread the
Good,
info.
good, good. That one
And if
is
they
up.
did believe him, they might turn him into an information-pulling machine. He
Twitch,
decides to mention it
YouTube.
indirectly to Sangi. Something pops up in
Alright.
MC. Presses it. It
One
tells him
more
that
to put
critical
up.
info refers to info that could change history. But if he changes
Twitch,
history, he won't be
YouTube.
able to pull future information. So he is tasked to prevent the damage caused by the
live?
break. If he's successful, he'll be rewarded.
The stream could be
MC
live.
used to think about why he received his skill from Winry. But now he gets it. He can communicate with the
Alright, it's up.
universe. The next day, another dungeon breaks. At the Korean Users Association, a room full of officials complain about their current situation. Sang-hee tells the room that she has investigated and none of the users that have been in the area felt the presence of a dungeon break. The president of the Korean Users Association on to the fact that these dungeons still had
Alright,
time
it's up.
before they were supposed to break,
The
and
live
Sang-hee
up.
confirms it. Sang-hee
Good,
then
good.
shows them images taken around the dungeon breaks.
Up.
Men with stab wounds, meaning they weren't killed by monsters, but by humans. They tell them the field team determined that someone probably figured out a way to force a dungeon break. After the meeting, she leaves the room.
they don't
She
could
thinks
have
she's
four of
going to
them
have
up.
a lot of work ahead of her. She decides to increase the number of dungeon quests and thinks MC would be a reliable person for this. Back at the academy, MC and everyone else attends their graduation ceremony. As MC accepts his certificate, the timer for the dungeon break counts down. The instructor tells him he'll be looking forward to his future accomplishment.
Nice.
Soyun
Kick us
calls
up.
out to him and they congratulate each other. She then gives him a
Kick
lucky
us
charm
up.
she made for him. She saw MC, discouraged after losing to the gacha, and prayed for his good luck. She then asks him what are his plans going forward, but he says he hasn't figured it out yet and he's just going to raid dungeons for a while. As she is about to ask him what she made for him, Hishik interrupts them and beats her to the chase. He says he already acquired an E-class dungeon, but MC
So,
declined
Kick,
because he's busy and
Twitch,
Soyun blares
Be
at
Live,
Hishik and chases
and
him. But he
YouTube.
thinks they could help
All
him.
four
He doesn't
are
want to
up
put their lives
and
in
running.
danger. He's determined to fight the break with his own strength.
Nice.
A few days later, we see RMC running
Very
around
nice.
the city looking for the dungeon since he didn't get any
Nice.
coordinates. Due to his search, he finds out there are only 3 dungeons in the area. A
the
cobbled
four of them
fortress,
up now.
a tarantula nest, and a wolf lair. He decides the best way to stop the outbreak is to clear all the dungeons.
All four up.
But the problem is 2 of the dungeons are under the
But I
control
think
of
too,
villains.
they'll stay
Sangi
up.
calls MC and requests him to clear a dungeon. He asks if there are any in his current area and if he can clear that
This
one.
should
She agrees and he shows his
Tonight
enthusiasm and
seem
says
to
he'll
be
clear
good.
it tomorrow. The next day he enters the wolf den. He
Oh, yeah.
easily takes
I'll put
care
this
of the
on
mob
one
and the
time,
dungeon
too.
boss, but the timer is still counting
Stand
down.
up. Somebody.
Realizing that this isn't the dungeon that break, he figures it must be the advanced dungeon because I'll be the one that'll cause most damage. He gets to the bridge before the timer is up. He sees a car drive up to the portal, so he goes to hide. 2 men get out of the car and walk to the portal. Initially, MC thinks they're government officials, but soon the portal starts to act up and he realizes it's about to break. The men notice him, but they think he'll be killed when the outbreak happens. They rip a stroll and it teleports them out of there. Luckily for MC, he used observation and saw their faces and even got their names. He calls out Liu Shan and used the combo gacha. He puts in Lubu Fengxian and Liu Shan. Then his pocket starts to glow. He pulls it out and sees it's the lucky charm he got from Soyun. With observation, he sees it has an effect called the Saint's Blessing that increases his luck. The combo gacha starts and spits out a large number of cards. With the luck from Liu Shan and the lucky charm, MC pulls a diamond card. The dungeon finally breaks and the kobolds rush out ready to cause havoc. They stop when they see the powerful aura surrounding MC. His master of arms turns into a polearm. The kobolds goes in to attack him, but MC pulls a general called Zhang Fei and uses his skill Lion's Roar. The skill has the effect to reduce the attack power of enemies by 30%. The spirit of Zhang Fei says the world must be ending since dogs are walking on their hind legs, and he laughs at them. They rush in and MC uses a skill called Undefeated, which makes him more effective when fighting multiple enemies. With one strike, he cuts them down. He gets ready and charges at the rest of them, plowing them down. He jumps in the air and goes down for an AoE attack. But more kobolds pour out of the portal. Knowing he has a limited time until the gacha runs out, he tries to take care of as many of them as he can. He weaves through combat, slaying enemies and blocking oncoming attacks. But one got past his defense and cut his leg. He retaliates and slays them as well. They keep coming out of the portal, and MC easily dominate the fight. On the sideline, Zhang Fei watches the fight in excitement. As the battle goes on, it gets harder for MC to concentrate and focus on his surrounding. He thinks he still has a long way to go and dreams of one day being as strong as Zhang Fei. As more kobolds rush out of the portal, Zhang Fei tells MC his time is up and asks if he'll be okay. But MC confidently says he's going to win. Zhang Fei tells him to share the story of the fight next time he's called out. Like before, MC keeps some of Zhang Fei's stats and skills. He calls Liu Shan and they use the connection gacha. The kobolds rush to go for an attack, but a gold card is pulled out. The warrior he pulled this time is called Mordred, a rebel knight from Camelot. Then the boss finally comes out of the portal. It's the same level as Mordred. MC gets ready for a long and hard fight. The kobold mobs charge, and so MC use a skill called Claret. Pink energy surrounds his sword, and he attacks and takes out all the mobs except for the boss. The boss then goes for a sneak attack, but MC dodges it. Their blades clash, and they start to exchange blows with one another since their power is on par with each other. Realizing it'll be his lose when the load time runs out, so he's strengthening his resolve to finish the fight as fast as possible. He rushes back in, and they continue their fight. Little by little, they cut down the boss's defense. He sees an opening and seizes the opportunity and goes for the kill, but it was a trap. The boss impales RMC and pulls out the blade. He falls to the ground in pain. The boss smiles, thinking he won. He goes to behead MC, but his blade is blocked by a red aura. The boss backs up. As MC gets back to his feet, we see he had used his skill Dragon Blood Awakening. Not only does it heal all of his wounds, but also improves all of his stats. With the boost in power, he is now confident about winning the fight. The boss decides to fight back, but MC cuts him in half. Sanghi runs to the scene hoping to help take care of the outbreak, but as she gets closer to the scene, she finds the dead bodies of the kobolds. MC tells her he took care of the outbreak and asks if she can take care of the cleanup. He tells her since he killed all of them, the loot is his. Then he falls to the ground. They then carry him to the hospital so he can recover. While in the hospital, he checks his stat and sees he reached rank B. For most people, it is hard to hone a single skill, but in a short time he has managed to acquire 10 powerful skills. Sanghui then comes and relieved to see he doesn't even have a scar. By the look on her face, she must have had a long night dealing with the incident. She then thanks him for stopping the dungeon break. Knowing she must have a lot of questions, he says feel free to question him and he will cooperate. First, she asks if he saw the criminal face. He says no, but tells her they are both men and that they used a warp scroll to get out of there. Then she asks him why he was there in the first place, because his timing was on the dot and he seemed to be waiting for it. So he lies and says it must have been destiny. Since he was already in the area clearing dungeons, it was a coincidence. He then asks whether she is sure it was the Karma Guild that caused the break. Although she doesn't have any proof, they are the prime suspect. They realize that the previous breaks were just a test run, while the most recent one was supposed to be a full-out attack. They shift the topic to the monster he defeated. The loot is all being kept at the association, and recommends he entrust to them auction house so they can be sold for a higher price. Hearing this makes him sing extremely happy, and he thanks her for the suggestion. After she leaves, he's visited by another person. Time is frozen and a portal opens. It's none other than Winry. She makes an elegant entrance and tells him she has come to give him his reward for stopping the outbreak. She asks him what he wants, saying that it's not unconditional. He asks for 999 mana, but she declines his request. She figures he requested so he can use the gacha more. So instead of increasing his mana, she offers him a ticket that he can use for his gachas. Excited, he asks how much it was. She tells him he'll have to pay with his stats. He'll get a ticket per stat reduced. He was outraged by this because he's using the gacha to increase his stats. She tells him his luck is good, going on to say if he pulls 10 cards he'll get a rare or higher, and she mentions that he's already gotten 3 diamonds in his first 30 draws. She wins him over by saying he'll be able to rapidly grow with this. He accepted her proposal, and she adds the feature to his system. He asked if there's an incentive for it, but says she's tired, and she quickly dipped. But he doesn't have time to be upset since Soyun came to visit. She checks up on him and is relieved that he's okay. MC then asks if she wants to team up with him. She happily agrees and then leaves to prepare. Later, when MC is alone, he decides to try out the new feature. He gets a pop-up notifying him for his first purchase there will be a buy one get one free for a maximum of 10 tickets. He thinks it's a good deal but doesn't want to get a gambling habit. After hearing this, the gacha gives him another edition of 10 tickets, giving him 30 for the price of 10. So MC caves in. With 30 tickets, he uses them. On his 10th and 20th draw, he gets a gold card, but the rest were useless. MC curses at the gacha. On his 29 pull, he gets Louis Shan again. We see MC with dead and discouraged eyes. He cries, saying he is a loser without Liu Shan and his luck. He tried one more time and hopes for a diamond card, but only gets another gold card. Some time passes and MC is still upset about losing to the gacha yet again. Sang-hee tells him to come in and then takes him to where his loot is being stored. She tells him they sorted through the loot. He takes a look at his loot and a pair of gloves catches his attention. He used observation and sees the stats of the gloves. He sees it can increase his mana and mana sensitivity, so he takes them for himself. Sang-hee gets a call and tells MC it's for him. The guild that managed the dungeon that broke have come to meet him. He wonders why they might be looking for him. Sang-hee says they could be looking to recruit him or maybe to claim his loot. She says if that happens, she'll protect his loot from them, reinsuring him. They walk into the room and a man introduces himself as Kim Sung-soo from the KNM Guild. Sang-hee introduces herself and MC. Kim Sung-soo demand they shows him undeniable proof the MC took care of the break, and he asks for the footage of the fight. But Sang-hee declines his request. The man smiles and proposes to spar with MC. As he gives off a menacing aura, MC doesn't appreciate the fact that he's trying to pick a fight with him and finds the situation strange, so he uses observation. It turns out his name is not Kim Sung-soo but Seon Dong-hak, the same person responsible for the dungeon outbreak. MC asks to speak with Sang-hee in private. He asks her to take him to a soundproof room. Once in the room, he uses observation on her. He says he's about to tell her personal information and it must be kept a secret. She confirms that she'll keep quiet and won't reveal this info. MC then starts to list out all the skills she has. She freaks out not knowing how he knows this. He tells her about his skill observation and saying it allows him to know the name, level, talent, and even the skills of his target. He says that the man isn't Kim Sung-soo, he's Seon Dong-hak, one of the 2 individuals present during the dungeon break. He apologizes for not telling her sooner, but he didn't want to expose his info. But he says he couldn't just stand still while a terrorist was in front of him. She tells him that he'll need to prove this to the organization by telling them about his observation skill. However, she doesn't recommend it. She says recently she began to think there might be a spy in the organization. But MC already has a plan in mind to expose him. They go to the room where Seon Dong-hak is waiting. MC tell him he's ready to show his skill up front, and Dong-hak was overjoyed because it was more than he initially wanted. MC uses confirmed gacha and loads a lady known as Jaina of Truth, someone he pulled when he got but the gacha. Her stat isn't any better than Liu Shan, but she has a very unique skill. MC asks both of them if it's okay to use his skill, and Sang-hee and Dong-hak agrees. With that, the conditions for Jaina's skill has been fulfilled. Room of Truth activates. He tells Sang-hee to say I am a man, but as she tries to say it, she's stopped by the skill. He then directs his attention to Dong-hak and tells him to say I'm Kim Sung-soo. Like Sang-hee, he also stopped from finishing the statement. MC starts to taunt him, saying he'll give him all his loot if he can say it, but he doesn't get a response. He starts to get serious and addresses him by his real name. Knowing he's been caught, Dong-hak quickly tries to kill MC. Sang-hee goes to stop him, but he sneaks past her. He pulls out a knife and rushes to kill MC. but Sang-hee comes through and kicks him from behind and knocks him away. They pull off his skin mask and reveal his real face. Sang-hee says they'll imprison him and interrogate him. But being the good old boy he is, MC helps her out and uses the info gacha, and he lucks out. The gacha tells him that Donghak killed Kim Sun-soo and he's a member of Karma. MC relays the information to Sang-hee. Elsewhere, and a man in a black robe says he lost contact with Seon Donghak. The room he's in is filled with people wearing animal masks. They figure it out, he must have been caught. A man in a tiger mask says they don't know much since Sang-hee has been investigating in secret. The man in the robe says Donghak probably won't talk, but they should take care of him quietly. A woman in a butterfly mask wonders what they're going to do with MC, since the reason they sent Donghak to the association was to get info on him. She goes on to say they only know that he's a Ranky user and he single-handedly handled a dungeon break. Some others in the room think he is an S rank kept hidden by the user association. Someone else remembers that MC was also part of the academy incident. A man in a bear mask then says Donghak told him that someone was waiting at the dungeon as if they knew what was going to happen. He wonders if the info was leaked. The man in the robe tells them all to be quiet. He says they'll put this issue aside for now. But a man in a monkey mask lashes out. He's angry because they put in so much time and effort for the dungeon break plan. The robed man says he's just overreacting and it's probably just a coincidence since they don't have proof it was the same person. Even if they're the same person, they have too little information on him. Another masked person says if he did stop a break by himself, he'll be on par with an S rank. They technically could take care of him, but it'll set them back a lot and push back their ultimate goal. Going on to say it'll be better to use their resources to get rid of Sang-hee. The monkey mask protested, but the robed man shuts him down, saying the break was his responsibility. And they needed the plan to work, but he failed, saying their master is very disappointed in him. He warned him that failing once is enough. With that, he ends their meeting and everyone warps out of there. When the monkey mask is alone, he promises to get MC back for ruining his plan and causing him to lose favor with their master. Some time has passed, and Sang-hee welcomes MC to a room. Unfortunately, she hasn't slept much because she's been interrogating Donghak. However, he hasn't cracked yet. She's contemplated using more violent methods, but the association wouldn't allow it. But she's hopeful that they'll get information on Karma out of him. They changed the topic to the loot MC acquired last time. She tells him a problem arose. Since the items were worth so much, they'll be taxed a large amount. She recommends that he try to increase his user grade because the higher his rank, the higher his tax breaks. MC sees the green and agrees to increase his rank. She then takes him to the room where B2S rank users are tested. The room is filled with mana virtual machines. He asks if the exam will be done in VR, and Sang-hee confirms it. She explains that he can rank up if he can prove his ability to the examiner. MC sees his easy victory because of his game talent. But then a large man enters the room and addresses Sang-hee, calling her the pride of the association. She says it has been a while and calls the man teacher. He mocks her because she hasn't had time for him since she became successful. But she came back at him and said he could have visited if he wanted to see her so bad. She then wished she hadn't run into him. She introduces him to MC and explains he came to take the rank up exam. He recognizes MC as the one who stopped the dungeon break alone. He introduces himself as Jang Chulson. Sang-hee asks Jang Chulson to call in the B rank examiner so they can start the exam. She tells him B rank is the highest he can achieve now, but his skill is well above that. Jang Chulson was shocked that his disciples regarded MC so highly. Because of this, he decides to do the examination himself. Sang-hee protests because he usually examines S rank, but he insists. He officially makes the offer to MC. He is excited about the chance to test his strength against an S rank MC. He agrees and says it would be an honor. When they enter VR, MC S game talent activates. MC then checks his stats in VR. He expects that his reflexes should be 100, but it's capped at 99, so he guessed there must be some restriction. He then shifts his focus to his exam and gets ready to fight. Jang Chulson is seen wielding a hammer and hits the ground to show off his power. He tells MC to come at him with all he's got. With a smirk on his face, MC charges in, but his attack is deflected. But this doesn't throw MC off, and he counters. As he goes for a jab, Jang Chulson stops the exam and tells him he passes. Chulson says that not even in a rank would have been able to control his last attack. He even comments saying MC must have been taught by masters. Jang Chulson thinks it would be a shame to stop now, so they both get ready to continue sparring. Jang Chulson rushes in with his oversized hammer, but MC dodges it and uses Green Dragon maneuvers to lunge his spear at Jang Chulson's head. The S-ranker quickly moves out of the way. Jang Chulson thinks he's faster than he was earlier, so he knocks him back. His grip on his weapon becomes unstable. He would have already lost if it wasn't for his game talent. He dreams about one day being able to face off against him without his game talent. The fight starts to pick up. MC launches a flurry of attacks. However, Jang Chulson is unfazed. He realizes something was off, and his combat experience is lacking compared to his physical abilities. He correctly calls out MC for having the game
Join
talent.
hands is so
MC
freaking
is stunned
difficult.
by this and leaves an opening. Jang Chulson
Hey,
sees
boy.
it and takes advantage.
Join hands.
MC is sent flying, and Jang Chulson rushes in to finish him. MC admits defeat, and Jang Chulson helps him back up. MC then asks how he knew
Hands
he
how to
had the
be
game
like-
talent. Jang Chulson
like
explains
that.
that others have had the game talent. Usually they're only strong in VR, but unlike them, MC was able to stop a break by himself. As they leave VR, he thinks he has a long way to go. With that, MC is now a B rank. After he leaves the room, Sang-hee asks what Jang Chulson thinks of MC. From Jang Chulson's perspective, it's been a long time since he's met someone as interesting as MC. So he expects he'll be seeing him sooner or later. Sang-hee whines that she didn't get a chance to fight MC, so as Jang Chulson is leaving, she challenges him to a match. He tries to decline and get out of the situation, but she's very insistent. Later, MC meets up with Soyun so they can raid a dungeon. Soyun's nervous but doesn't show it because she doesn't want to look like an amateur. She asks if they should get going, but then Hishik shows up. With that, their party is complete. Hishik is overjoyed that MC invited him to join his party. He greets Soyun, but she lets off a dark aura as they shake hands. They then go to the portal located in Hwasun Suwon. While in the dungeon, MC thinks he could clear it in 10 minutes, but that's not his goal today. He wants to help his teammates gain more combat experience. As he watches the fight from the sideline, he thinks that Soyun fights more like a monk than a saintess. Hishik complains that Soyun has been glaring at him for a while, and wonders if he has upset her. When they reach the boss's room, Soyun and Hishik are told they must take care of the boss alone. MC opens the door. The boss is alerted to their presence and jumps down to the battlefield. Hishik rushes in with his shield and blocks the boss's first strike. Soyun jumps in and axe kicks the boss's head, and it drops to the floor. Once they get out of the dungeon, they part ways. MC has a gacha to lose to. He summons Liu Shan and tells Liu Shan to think of the strongest general he knows. MC starts the gacha. They realize the reason they got Zhang Fei last time was most likely due to them being on a bridge. In history, Zhang Fei had an epic battle on a bridge. This means the gacha can also be affected by the location. The card is finally selected, and MC receives a diamond card. But he doesn't notice any changes, so he looks around and sees the spirit of John Yakayo. MC introduces himself and thinks his stats aren't that impressive. Yakayon tells him he's lucky to be at where he is because there is hidden treasures here. He tells him when the king commanded him to build this place, he added some secret locations. He tells MC to push a particular brick on the wall. Once MC finds it, he's told to put Kai into it. To his left, a portal appears. The doorway leads to the treasure dungeon. They both enter and are greeted by a giant humanoid. It tells MC if he passes the test of academics in martial arts, he'll be granted the treasure. The load time for Yakayon runs out, and he tells him to summon him again and he gets the reward. After he leaves MC, receives a boost to his stats and a detection skill. The same skill seekers use to find dungeons. Then the test begins with the academics section. The giant tells a riddle and MC answers correctly, so they move on to the martial arts portion. MC. He raises his weapon and uses observation. The giant's level is 40, so he's not worried about the fight's difficulty. MC
Cheeky,
starts
bro.
by letting out a lion roar that reduces the boss's attack power.
Cheeky, sir.
But the boss is somewhat resistant to it. The boss weaves through MC's flurry of blows as he comments on our protagonist's speed. Annoyed that his attacks haven't been reaching, he aims as for the head, but he can only graze the shoulder. He then jumps in the air and goes for a powerful attack. The boss blocks it, but he's pushed. As he regains his stability, MC rushes in. The boss thinks it was a wrong move on MC's part since he's using a spare, but he turns his weapon into a sword and catches the boss off guard. With his next hit, he knocks the boss's weapon out of its hands, securing the victory. Behind MC, a crack opens, revealing a hidden room. He enters and finds 2 books and an object. He summons Yakayon again. Yakayon tells him to grab one of the books, and MC receives a new skill called Magua Hitan. Yakayon explains the skill allows the user to relieve the pain of people. It then started to merge with MC's tolerance skill to create a new skill called Absolute Immunity. Now our protagonist has a solid immunity to all diseases and poison. The next book is Abang Can You Go, a book about the geography of Korea, so the skill helps him with navigation. This new skill then begins to merge with his detection skill, and due to his game talent, it creates a new skill called Dungeon Map. All dungeons near him will be shown on a mini-map, and MC will be notified when a new one appears. The last item then becomes an inventory skill. Once out, Yakayon and MC say their goodbyes. MC goes over the skill he received and takes a deeper look at the map skill. He figures out that the pins on the map are portals to dungeons and their colors are based on the dungeon rank. He thinks it'll be inconvenient to go to a portal that's already been claimed, so he turns on the notification to let him know when a new dungeon appears. With this, he can claim the dungeons around him before anyone else. We shift scenes and MC and his squad is raiding a dungeon. He kills a lizard monster and it drops a poisonous blood orb. Hishik asks if MC has any plans after their raid, but all our protagonist has planned it is more training. Soyun doesn't have any plans either, so he invited them both to hang out at his house. He says he even has a training room and Mana Virtual in his home. MC freaks out and thinks Hishik must be filthy rich to have that equipment in his house. He knows he was very well off since he could buy the last dungeon they raided, but not to that point. Hishik admits his older brother earns good money, even noting that his brother wanted to meet Soyun. Having no reason to decline, MC and Soyun agree. They arrive and see giant skyscrapers, and Hishik tells them this whole building is his house. They take an elevator up, and as they enter the penthouse, they are greeted by Hishik's older brother. His name is Kan Hijun. As MC introduces himself
Should I
and
make
recognizes his
GIF?
he's one of only 8 SS. Class
That's
users.
called GIF.
Shocked by that MC, asked why he didn't give him a heads up, but Hishik didn't want them to feel uncomfortable. Kang Hijun asks MC if they've met somewhere before, and he walks up to him. At first, MC is a bit nervous, but that goes out the window when we find out Kang Hijun is a fanboy. He recognized MC from his days as the pro gamer lightweight. Kang Hijun tells them to make themselves comfortable and bring out food and treats. While they hang out, Hijun and Soyun geek out about MC's history as a gamer, which makes him somewhat uncomfortable. Hishik doesn't get it, so MC says he used to be an unknown pro gamer when he was younger. Hijun hears this and is upset by it. While other players were trying to optimize their wins, MC played in an aggressive, flashy style that captivated onlookers. That's why Hijun joined his fan club, and Soyun interjects to say she was the one who made the fan club. But all MC wants is for them to stop. As it gets late, Soyun heads out. Hijun then thanks MC for taking care of his younger brother and saving his life. He says he'll take things into his own hands and ensure Hishik is trained so he's not a hassle. Out of curiosity, MC used observations on Hijun and noticed he has the talent game level 3 and freaks out. A notification then pops up saying, your communication level 3 has recognized your opponent's game level 3. Communication between talents has begun. Force reset game level 2. Energy starts to surround MC, but then time stops and none other Minri Makina appears. She says it has been a while and she's glad she was on time. If she were late, his body would have been blown to pieces. She explains that communication level 3 was in the process of forcefully increasing game level 2 to level 3. But MC thinks wouldn't that be good for him? Winry tells him that talents are assigned at birth and stay with you until death. The fact his talent was upgrading means there will be a drastic change to his destiny. It's something that his body can't withstand. To stop the change, she gives him a necklace to take the burden off and reset his body. It'll also give him a minor luck boost. She leaves and Hijun starts to speak again. He says, as a fan, it's like a dream to meet him. Knowing that Hijun has gained level 3, he asked why didn't he try to be a pro gamer, but Hijun enjoyed watching others play rather than playing himself. He even compares being an SS rank to being forced to play an RPG. With Change Sins and MC, has just successfully pulled 3 gold cards in a row and gives credit to his new necklace. He just pulled Angel of the White Nightingale, someone with healing abilities. Now that MC is nearly out of mana, he decides to use the info gadget and stop after that. To his surprise, he pulls a spiked capsule, but after reading it, he immediately runs off. Liu Shan reads the message, and it's urgent info. In 3 hours, Sanghi will be in immediate danger. At the association, Sanghi is outraged that someone secretly entered Donghak's cell and killed him. There weren't any clues because the camera footage had been deleted. She wonders how she is going to find the spy now. Suddenly a call comes in. It was time for her to clear in a class dungeon. She arrived at the dungeon site and hoped to get it over with fast so she could focus on finding the spy. She quickly sensed high-density mana. A dungeon breaks, and she realizes she has just walked into a trap. So she makes a call to request backup. Even though it's a trap, she is determined to stop the break and minimize damage. Werewolves walk out of the portal and start their attack. She was not too fazed by this and easily handles the first one by cutting it down. 3 of them try to surround her, but she pulls a Garen and spins to win. One was standing there in fear of her, but he was also cut down. Finally, the boss appears. It's a tall and skinny werewolf. It uses its long arms to swipe at her, but she hops out of the way. She gets ready to use her axe to split the boss's head open. With the boss dead, she tries to regain her breath, but is interrupted by a group of men in masks. They applauded her and thanked her for the show. She looks around, but she's surrounded by them. She didn't think Karma would play this dirty, but they try to play it off by saying she blames everything on Karma. Their leader says they are her anti-fans. She tries to figure out how long it'll take for backup to show up because she's low on mana and stamina. But they tell her not to expect any backup, explaining the people in the association must hate her. As he taunts her, saying no one is going to save her, he's stabbed in the back by none other than our protagonist. The man falls to the ground and MC uses a new skill and cut down 3 of the masked men. Sanghi asks how he gets there, but he tells her they can talk about it later. He looks around and quickly assesses the situation. He decides it'll be best to make an escape route. The card he loaded, Juge Himi, started to panic, saying they were doomed. Though her attitude is negative, MC realizes she's right. Not only is Sanghi tired from stopping the break, but they're also outnumbered. Sanghi apologizes for putting them in a challenging situations, but he tells her to save it for when they are safe. The masked men wonder who MC is and think there must be a spy among them. A man with red hair tells them to shut it. He assumes MC is an S rank since he took down 4 B ranks without them noticing. He tells the others to proceed with their plan. They start to run in circles around MC, and Sanghi, one of the men, rushes to stab MC. But when MC, he looks up and sees a barrage of arrows storming down. He shields Sanghi, and the masked man running at them gets hit and falls to the ground. MC look at them in disgust because they killed their own teammate and didn't even bat an eye. They laugh at him, sees remarks, and even steps on the man's dead body. They say it's an honor to die.
But the hand still looks stupid.
Talking to them is pointless, so they start to go on the offensive. He keeps cutting them down, thinking if they keep going in one direction, they'll eventually be able to escape. Then someone goes to get a sneak attack on Sanghi, but MC strikes him down before they can reach her. Someone else tries to sneak attack MC, but Sanghi cuts him down with her axe. He throws a smoke bomb down, and they finally see an opening where they can escape. But as the smoke clears, the masked men are still on their tails. Juge Himi points out the leader so MC can take him out next. He also uses a skill called Blitz to get past all the mobs and strike the leader of the masked men. The redhead struggles to keep up with MC and asks for backup. They try to kill him while he's held up by the redhead, but he activates Floating Cloud. The skill allows him to dodge all of their attacks, then he goes in for the kill. He turns his attention to the redhead and tries to overpower him, but his attack power runs low. In the distance, Sanghi is having difficulty fending off the masked men. MC runs past the redhead to save Sanghi and gets there just in the nick of time. As he helps her up, Juge Himi tells him it's time for her to go. Now the situation is dire because he's back to the base form. Not having much of a choice, he pulls Liu Shan. Liu Shan comments that MC has a talent for getting in trouble. He tells Liu Shan to think of the most powerful general he knows against. MC uses the combo gacha and puts in Liu Shan and Zhang Fei because he needs someone strong enough to protect Sanghi. With Liu Shan's luck talent, the good luck charm, and the necklaces, MC's hopes are high. The gacha spits out many cards, and a diamond card is selected. MC, aura spikes and the masked men start to freak out. They choose to back up and shoot arrows at them. Sanghi looked at the flaming arrows and thought she couldn't dodge them all. But then MC fully loaded a new hero. He knocks the arrows out of the sky. The King of Arms perfectly recreates the Spear Horyan Dam. If attacked by a long-range attack, the user's stats will increase. The warrior he loaded is the Sleeping Dragon Joe. He looks back at Sanghi and says he'll protect her. The masked men tried to act as if they weren't scared and foolishly ran into attack. MC goes on the offensive and zooms into combat, knocking his opponents in the air. He ends up in the middle of the enemy. They think they can take him out with their numbers, but they are sadly mistaken. He uses a powerful skill called Bunsen Dragon's Rotation Claw Spear and clears the battlefield. The redhead is in disbelief. He looks around to find MC. But our protagonists comes from behind and take out the rest of their subordinates. The masked men start to lose the will to fight. Backed against the wall, the redhead focuses on the original goal of killing Sanghi. He casts a berserker spell on himself and his remaining lackeys. They mindlessly rush at Sanghi. MC get there in time and picks Sanghi up and runs away. He turns his weapon into a sword and cuts anyone in his way. But even with a blade in them, they persist. The sleeping dragon Zhao realizes they are fixated on Sanghi and suggests using her as bait. MC apologizes ahead of time and throws her in the air. The masked men focuses on her. MC takes advantage of the situation and slices through them. He catches Sanghi before she falls, and the spirit of Zhou leaves. She's impressed that MC is capable of this. He asks her if Donghak revealed any info, but she sadly informs MC that he was assassinated. They must be a spy in the association's executive. The mission to save isn't over. He offers his services to help her find the spy. Back at the association, Sanghi calls an emergency meeting, and she explains that while on a routine patrol, she was attacked by a group of 200 assailants. They immediately caused a dungeon break and blocked radio transmissions so she couldn't call for backup. She told them MC witnessed this event, so that's why he's present. She explains she has a way to find the spy, but some prerequisites exist. She made them swear not to talk about what will happen. They agree, and MC uses Jaina's skill Vow of Silence. Second, she asks if they can use their skills on them. With that, the Room of Truth activates. Lastly, she tells them to say,
Could be animated.
One by one, the men in the room say it. Finally, only one is left. She found the spy. She tells them about effects of a Room of Truth and confronts him. As he tries to call it nonsense, he pulls out a knife to stab her. Chulson stops him. A sigh of relief comes from MC as he falls to his seat. He thanked Jaina for all her help, but she said it was mainly his luck. Once the Room of Truth is active, she can't control it. Like how Sanghi used it once the skill was functional, anyone can take advantage of it. Jaina died because someone called her a witch for using her talent, and she was burned at the stake. As he thinks he needs to be more careful, the association president stares at him as if he knows something. In a secret location, the executives of Karma learn that Sanghi barely survived, and their attack squad was decimated. They start to panic. They didn't expect that she'd be able to keep fighting after stopping a dungeon break. Tiger Mask deduces that their information must have been off. Someone must have come to save her. They're not sure about the identity of this person, but all they know is that he's good at using both the sword and spear. Also that his power sharply spiked in the middle of the fight. Only a single individual comes to mind, Kang Hee-jun. They start to doubt their master because he's supposed to have probability on his side. The hooded man snaps at everyone. He won't forgive anyone who questions their master. Butterfly Mask shifts the topic to Sang-hee. Now that she has more prisoners, she worries that information will be leaked. But the hooded man confirms that the surviving attack team member lost their mind because of the Berserker spell. However, this is still the worst case scenario for them. Not only is Sang-hee still alive, but the association will also be very wary of them. Then Tiger Mask asks, where is the Monkey Mask? Apparently, after his dungeon break plan failed, he's been motivated to make something new. In his hideout, the Monkey Mask is seen fixating over a picture of RMC. Again, he vows to get payback. Back at the association, the president questions MC. He knows it was MC who used Room of Truth and not Sang-hee. The president thanks him. Not only did he save Sang-hee, but they also found the spy. As a reward for his actions, he lets MC keep a ring that increases his mana capacity. MC starts to wonder what bonus he'll get for the quest he received. He gets back home, and Winry is waiting for him. As they exchange pleasantries, she says it is somewhat problematic that they see each other so often. MC thinks he might have done something wrong, but she explains that's not what she meant. It consumes a lot of energy for her to interact with the world. As an overseer, she can only interfere in exceptional cases, such as the ones MC often finds himself in. MC asks why the system would offer him a reward for an issue regarding urgent information. But this isn't information she can share with him. Once he has more influence, she can share it with him. He then asks how he can increase his influence. She tells him that if he keeps leveling up, his influence will gradually grow. They move on to the topic of his reward. MC expresses that he wants a skill that lets him use money to operate the gadget. While using stats helps him conserve mana, it's still bothersome to keep sacrificing his stats. She said she'll keep that in mind. But first, she wants to show him the reward she had in mind. She guarantees he'll like it. The prize she had in mind was dual load, a skill that allows him to load two people at the same time. He starts to think of the possibilities, but then thinks of an issue. He only has one body, so how can he use both of them simultaneously? She explains that his stats will consist of the highest stats among both of the loaded people, but that is not all. He'll also be able to use all of their talents and skills. For example, if he loaded someone with swordsmanship level 2 and spear level 1 and the other person had archery level 2 and spear level 1, he would receive swordsmanship level 2, archery level 2, and spear level 1. With this skill, he can use Liu Shan and Yakaion to create top-tier weapons. But there is a catch. The dual load is an active skill that drains mana as he uses it. MC understands that she has to have it balanced, but he thinks the restrictions are too much. She can't do anything about that and offers him the skill. MC thinks for a second, and then he accepts it. She takes a glowing orb and shoves it into his body. She tells him she'll keep an eye on him and leaves. We shift scenes, and MC is getting beat in a fighting game by Hee-jun. As they banter, MC asks about a random machine in the corner of the room. But then, the machine starts to act up. MC jumps for cover, but Hee-jun knows what's up. Out walks a blonde girl with pigtails. She confidently enters the room and demands they bring her snacks, but she's interrupted by MC. Hee-jun yells, saying, "Ellie, why didn't you call ahead of time?" But she thinks she can use her warp gate whenever she wants. She is curious about MC's identity. Hee-jun introduced MC. Then he says you've already heard of her. She's a SS class user from America. She is the inventor of Mana Virtual, the Awaker, and the DCS system. The richest person in the world and the first awakened, Ellie McDowell. As they are about to shake hands, she notices his bracelet. She asks him if he's been to a treasure dungeon. Hee-jun starts to freak out, and MC uses observation on her. His skill takes a while to break through the layers of her security. Eventually, it gets through, and he sees she has 17 talents. Hijun tells him not to be on edge. He explains she has a skill that can analyze any object and tell her how it's made. However, there are two things it can't explore, both of which came from a treasure dungeon. So since she couldn't analyze it, it must have come from a treasure dungeon. Hijun asks a favor from MC. He explains that he knows about the Otherworlders since he went to a treasure dungeon. Apparently they know the reason behind the dungeon phenomena. Hijun and Ellie have been gathering information about them from people who have been in them. So far, they have figured out that the Otherworlders are restricted by something called genes, and from multiple accounts. Someone used the Earth as payment and asked some Otherworlders to delete all humans off the Earth. Although they don't have any proof, they think it's the leader of Karma. So the dungeons that has been appearing are merely their exploration teams. Recently, they've been hearing the stories of stronger, more intelligent monsters appearing. They worry that, eventually, these monsters will be more common, and they'll start to see Otherworlders. However, the Otherworlders from the treasure dungeon seem to want to help humanity. So they ask him for help since the Otherworlders acknowledged him, and the other two users who received an item from treasure dungeons became SS class users. All their ask is that MC keep leveling up, so when stronger monsters or even Outworlders attack them in the future, he'll be able to help them. So he agrees. Ellie infos him know if he needs anything to let her know. With that, they shake hands. Elsewhere, a group of otherworldly beings watch over the world as they sinisterly smile and wait for their plan to unfold. We shift to a scene where MC and his squad are raiding a dungeon. Hishik's shield is cracked, so Soyun rushes to solve the problem with her fist. MC blocks an oncoming attack and a part of armor breaks. He tells her to be more careful, but with some teamwork, they eventually kill the boss. In the aftermath of the fight, they take a look at the damage done to their gear. With some of their equipment broken, they decide to go shopping. They go to a department store where artisans can be seen selling their wares. Seo Yoon leaves to explore on her own. As Hishik heads to the armory, they see someone complaining about getting all duds. MC finds out they have a lottery room. You can buy equipment for cheap, but the quality of the equipment will vary drastically. Being the addict he is, he goes to test his luck. He walks into the room and uses his observation skill, so he doesn't get ripped off. As he goes through the wares, he hears a voice asking for help. He walks through the voice and sees it's coming from a ring. It's shocked that someone can listen to its voice. A pixie-like being appears and introduces herself as Ixia, one of the 13 armor pieces made by the Gold Dragon Lord. Jackpot, he just found an ego item. He asks her why he called him an extraordinary being. She thinks he is a dragon, but he tells her he's a human. Then she starts to cry, thinking she will never escape. He asks her if only dragons can use her, but she tells him that was not the case. She is currently in a sealed form which isn't of much use to him, and the seal would be way too challenging to break for a human. He tells her he'll buy her and worry about the seal later. She burst out into tears and thanked him. She said she was able to help him find good equipment in the room. He trusts her and buys the things she tells him to. He asked if she had an appraisal skill, but she said it was more of a feeling. He gives some of the equipment to Seo Yoon and Hishik. They're excited and thank him for the gift. As they leave the department store, MC gets a notification that tells him a new dungeon has appeared. The portal appeared in the city's center, so he runs off to clear it before it becomes a problem. He gets there and checks out its info. It's a B-rank dungeon filled with ghouls. Ixia asks if it'll be okay since he already used a lot of mana. He checks and it turns out he only has half of his full capacity. He thanks her for her caution. He shifts his attention to her seal, but she doesn't think a mere human could break the seal. He still gives it a shot. To his and her surprise, his observation skill cracked through the first and second seals without any issue, but he failed to break the third seal. Ixia then starts to glow, and like a magical girl, her appearance and abilities are upgraded. Her stats are stronger than his glove and ring combined. Not only can she grow stronger, she also comes with a talent sense. The sense was the skill she used to find the items early. Since he never got to go through all the items he bought, he went through everything. Most of the equipment were good quality items that boosted his stat, but there were a few duds. But since he got a lot of good things, he's pretty happy about the outcome. He equips everything and gets ready to enter the dungeon. Ixia tells him he might want to be careful as soon as he enters. Once he enters, he is attacked by a ghoul. He eliminates it quickly. More ghouls start to creep up on him. They run and try to claw at MC. But in one strike, he gets rid of the group. Ixia looks at the dead ghoul and says what a waste. She then asks him if she can eat the monsters. He gives her the okay, and she sucks them up, not leaving anything behind. He sees her growth rate go up afterward, and she tells him if he fills the meter, it'll break the third seal. He continues to go through the dungeon and complains about the smell. The ghouls at first pose no challenge to him, but then till one of them catches his weapon, and another pulled up from the side and tried to sneak attack him. But he turns his weapon into a sword and slices through them. A horde of ghouls seems never-ending. He uses a lion roar to slow them down as he prepares to take them out in one strike. Finally, he finds the boss room, and Ixia imagines how tasty the boss will be. MC summons Liu Shan, and Ixia is freaked out by him calling him a ghost. Liu Shan formally introduced himself as Emperor of the Shu Dynasty to impress her. Still, it backfired on him. They get down to business, and Ixia tells him when to push the button. The Gachu runs, and on the first try they pull a gold card. This time he loaded an archer called Tristan. Once in the boss's room, he immediately shoots the boss. It tries to charge at MC, but it's killed in one shot. MC gets a call from Siyun once he's out. It is urgent, and she needs him to dress formally. As he walks there, he feels an ominous aura pointed at him. But Ixia didn't sense anything, so he doesn't linger and moves on. Once MC finally arrives, he's greeted by a man in a demanding pose. MC apologizes for not coming to see him sooner and offers him a big bottle of wine. The man is hurt that MC didn't come to see him as soon as he became a mana user. He even started a team and didn't tell him. Instead, he visited Hiju. MC apologizes again and pours the man a glass. We find out the man is Soyun's father. He complained about having to block all the guilds trying to recruit her. As he drinks, the alcohol starts to get to him, and he asks MC if he's dating Seo-Yoon. MC denies it and says she is like a sister to him. Her dad takes it the wrong way and yells at him for not seeing his daughter as a woman. Daddy, chill. Her mom comes and takes care of her husband. She tells Seo-Yoon to take MC for a walk. While on their walk, she apologizes for her father's behavior, but MC says it was his one fault for not coming to visit him sooner. He then gives her a necklace he found in the lottery room. He thought it suited her, and it also boosted her mana detection. She accepts it, saying she'll treasure it.
My
But their
daughter.
heartfelt moment is cut short by a woman in a
father.
ninja outfit looking for Seo-Yoon.
What is your intentions?
And Seo-Yoon quickly get away from her. They didn't even sense her presence. She must be a high-ranking mana user. He checked her stats, and she was on par with an S rank. She addresses Seo-Yoon and demands that she come with them. But suddenly, MC grabs her hand so he can utilize her luck. He used the Faith Gacha, and a gold card is pulled. The ninja notices his power level increasing, but the men close to MC, unfortunately, they aren't quick enough, and they're also cut down. The person he loaded introduced herself as the first spear of the Knights of Fianna. MC asked them if they are from Karma, but they deny it, saying they do not like those lunatics. But from MC's perspective, they are doing the same crazy shit as Karma. Their leader says they need the Saintess abilities, and if he doesn't want to see any blood, he should back off. With the Saintess blessing boosting his stats, he decides to go on the offensive to overpower them. One of the ninjas tries to close the distance, but he's knocked out of the sky. The rest of them persist and try to attack him from all sides, but he deflects their attack. As they fight MC, they think he's a monster, and they can't get past his defense. In the distance, MC notices a ninja hiding in a bush. He assumes he was setting up a trap, so he throws a spear to get rid of him. With the trap the ninja set up broken, MC and Seo-Yoon make a break for it. The leader of the ninjas tells one of her men to fix the trap, as the rest go after our protagonists. MC and Seo-Yoon have been running for a while, but are still stuck in the trap. He asks Seo-Yoon if she knows the identity of the group that's after her, but unfortunately for them she doesn't have a clue. But then they hear a voice. It says, "I found you." As they look up, they see a man in a monkey mask squatting on a lamppost. The man jumps down and MC tries to defend Seo-Yoon, thinking he is after her. He corrects MC's assumptions and says he is actually after MC. He casts a spell that creates a Gaintard, and Soyun tries to block it, but it cracks her shield. He is surprised that they are able to block his attack. MC tries to scan the masked man to get info on him, but the man has a mythic artifact that limits the information. He understands how MC managed to stop in a ranked dungeon break, but he's confident that MC won't be able to break through his barrier. However, MC isn't discouraged and uses a freezing arrow to trap the masked man. He charges up his arrow again, and with the help of Soyun's blessing, he lets it rip. As the arrow approaches the masked man, all he can say is shit. It collides and makes a large explosion, but when the smoke clears, he's still standing. The masked man is resolved to kill them both in one strike for making him use his master's blessing twice. Soyun falls due to exhaustion, and the masked man prepares to end things. However, the ninja from before comes from behind and slashes him. She demands to know who the man with the evil magic is. MC tells them he's an assassin after Soyun's head. As the masked man is getting back up, but he's met with the ninja's blade. MC tells her to hold him back for a while as he uses the fate gadget, but he pulls Liu Shan again. With that, MC is entirely out of mana. The fight continues, and the ninjas are at a significant disadvantage. She yells and asks MC to hurry up, but he's not doing so well himself. In these situations, he has always managed to pull the card he needs, but his luck is failing him. The fight isn't going well, so MC makes a drastic choice. He removes the necklace Winry gave him to stop his talent from leveling up, hoping it'll change the tide of the battle. The sky opens up in a large amount of energy striking MC, and he screams in pain. He feels the energy from the universe flowing through him, but it stopped earlier than expected. He gets a notification, and it tells him he met the conditions. A rapid and sudden change will commence. A sharp pain is felt, and he spits out blood. His body contorts as he screams. He thinks he would have died if Winry hadn't stopped it from happening when she did. The masked sees MC isn't in a good state. His internal energy is exploding. He takes the chance to get rid of him. Soyun tries to block the attack, but before it reaches her, MC stops the attack. His talent has upgraded, and he used the Dragon Blood skill to power up. The system tells him he has achieved something rare and will be rewarded. A black card will be loaded for free. Black cards are more powerful than diamond cards. He rips the ticket, and black cards surround him. The masked man is shocked by MC's power up, but he is interrupted by the ninja. He tells her to piss off and use an AoE attack. MC loads another archer from the black card and shoots at the masked man. He tries to block it, but the arrow pierces his defense and breaks his shield. He falls to the ground and asks him how did he do so much damage, but MC said he just shot a regular arrow. With his bow pointed at the masked man, he starts questioning him, but the masked man tries to divert him, sees attention and blinks away. But the person that was loaded, Yixiang Jai, quickly finds where he teleported to, so MC shoots an arrow at him again. With a bow pointed at him, he thinks that MC is dangerous. If left alive, he will hinder Karma's plans. So he musters up the last of his power and charges at MC, intending to kill him. But the attempt is futile. He ends up with an arrow in his skull. Ixiel appears and points out the frightening aura coming from his artifacts. He picks it up but becomes dizzy and collapses. When he wakes up, the first thing he sees is the patch note. The info gacha has been updated. Now he can choose between future and past info. Also, he can now pull black cards from the fate gacha. He looks at his surroundings. He's in an old-looking home. He sits up and thinks about how strong black cards are compared to diamond cards. Excluding non-combatants, diamond cards are capped at level 99. But Yixiang Jai was level 178. He wonders if some of the other heroes could be pulled as black cards. The ninja from before walks in with Soyun. She introduces herself as Ryu Saren from the martial art group Big Dipper. MC recognize the name of a group. They are mana users that awaken without the help of the Awakener machine. She swallows her pride and begs for Soyun's help to save the young lady. They follow her and enter the room where the young lady of the Big Dipper clan rests. Ryu Saren gives Soyun a statue. She isn't sure what Soyun is supposed to do with it. She was only told to give it to her. MC scans it. It has a skill called All Recovery, which only the Saintess can use. Soyun begins to absorb the skill. MC asked Ryu Saren if the young lady was typically this sick. Saren explains that she was pretty healthy, but recently became sick. The young lady can see the future. One day, she had a vision of a large-scale invasion of monsters. But when she told the elders and urged them to no longer live in seclusion, the elders rejected her proposal. As they argued, someone managed to attack her and put her into a coma. They believe the opposition did it, but they lack proof. Soyun gets done absorbing the All Recovery skill. She then starts to heal the young lady. Her complexion improves, but the light coming from Soyun gets weaker. MC loads Nightingale and assists Soyun. Her aura surges, and she fully heals the young lady. She wakes up, and Saren is overjoyed. The young lady thanks Soyun for her help as well as MC. He immediately gets down to business and asks her about her vision. You want to know when the invasion will happen. She looks at her phone to check the time, and then she counts down from 4 to 0. Suddenly, he gets multiple alerts that there are a lot of new dungeons on the map. On the TV, the news talk about the massive increase of dungeons around the world. MC can't leave yet since he's still recovering, so he uses the future setting on the gacha. He summons Liu Shan, and they start the gacha. After a little bit, it spits out a spiky capsule. It tells him to destroy the monster Didardaru. He's unsure who it is, but he figures it has to do with the new dungeons. In the USA, a pair of users start a dungeon raid, but one of the men is killed as soon as they enter. His teammate looks around and sees a group of skeletons aiming their bows at him. They fire at him. All around the world, Mana users are overwhelmed by the new monsters. They are more intelligent and stronger than before. Back at the Korean User Association, they're busy responding to the state of emergency. The president forbids anyone from entering the new dungeons. He tells Sanghi to figure out the characteristics of these new monsters and to assemble a team of high-ranking users. She calls MC and commissions him to clear a dungeon with her. The price is 10 billion won. This fires up MC, and he says he can go right now. He gets there and is met by Sanghi and 4 other Mana users, 2 from the Specialist Guild and the other 2 from the KHM Guild. Soha starts taunts MC because he's a B rank. He thinks he shouldn't be here, but Sanghi stops him, saying if any goes wrong, she take the blame. With the whole team there, they enter the dungeon. Once they are inside, they are met by 3 doors, so they split into 3 groups of 2. Soha tries to get onto Sanghi's team, but his guildmate pulls him off. They get into their teams and go their respective doors. They enter and find themselves in a forest. Sanghi explains that it must be a mission-type dungeon. Unlike other dungeons, you can find all sorts of environments in them. While in an annihilation-type dungeon, you can feel the killing intent of the monsters. However, a mission dungeon feels like it is trying to make you stronger. Before they move forward, she reminds him to stay calm. They encounter a group of humanoid chimps and prepare to fight. By using observation, he finds out the chimps are known as Konka. The Konka leader gives a speech to hype up his army. Sanghi realizes they are intelligent, but she can't understand them. The Konka prepares themselves, but they are interrupted by MC, speaking in their language. Because of his game talent, the information he gets is displayed as a quest. It tells him to defeat the Konka, collect the solar and lunar souls, and destroy the shackle that binds the souls of the Konka. He rushes into battle and lunges the spear at the Konka holding the shield. The Konka is knocked back, and MC gets behind him and launches another attack. The Konka yells, saying although his strike was fast and strong, his defense is stronger. MC turns his weapon into a sword and relentlessly attacks his opponents. As the Konka calls MC, foolish MC, attack pierces the shield. As the Konka falls, MC takes his shield. He looks to Sanghi, but she doesn't need any help. He brings out Ixia and tells her to meet the corpses, but she acts suspicious and says she's full. Though he looks at her stats and finds her growth rate is over 50%. To his memory, it was 1% before. He demands she tells him the truth. It turns out she ate the man in the monkey mask while MC was out cold. For a second, he's disgusted and thinks it is the wrong thing to do, but concludes that it's better that Karma didn't get his body back. Ixia then eats the corpses of the conch, and a pink gemstone is dropped. He scans the gem, and it's the solar and lunar soul gem they need to complete their quest. If he keeps killing the conch, they can get all the solar and lunar soul they need. He tells Ixia to clean up the bodies as soon as they drop. MC and Sanghi approach the Conca tribe village. They look at the village and determine the black pillar as the shackles they must destroy to complete the mission. Before heading down to the village, MC winds up and throws his spear at the post. It hits and the pillar breaks. He gets a pop-up and the first part of the mission has been cleared. They get teleported back and arrive in a room with 3 orbs, 2 of which are displaying the other teams that came with them. Sanghi thinks they are just supposed to watch and wait, but thinking there might be more to it, MC summons Yak Yan. He tells MC how to use the altar, but even after that Yak Yan still feels that something's missing. Then one of the gems fell on the altar. A new screen pops up. It tells him depending on how many of these gems are placed at the altar, it can affect their allies in different ways. They can even intervene and send people to fight. As he does this, their allies' health are replenished, and they keep fighting, but soon they are surrounded. Sanghi chooses to enter the battle. She lays down on the altar with gems and is teleported away. On the other orb spectating the KMN Guild, they face off against a giant Conca. The tanker on their team defends against the Conca powerful blows. Finally, he yells to his teammate, now. He dashed in and attacks the Conca's leg, but he didn't do any damage. Frustrated, he goes back in to blitz their target. But the monkey lets out a yawn, pissing him off more. Back at the altar, MC complains that the buffs aren't doing anything to help the fight, but he can't go there to help since he doesn't have enough gems. Then he sees gems on the shield to remember he also has one too. By placing the shield on the altar, he has enough to teleport to help. Back on the side of KMN, the swordsman gets knocked back by the monkey. He gets pissed, saying there's no way a rising star like him could be beat by a monkey. The Conca hears this and kicks the tanker out of the way. He raises his shield. While looking down at the swordsman, he planned to end him. But he's saved when MC jumps into the fight. He uses the Green Dragon maneuver and Dragon Tiger Strike skills together, and they combine, creating a new skill, Dragon Tiger Strike. The Conca falls to the ground, and the swordsman is utterly shocked that a B rank could do that. While the tanker compliments his skill and tries to recruit him to their guild, the swordsman is jealous of the spotlight RMC is getting and starts to plan some dumb shit. They are all teleported back to the altar, and MC explains to them the current situation. He puts more gems on the altar and steps on it to go and help the other group. Once he's gone, the tanker sings MC's praise, upsetting the swordsman. Some time passed, and MC returned with everyone else. Sanghi gets a report from everybody. She then turns to MC to ask what to do next, but he doesn't know. Luckily for him, a power-fuely aura begins a surge at the altar. Sanghi tells everyone to prepare, but when it stops, a door to the boss room appears. MC checks the altar and finds out that the group can choose to have a challenging boss fight and get a better reward, or an easier fight, but they'll get a worse reward. As a group, they decide to go with the easier option and set up camp for the night. Due to it being his first time trying to sleep in a dungeon, he can't. He gets up to practice, but notices someone is missing, so he looks around. The swordsman from before is doing some dumb shit. He was at the altar, opening the door to the boss room. He spits out some bees, saying anything you can do, I can do as well. He thinks if he fights the boss on easy mode, he can take care of it alone. He unsheaths his sword as the door opens, but is hit with a morning star. It sends him flying past some other raid members. The boss enters the scene. The tanker charges at the boss with his shield, but he's knocked back. Sanghi rushes in, but her axe is caught up in the chains of the boss's morning star. So he takes the chance to throws her down. They determine the swordman must have messed up and picked the hardcore setting for the fight. With no other option, MC gets ready to use the Fate Gacha. As he powers up, the boss senses him as a worthy opponent. He loads Lu Bufeng Zion as a black card, and this time he gets access to a new horse summoning skill. He uses it and a red horse runs out of a portal. He mounts it and gets ready for the boss. On his mount, he charges in and jabs the boss. The boss gets thrown back and hits a door. It gets back up and compliments the hit it just received. As it monologues, MC charges in and attacks, but the boss ducks. The boss tries to get rid of the horse, but his attack is caught under the horse's hoof. Then the horse proceeds to headbutt the boss. MC goes in for another attack and cuts the boss's arm off. But the boss can regenerate and grows a new limb. He lunges at MC, but MC uses his range and gets a clean hit while he's still charging at him. The strike impales the boss. As he dies, he dooms MC, strong enough, so he gives MC a skill called Conka's Fighting Spirit. It increases his stamina by 20. MC then asks the boss if he knows Deterran. The boss knows of him. He tells MC that he is the sovereign of the dead, an elder archlich. Now he has a soiled lead. Once they get out, saying he thanks them for their hard work. The tanker apologizes for his teammates' behavior. Before he leaves, she asks MC to make some time and come to the association. He needs to renew his mana watch and readjust his payment for the raid. Because he played a significant role in clearing the dungeon, she'll pay him the same as an S rank. Also, while he's there, he can be promoted to a rank. She tells him to get some rest and then reminds the swordsman to make a written apology for his actions. The next day, MC gets his promotion and his renewed mana watch. Behind him, a group of recruiters are held back by security. It's even worse than when they were after Soyu. When he gets a moment to himself, he looks at his stats. He is around S rank now, but is disappointed to see the horse summoning skill wasn't there. But he has some reasons to be excited. Not only did he receive Kuanka's Fighting Spirit, which will allow him to clear dungeons faster than before, but the golden capsule information he received when he first used Liu Shan is tomorrow. A dungeon will appear with a skill stone in it. Elsewhere in a secret location, the hooded man tells the rune the last user of the Blood Jade has been selected. Butterfly brings up that they still haven't found Monkey yet. He's the only one who knows how to create the Blood Jade. But the hooded man tells her Bear is dealing with it and they should find Monkey soon. Tiger then asks where the location of the next attack will be. The hooded man warns them that they won't be able to predict the battle's outcome, and says the next attack will be at sea. The next day comes around, and MC gets to the location of the dungeon before it appears. It's a one-person dungeon, and he'll be fighting against a doppelganger. He wonders if the doppelganger can copy his skill and equipment. He asks Ixia. She confirmed it can copy skills, but not the effect of his equipment. He expects it to be like a fight between an A rank and an S rank. He enters, but there's nothing there. He looks down at the water and sees his reflection. It then attacks him. MC attacks his reflection, but the doppelganger is already gone. It starts to form a body in the image of MC. It welcomes MC to its nest. It says it has already analyzed his info, exclaiming that they are the same. But MC isn't one for small talk. He charges at the doppelganger, but his attack is blocked. As they exchange blows, they seem to be on pair with one another, but soon, MC gets ahead. He uses his abilities more fluidly. The doppelganger gets irritated by this, but MC uses Lion's Roar while he's talking. The doppelganger is knocked back and put on the ground. It uses observations on MC. He's stunned when he discovers a talent he can't copy. Communication level 3. The doppelganger gets mad. In his own words, he feels humiliated. MC tells it like it is. Communication level 3 isn't a combat skill, so he was just better. The doppelganger used the skill Roaring Dragon Strike in a desperate attempt to kill MC. But the attack is blocked with ease. He puts the halberd blade to its neck and tells the doppelganger to die quietly. But to postpone his death, the doppelganger says he doesn't even want to be here. He offers to tell MC what he knows. MC lets his guard down and the doppelganger smirks. He summons a dark Liu Shan and uses the Fate Gacha. The situation starts to look bad for MC, as the doppelganger says he'll never compromise. But he draws a normal card. MC can't even laugh because he feels his pain. He stabs the doppelganger and levels up 10 times. Finally, he picks up the skill stone and leaves. Elsewhere, Karma is up to their same old BS, forcing open an SS class dungeon. The dungeon breaks, but before they can escape, the boss walks out and grabs them. He complains that they brought him out before he could recover all of his strength. They practically ruined his plan, so he blows them up. Since he can't do anything about it, he summons his ships and skeleton crew. He complains that he already used a lot of energy to do this much. He hits the reanimated remains of the Karma Guild members out of frustration. After a bit, the pirate notices he is being watched via satellite. In the distance, the Japanese defense forces approach the undead fleet. The pirate used water magic to create a fog, which allows their ships to sink the enemy without them realizing it. From the sideline, the pirate laughs at the chaos he's causing. He looks forward to everything he'll be plundering. At the association, he brings MC in for an emergency meeting. They enter a room with the association president, Hihun, and the defense minister. They show footage of the undead fleet in Dokdo. Immediately MC thinks it might be the Elder Archlick. They considered bombarding most of the area, but can't since they haven't confirmed the fate of the Japanese ship that disappeared in the mist. So instead they're going in with Mana users. Hihun and MC both agree to participate. The association president explains they plan to infiltrate through two routes. They want Hijun and MC to be the operations leaders. The defense minister tells them the operation will begin after the evacuation is completed. MC asks if he can meet them there. As he leaves to prepare for the battle, he asks Hijun if he has a forge or knows of one nearby. He gets to the workshop in Hijun's house and summons Yakya. MC plans to forge the double dragon sword, blades used by General Yi Sunshin, someone who is known for their naval battles. According to MC's logic, if they forge the sword, they might be able to summon Yi Sunshin. If that happens, victory is theirs. They start the forging process. He uses dual load and brings out Liu Shan. With all the pieces in place, the process continues. Yak Yong guides him through, so he doesn't make any mistakes. Ixia tells him when to stop, and then he dunks it in water. The hot iron sizzles in the water as Liu Shan cheers him on. The blades are nearly done. All that's left is for Yak Yong to inscribe something on them. With that, they successfully create a legendary artifact. A pop-up tells him the universe will reward him for this feat. Elsewhere in a fighter jet, a pilot is asked if he can see the ships. Unfortunately, due to the fog, he can't see much, but he sees something through a clearing. The undead pirate captain. He notices the jets and uses his magic to bring them down. The pilot tries to escape, but their jets explode. The captain says the only permitted path for them is the sea. A Navy commander panics. The more this goes on, the more undead there'll be. He tells Hihun that the Navy will provide cover fire as the Mana users does the hand-to-hand combat. The commander tells all ships to enter the fog. Immediately they can't see anything, their radar stops working, and communication goes down. The commander tells his crew to slow the ship down and fire if they see anything suspicious. An unidentified ship approaches them, and they open fire on it. The boat starts to sink, but when the commander looked at it closely, it was a Japanese Defense Force ship. From their side rushes in the Lich Captain. He calls them stupid for falling for his trick and rams his ship into theirs. The Mana users on the ship all prepare to fight. The Lich Captain thinks they're cute and calls them brave. He commands his undead legion to kill them all. From Hihun's ship, he can see this happen, but he can't do much since his ship is surrounded. One of the sailors suggests they get out of the fog. On the other ship, it's a one-sided slaughter. The Lich Captain watches the slaughter and thinks the metal ships aren't anything special. He smiles, thinking their deaths will make him stronger. One of his scouts sees a small boat in the distance, but the Lich Captain pays it no mind. What difference could a boat make? MC hopes he's not too late. He jumps onto the nearest ship. The sailors are startled by him. MC introduces himself and takes command of the ship. Everyone on deck feels his aura. It's terrifying, but they think if they follow him, they'll win. Behind MC, an older man says how he missed the sea. Yi Sunshin pulls out his sword and declares the enemies who are messing with his homeland won't escape this fight. MC activates a series of skills that boost the stats of everyone, increasing their chances of winning. Yi Sunshin says they should hurry up and attack, but Ixia senses some bad vibes and thinks it's a trap. Yi Sunshin says it doesn't matter. A naval battle is about who has stronger firepower. Then a light starts to surround the ship. The Lich Captain gets news of a ship approaching. The ship has a dragon's head in front and is covered from all sides. It is called a turtle ship. The Lich Captain likes it and plans to make it a part of his fleet. Both ships confront each other head-on, but the turtle ship has a secret. It can shoot fire. The Lich Captain says shit as his ship catches on fire. The turtle ship ramps through a ghost ship. MC, use communication to restore the comms. He gets a status report from all the relevant players. Since no one has an active radar, MC uses Sunshin's skill to navigate to his nearest ally. He sees them through the mist and goes between his ally and the ghost ship. Once in place, he fires at the ghost ship and boards it. A door opens, and the mana users rushes out to fight an undead sailors. MC jumps down to join the party. With his new swords, he gathers energy and slashes at the undead horde. The Lich Captain finally starts to get annoyed by them. He yells, "I am the king of the sea. All things in the sea belong to him." He promises to show them his real power. He summons a massive dragon-boned man of war. The man of war eclipsed the turtle ship in size. The Lich Captain thinks they're trying to hide in the fog, but he is right behind them. They won't escape so easily. As he thinks he's caught them, they enter a shallow area with jagged rocks. It's hard to maneuver. The Lich Captain looks around and sees he's trapped between two mountains. He realized MC must have found a way to see through his mist. The Lich Captain arrogantly says they're just rocks, but his ship is stopped due to shallow water. He's pissed off by this and swears to kill MC. The Lich Captain's ship beats the current and is about to come out. MC uses trump card, a skill called current modification. The skill changes and strengthens the current, stopping the Elder Lich in his place. Yu Sunshin tells MC his time is up and he wishes him luck as he leaves. To end the fight, MC uses combo gacha and enters a black card ticket he got as a reward for making a legendary item. He then puts in Mordred and Tristan, hoping to get a black card from the round table. He starts to power up, and the light for the gacha can be seen from the Lich's ship. He was shocked by MC's overwhelming aura. His Master of Arm turns into Excalibur. Yes, he did it. He drew Arthur Pendragon, a level 201 hero. The Lich Captain recognizes how dangerous the situation is and starts to plan his escape. He considers abandoning his ship but decides not to. Instead, he charges full speed ahead. He says he and his ship are invincible. But will he be a match for MC, who is wielding the power of a king? He launches a slash of light at the Lich's ship. The attack is taken head-on, and his ship is split in half. Everything is covered in a blinding light. MC levels up in size and relief, but he is shocked when he levels up multiple times. He thinks his rapid growth recently may be due to the Conka's fighting spirit. But when his ship returns to normal, he falls into the water. He swims back up and grabs onto a wooden board. In the background, the sailors cheer that they are still alive. The hat that the Lich Captain wore drifts in the wind, and MC catches it. The item is called the Tartarin's hat. The stats are good, but MC doesn't want to wear that around. But it has a hidden effect and turns into a headband. Behind him creeps up Winry. She interrupts his moment and accidentally spooks him. He is surprised to see her and asks how long she has been watching. She said she had been watching since he took her necklace off and unlocked game level 3. She gave him the necklace back after exchanging pleasantries. She offered him a reward for clearing the emergency information. A wheel appears. If he spins, he can get a talent. Depending on where he lands, he can even get a level 3 talent. She tells him he only has one chance. He points out how small the level 3 slot is and complains. But she says it can't be helped. He summons Liu Shan and Exia. Exia gets a feeling and tells him now, and MC spins the wheel. He anxiously waits for his results. The wheel slows down and looks like it's about to land on a level 1 talent, but it keeps going and land on level 3. He receives command level 3. He looks at his stats and sees command level 3 is on Liu Shan's stat page. MC freaks out and yells at Lushan to give him his talent back. He complains to Winry, and she tells him to cancel the load and check again. He refreshes, and his new talent is there. He realized he must have got an extra reward. Liu Shan also got a copy of command level 3. Lastly, she gave the necklace he got from the monkey an ability. From now on, when people look at his status, they only see his original 3 talents. Over the intercoms, they're told the ship is arriving at the port. Time passes, and a boar rushes at Hishik, but he completely stops the charge. He's 20 levels higher than the last time they raided together. Hihan must have put him through hell. 2 more boar rush at him, and he struggles to hold them back. MC calls out Liu Shan and uses command paired with luck. He used the talent to link his team so they are in sync. The talent also has a growth effect on his allies. They feel lighter than before and quickly takes care of their foes. Lushan laughs and starts to get overconfident. The next day they enter another dungeon. Lushan commands them to go forth. Soyun and Hishik rush in and quickly defeat the ghouls. As Soyun hits them, they turn to Ash since she's the saintess. He scans her, and she's already level 27, and Hishik is level 45. 7 more levels than the previous day. He pulls up Conka's fighting spirit, and the skill has another effect that erases all penalties from gaining experience. He tells his teammates not to be surprised when they renew their mana watches. Finally, they get to the boss's room, and Hishik knocks out the boss's knees. Seo Yun then goes in and stomps on it. The boss dies, and they all level up. MC gets a pop-up telling him all his stats have reached 99 points. He will no longer be able to increase his stats. He somewhat expected this to happen but doesn't know what to do now, so he uses the info gacha on the future setting. We shift scenes and MC walks up to a portal. He scans it and is told it's a secret dungeon prepared for 1 person. The info he got previously told him he'd be able to change his class. He steadies his heart and walks through the portal. But when he enters, he falls through the sky. He screams, but he eventually hits a cloud and it stops his fall. A figure looms over him, and out of instinct, he attacks the figure. Then asked who it was. It turns out to be a bird creature. It compliments MC's reaction. It says it's good to be suspicious of people when in unknown places. He tells MC not to be wary of him and asks him to put his weapon down. Ixia says he isn't lying, so he relaxes. The bird introduces himself as Grandel. His role is to guide MC before he enters the trial. He explains that they are above the sky, headed toward Delapar, where the class trial is performed. Only a few beings in the universe can reach the limit, and only a few out of them met the condition to attempt the class trial. Grandel hands MC a red gem. MC asks what type of test it will be, but Grandel tells him they arrived at the heavenly mountain Dalapar. As MC takes in the view, he is pushed off the cloud and sent falling. He hits the ground but is protected by a shield. He figures the magic came from to the gem. In the sky, fireworks goes off. He gets a pop-up. It says all the users who are present will be fighting for a special title. The title will have an enormous influence on the direction of the user's growth. They are all told that only 1 person will be awarded the title. Since it's a battle royale, his game talent activates, and his stats are tripled. He gets ready for a free-for-all. He makes his way to the mountain because he assumes the other contestants will also be headed there. His talent game level 3 is supposed to triple his stats, but because he's at the limit it does nothing. So he has to be cautious. Ixia comes out and tells him she sensed something coming from the bushes. A wolf walks out, and MC lets his guard down. Seeing this, the wolf rushes in for an attack. MC dodges it and scans the wolf. It turns out the wolf is also a participant. The wolf's name is Tinia. He compliments his speed, but he says he wouldn't have killed MC if he had taken the bite graciously. But now, he shouldn't expect any mercy. MC turns his weapon into a short sword. The wolf lunges at him, and MC uses Dragon Tiger Strike. However, Tinia changes his direction in midair, and he backs off, and a healing skill is activated. But MC doesn't give him a chance to fully recover and attacks. Tinia catches the hit with his mouth. He tries to crush the weapon, but he breaks his teeth on the spear. The weapon is turned into a pair of metal gloves. MC smirks and says having good gear is also a skill. Tinia goes to claw at MC, but he dodges and lands a counter-strike. With that, Tinia spits out blood and gets thrown back. But before he could recover, MC gets on top of him and points a blade at its neck. Tinia tells MC to kill him, but since Tinia didn't have any intention of killing MC, he decides to let him go. But he runs Tinia's pockets as payment for his life. Among the loot, he finds some round blue gems. Tinia says they are called possession stones. It's used as currency at the store. He thanks Tinia for all the info and tells him to withdraw. However, Tinia has something else in mind. He has acknowledged MC's strength and asks to join forces. He says he'll give up first place to him. MC agrees, and Tinia uses a skill to establish a hierarchy with MC, of course, now that he has a fluffy friend. There's only one thing he wants to do, and that's belly rubs. As MC and Tinia bond, a man lurks behind a tree. Time passes, and the island starts to fall apart and causes a massive quake. In the meantime, Tinia took down the man that was following. In the distance, MC sees a knight climbing a mountain, but immediately an arrow is shot at him. But the arrow bounces off his helmet. MC decides to target the archer. On the other side of the mountain, an elven archer aims at the knight and fires at him again. But Tinia jumps at her from behind. She jumps off and draws her arrow at Tinia. But MC goes in for an attack as she's falling and knocks her down. When she looks up, MC is their dot. He tells her to give him everything she's got and he'll let her live. She tries to use her looks to charm him, but that doesn't work, and he threatens to make her wolf food. So she uses the redstone and teleports out. MC promises not to show mercy to the next elf he meets. They see the knight is still getting sniped from multiple directions, so they go to take care of the snipers. After a few hours, they accumulated a large sum of possession stones. It starts to get dark, and Tinia suggests they rest. But MC feels like they could use the darkness to ambush people. But Tinia warns him not to push himself too much. He agrees, and Tinia takes him to a place he has already found. But when they get there, it's a small cave. He barely fits in it and thinks Tinia probably wouldn't fit. But Tinia's body starts to glow and polymorphs into a human. Apparently, Tinia is a girl. MC is embarrassed. He hands her a shirt and then goes to bed. The next day, Tinia walks out well rested, but it looks like MC didn't get much sleep. They notice marks that lead to the river. They move stealthily, but Tinia sees something. It's the store. As they approach, Tinia is put on guard. But then the island starts shaking, and suddenly participants run out of the bushes towards the shop. They are attacked by people hiding in the bushes. A chaotic battle commences. MC decides to forget the shop for now. Instead, he plans to take care of the archers. He tells Tinia he has a plan. Tinia charges into battle. She faces off against a mage who uses ice magic. But the mage misses. She's too fast. While the mage is distracted, MC gets up close and knocks him out. But he's immediately attacked by a barrage of arrows. He dodges, but his opponent keeps firing their crossbows. But MC deflects her arrows as he approaches her. With her attention on MC, she doesn't see Tinia rush in from above. As she tries to shoot at Tinia, MC throws his spear at her, pinning her to the tree. They consider waiting for the winner so they can ambush them, but he assumes that there might be others with the same plan. But then he gets a bright idea and throws his spear at the shop. The rest of the participants are baffled by his actions and take their anger out on each other. MC gets away, and after a while, he comes across another shop. There must be more than one. How sad. What were they fighting for? He opens the door and sees a magic circle on the floor and an altar. He puts his stones on the altar and a menu pops up. It allows him to buy all sorts of items, from food, weapons, potions, and other utility items. However, after browsing the shop for a bit, he finds a devious item. It allows him to quicken the progression of the island's breakdown. Outside the shop, Tinia feels the effects of the item. She is confused by this. The quakes are supposed to happen in regular intervals. But soon MC walks out and explains the situation and tell her his plan. Since they are in the island's center, they can secure a spot that allows them to hunt contestants easily. At this point, there are 8 contestants left. MC didn't expect his plan to be this effective. After some time, they come across several dead contestants. In front of them is a troll lord. He sits there eating his victims. It's a lot stronger than him. It notices MC and throws the limb he was eating to the ground. He wonders how MC will taste. MC rushes in, but Tinia tries to stop him. He uses Dragon Tiger Strike, but when the attack reaches, the troll activates a skill. The skill Dragon Tiger Strike is now unusable. The skill the troll used can lock up to 5 skills. All of MC combat skills become unusable, including the Fate and Combo Gacha. The troll raises his weapon and goes in for the kill. But Tinia takes one for the team and knocks MC out of the way. She gets struck and thrown back. MC tries to attack, but the troll is unfazed by his attack. He taunts MC for being weak. The troll kicks MC. The battle continues, and the troll dominates. MC is on his back foot, but his situation worsens when the troll catches his spear. The troll spins MC around and throws him to the ground. He pulls out the red return gem, and the troll calls him shameful for wanting to quit. But instead, he crushes the stone, and through some anime bullshit, he absorbs the essence of Grendel. This allows him to get the skill, Ultra Speed. The troll calls him foolish but honorable, and rushes at him. As this happens, Green Dragon Maneuver merges with Ultra Speed and creates a new skill. The troll sends his mace crashing down at MC, but when the smoke clears, MC isn't there. He's behind him. The troll likes that the fight is getting exciting and attacks again. MC uses his new skill, Mountain Dragon Maneuver, and charges at the troll head-on. The troll screams out in pain as MC runs past him. The system tells him he has reached speeds that cannot be achieved at his level, so he will be rewarded for his accomplishments. He gets a passive skill called Godly Speed. It allows him to overcome his speed limits. After the battle, MC checks on Tinia. He says they should rest, but she doesn't want to linger. She praises his fighting skills. She didn't think he could beat a troll lord. But as she says this, the troll lord gets back up and comes back swinging with his mace. He gets a clean hit on MC and sends him flying. Tinia notices it wasn't a wound that could be healed naturally, so the troll explains that he has a time regression skill. Now that he's totally healed, he walks up to MC, apologizes for calling him weak, and says he'll enjoy eating him. He goes for one final blow, but shocker, MC blocked it. He then gets back up and disarms the troll. Because of his new skill Godly Speed, game level 3 applies, and his speed is tripled. His aura is much stronger now, and the troll cowers in fear. Now that he's back, he attacks the troll at speeds that the troll can't track. While the troll is on the ground, MC ruthlessly attacks him. He plans to make him wish he didn't have a time regression skill. He keeps beating him. After a while, he finishes off the troll and checks on Tinia. She's okay but unable to fight, and thinks about giving up. But MC takes the gem out of her mouth and tells her to rest. He then jumps up as high as he can. Elsewhere, a contestant hides while overlooking the island. But behind him, MC appears. He knocks his weapon out of his hand and puts his blade to his neck. MC robs him but lets him live. Suddenly, MC feels something. From above, another contestant looks down at him. He thinks MC is too strong for him and runs away. But as he tries to get away, MC is there and knocks him out. The process is repeated, and one by one, he takes care of his competition. He defeats an elf, but as she tries to forfeit, he takes away her return stone. He has some beef with elves and is going to bully this one. After that, only 2 contestants are left. MC and Tinia. She thanks him for everything and then forfeits. Fireworks go off in celebration of his victory. For once in his life, he got first place, and he won. He's teleported to the reward room. Grendel welcomes him with a big hug. MC asks about the reward, so Grendel tells him this is the place only the winner has access to. Since Grendel was his guide, he also got a prize. He points MC to the castle door for his reward. He tells him to hurry since he'll only have a limited time in there. He looks at his watch, and it seemed like he'll only have about 3 hours and 20 minutes. He pushed the door open and entered. Initially, there's nothing in the room. It's empty. But suddenly, birds made of golden energy swarm around him. One enters him, and all his stats are boosted by 1. Then more birds start to enter him and boost his stats. But it soon slows down. One last bird enters him, and he prepares to leave. But then a gate falls and blocks the exit. He gets a pop-up. The Hall of Trials has begun. The test is too difficult for the user's current level, so extra rewards will be given if he is successful. Doors open, and bird golems carrying hammers walk out. MC wonders why the guards are coming out. He should still have time left. But then he remembered he had his watch on him the day he met He-Hun, and Winry stopped time. Basically, the watch has been broken ever since then. So with no other choice, he uses the fixed load ticket he got for overcoming his limits. The birds attack him, but MC catches their heavy hammer. No one from Earth would have been able to block that attack. But since he loaded Hercules, it's not much for him. He throws one of the bird golems into the crowd, but it gets back up. He figures out that breaking its core is the fastest way to kill it. But their cores are constantly moving because of magic. But he doesn't know magic, so he summons a metal club. He proceeds to swing at the golems. He smashes one of them to pieces. Another one tries to sneak attack him, but MC catches on and breaks its leg. As it falls, he swings up. They keep moving even after his hits, so he decides to turn them into dust and goes berserk. This leaves some golems in awe. Their bodies are made of steel, but one by one, he breaks them down. With the last golem down, he levels up. The system tells him his reward will be given outside, and the exit is unblocked. With that, we're basically caught up to SSS class Gacha Hunter. So this is all for a while. In the meantime, if you want more videos, check out the video here. As always, thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more plot.
Okay, that's another one. I am back.
One day, a strange gate suddenly appears in various corners of the world. Even though there was no impact from the appearance of the gate, many people protested and complained because they felt anxious about the strange gate. Han Yejin is a young man who does a lot of work to support himself and his little brother, who is going to college. His parents died, and he only had one younger brother. After working as a porter, Yejin and his co-workers go home by car because their job is done. On the way, Yejin saw the gate and felt strange because the gate he usually saw was dark, not red like what was in front of him now. Suddenly there was an earthquake, and Yejin immediately got out of the car. But what happened after was a disaster. A big bird-like dinosaur out of nowhere appeared in the middle of the city. The gate that didn't react at first suddenly released a lot of monsters. A gate that connects the earth with another dimension is called a dungeon. Dungeons that had not been destroyed became full with monsters, and eventually, the gate exploded. This is what people called a dungeon break. And in the midst of this situation that occurred simultaneously all over the world, millions of people fell as victims. But during the chaos, suddenly one of Yejin's co-workers has power that has never existed before. She became a human being's hope, namely Awakener. The awakened people have the power to be able to fight monsters. Since then, the awakened person has become the center of the world's attention. They become monster hunters who also hunt in dungeons. At one point, the hunter became one of the most important jobs in the world. And Yejin's younger brother, Han Yuyan, was one of the chosen people to become a hunter. His younger brother, who he loved so much, awakened and became one of the human strongest awakened on Earth. Yuyan became an S-level hunter and was nicknamed the Lord of Black Fire. 8 years have passed, and now Hunter is the center of world attention. The hunters explained that everyone who awakened had the skill with the lowest F and strongest S levels. They have a status screen that contains the name of the skill and the description of the skill. Much like video games, hunters believe that the conditions under which skills are awakened greatly affect the type of skill and its strength. Currently, materials obtained from dungeons can be sold for money. Magic crystals that can only be obtained in dungeons can be sold at very high prices. One magic crystal can be sold for thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Korea's strongest hunter, Han Yuyan, is an example of the true success of a hunter. He who was awakened when he was still in high school without parents could form a guild named Abbeys, which after 8 years Abbeys became the strongest guild in Korea. He is rumored to have wealth that cannot be measured. In contrast to his younger brother, Yejin is currently only an F-level hunter who only has the lowest level skill called Caregiver. Yejin, who has separated from his brother Yohyun, is now in need of money. He begged his acquaintances to join their party and enter the dungeon, but as usual he could only be insulted by the rest of the party because he was useless. Moreover, Yejin is famous because every time he joins a hunter group, he is always the only survivor when all the other members die in the dungeon. One of them said that Yejin was so useless that even his younger brother, who was the strongest hunter, never cared about him anymore. Yejin became angry and immediately grabbed the man's collar, but instead he was beaten back. Yejin's acquaintance, who was the leader of the party, immediately helped Yejin and healed his wound with his healing skills. But Yejin instead smiled slyly. It turned out that Yejin had activated his caregiver skill on the party leader. He was sure he could harness the power of the party leader. In the end, Yejin managed to get into the D-level dungeon. However, as a rank F, Yejin is only assigned as a miner whose job is only to take magic crystals from the bodies of dead monsters. While mining, he remembered his younger brother who had left him. When Yejin was in the military, Yuyan didn't listen to his ban on becoming a hunter, and even Yuyan made his own guild. In the end, he was alone when Yuyan left him. After that, Yejin, who was angry at the situation, went to a broker who could force a person's body to awaken. Yejin used all his money, but in the end he only ended up with an F rank after awakening. Yejin then was blasphemed by the media, and it was said that he was just jealous of his brother and even owed money to be awakened, but in the end he was just trash. Yuyan even came to him and said that his caregiver skills were just trash and he was only trying to lick Yuyan's wealth. After that he left Yuyan's life because he didn't want to be a parasite to Yuyan. Basically, Yejin's caregiver skill is a support type skill that can be activated when Yejin says a keyword, which is cheer up to someone he wants to influence. The skill only gives a little buff. But the skill has another effect, namely when the person he affects dies, he can get twice the strength of that person for a few moments. That's why he survived, because he could always escape using twice the power of his dead comrades. But suddenly the effect was active. Yejin was shocked and realized that the leader of the party was dead. He immediately ran towards his group. But in end he could only be shocked when he saw the poison dragon king, Lachitas. He believes that Lachitas is the strongest dragon that only exists in level S dungeons, which are said to be invincible. But why can Lachitas be in a level D dungeon like this? Yejin, who was surprised, immediately activated the skill he got from his dead leader. He ran towards a tunnel that might be able to let him escape from Lachitas. However, because the monster's movement was very fast, it could attack Yejin instantly. Yejin, who was hit by Lachitas' attack, bounced off and hit the wall hard. When Yejin was in pain, his skills suddenly activated and memories of his leader who had died flowed into Yejin's memory. He saw that a leveled C hunter alone was nothing to Lachitas. He also realized that Lachitas would not be defeated by him. Yejin gave up and thought that he would die right there. Unexpectedly, Yejin's brother suddenly came and saved him. Yuyan immediately took out his sword and fought Lachitas. He activated his skill Blue Willow Leaves, which he used as a foothold to be able to fly, then immediately slashed Lachitas with his black flames. A fierce battle ensued. Yuyan, who tried to protect Yejin, made his movements restricted and he was cornered. Yejin shouted for Yuyan, but instead he was scolded and asked why Yejin entered the dungeon again after breaking his leg in the previous dungeon. Yuyan shouted why his brother couldn't realize that he was too weak and made it difficult for Yuyan. Yejin also thought that maybe the reason his younger brother came to help was because he was afraid of causing him trouble again, not because he wanted to help his brother. Yejin, who was disappointed, provoked Placidas to attack him while saying that after this, Yejin would die and Yuyan would no longer have to suffer because of his useless brother. Yuyan, who saw it, panicked and immediately protected Yejin. But what happened next was Yuyan's body being pierced by Placidas' skill. At that time, all of Yejin's memories came back when his parents died and only Yuyan was by his side. Yejin then came to his senses and tremblingly asked if his brother was okay. But Yuyan only said that Yejin should be able to run and be safe and leave him. Yejin, who was confused, remembered when Yuyan kicked him out when he asked Yuyan for help. He keeps pushing Yejin from his life. But why is Yuyan now even helping him and even willing to die for him? Yuyan then gave a stone that could make Yejin get out of the dungeon. Yejin said that they should try to heal Yuyan's wounds first. Yuyan smiled slightly and said that it was useless now. Yuyan closed his eyes and Yejin's caregiver skill was activated. His skill explained that Yuyan, who had died, made him inherit 2 times of Yuyan's strength for 1 hour. An angry Yejin hugged his brother while crying. He was blindly angry and promised that he would kill Placidas to avenge Yuyan's death. Yejin immediately flew up and fought Placidas. At that time Yejin's skills were active again and Yuyan's memories started flowing in his head. When Yejin was awakened to become a level F hunter, it turned out that Yuyan was afraid that Yejin would be kidnapped or killed by someone who hated him. Even though he had to pretend to hate Yejin, he felt it was better than endangering Yejin's life. In fact, Yuyan kept monitoring Yejin and helping him without Yejin knowing. He kept trying to make Yejin stop being a hunter because he knew how difficult and scary being a hunter was. Yejin, who knew the fact, became so hostile and slashed Placidas blindly. Because at this time Yejin has 2 times the strength of the strongest S-level hunter in Korea, he can corner Placidas so that he finally kills that poison dragon. At that time, 1 hour had passed and Yejin's skill expired. He muttered and said that in the end he would die too from the poison that came out of Placidas' corpse. After that the system said that Yejin's achievement of killing Placidas was an unimaginable achievement. He got the legendary title of Dragon Slayer. He also got a wish stone that can grant all his wishes. But the system said that reviving the dead would not be possible. Yejin actually wanted to hope that he can become a stronger hunter than his younger brother. Become the most powerful hero in the world so he can protect all humans and his loved ones. But he regretted the death of his brother and that there were no more people he loved in this world. He finally said that he wanted to turn back the time when Yuyan was still alive and he had not been awakened. He promised to follow Yuyan's words and live in peace. Yejin closed his eyes and prayed that a tragedy like this would not happen again. When Yejin opened his eyes again, he woke up in Yuyan's Abbey's guild. He immediately checked his cell phone and made sure that time really had returned. He returned to the day when he argued with Yuyan before going to the person who could awakening him. Then the door in the room opened and Yuyan entered while scolding him. Yejin, who was carried away by emotion, immediately ran to hug Yuyan. He apologized and said that he would obey Yuyan and would not cause any trouble from now on. Yuyan hugged him back and said that he was grateful and relieved that Yejin would listen to him. Yejin smiled and said that he loved him. He made up his mind that he would completely forget his dream of becoming a hunter and would live quietly from now on. Suddenly the system said that Yejin was confirmed to be the awakened. His skills, the Dragon Slayer and Perfect Caregiver, have been granted. The Perfect Caregiver skill has activated with Yuyan as the target. System said Yuyan had been given a growth buff of 2 times. Yejin, who was shocked, could only remain silent with dumb face. Yuyeon cooking and Yujin waiting for him. Yujin, who felt doubtful, recalled that today was the day when he and Yuyeon were great in the past. But now, after Yujin turned back time, everything changed. He never even thought he could eat with his little brother again. Yujin then opened his status window. He never imagined that he could be awakened again. He even got the title of Dragon Slayer, which he thought would disappear when he decided to turn back time. After Yujin opened the title, he saw that the skill of the title really didn't make sense to him. He was even surprised to find that there was a legendary skill in this world. Because to his knowledge, the highest skill a hunter has is SS level skill. Yujin gets a lot of skills from his title. Apart from getting a lot of resistance skills, he also got a skill that allows him to deal twice the damage to enemies with the dragon element type. Yujin imagines that this is when he will become the world's strongest hunter and he can be cocky in front of his brother. Yujin thought that at this time, he would definitely be awakened to become a level S hunter. He immediately opened his status. However, what Yujin saw was that his status remained the same as before, a rank of level F hunter. The disappointed Yujin could only remain silent. Yujin saw that all of his previous skills remained the same as before he turned back time. Only the caregiver's skills have changed. His skill, which was only level E, is now a legendary level. He opened his sub-skills and was surprised to find that the buff he could give after saying the keyword was now double the target growth. Even if this skill is combined with his other skills, he can make his younger brother twice as strong. Yujin, who is too happy, finally fantasizes that this is the time for him to make Abyss the strongest guild in the world. But after seeing that his new keyword was to say I love you, Yujin became depressed. The keyword changed when he previously said it to Yuyeon. He imagined that if he said I love you to everyone, he would definitely be thought crazy and go to jail. Yujin's last skill is Promising Sprouts. He could see the optimal potential of every hunter. A skill that he thinks is very useful for recruiting hunters. Yuyeon then came and told Yujin to eat. While eating his brother's cooking, Yujin said that Yuyeon's cooking was very good. Yuyeon smiled and then said that his cooking skill was growing because he had to survive, especially when many people tried to poison his food. He thought that cooking alone was a good thing for him. Yuyeon looked at Yujin and then said that many people continue to disturb his life and find his weaknesses. Because of that, Yuyeon pretended to stay away from Yujin for Yujin's safety. But now he knows that his brother really loves him, and he promised to protect Yujin from now on. After they finished eating, Yuyeon said that he had work and wanted to go out. Yujin also stood up, but Yuyeon said that from now on Yujin couldn't leave his house and would stay there. Yuyeon said that Yujin would be under the protection of the Abyss Guild. Yuyeon explained that Yujin was previously safe because Yuyeon had cut off their relationship. But now that they are close again, surely the enemy will try to hurt Yujin. Therefore, Yuyeon made him under the strict supervision of his guild. Yujin gets annoyed and wonders if this is the effect of turning back time. His brother became very protective. Yujin, who didn't accept it, immediately ran and intended to run away. But when he opened the door, Yujin saw a big man there. He is Hunter Kim Songhan. He is the tanker of Abyss Guild. Songhan said that the guild master sent him so he wouldn't let Yujin leave the house. He even threatened Yujin to obey him. However, because of the effect of the fear resistance skill, Yujin is not afraid of Songhan, He even considers Songhan as a big bear. At that time, Eugen's promising sprout skill was active, and he saw that Songhan had the potential to become an S-rank hunter. The system explained that the target had not been affected. The system explains again that after being influenced by the Eugen skill keyword, the target can receive the optimal skill and can become an S-rank hunter. Eugen smiled slyly and thought of influencing Songhan so he could run away. But when he saw Songhan's scary face, he hesitated and finally failed. After a while, Yuyeon came and asked how Eugen was. Eugen said that he felt imprisoned and wanted to get out. But Yuyeon only said that he would make Abyss the strongest guild in Korea so that no one would dare to hurt Eugen again. Only after that Eugen can be free. Feeling afraid that he will continue to be imprisoned, Eugen begins to think that he must find a famous hunter who will be awakened and then use them so that Abyss can quickly become the strongest guild in Korea. He remembered that there would be a teenager who would be awakened to become a top-rank A hunter. After thinking for a while, Eugen convinced Yuyeon that he would look for an A-level hunter and make him Eugen's bodyguard. Yuyeon, who was suspicious, immediately asked if Eugen had been awakened. Eugen, who felt he couldn't be honest because his skills were too overpowered, finally admitted that he had just awakened. His skills could be used to see someone's potential to become a hunter. The skill level is only F and can only be used once a month. Yuyeon, who felt that it was not too dangerous, finally allowed Eugen. Eugen then determined that he would find a lot of S-level hunters to become his bodyguards. The next day, Eugen and Songhan came to the hunter agency to register Eugen as an official hunter. Then he went to the shopping mall to shop for equipment. He bought several hunter accessories and immediately went home to find hunters who could be used as bodyguards. Eugen remembered that there would be an A-rank hunter named Park Yerim. Yerim lived in the vicinity of the mall earlier, and she helped a relative who opened a restaurant after her parents died. She was awakened at the age of 18 and became one of the strongest rank A hunters in the past. After going around to various restaurants looking for Yerim, Eugen accidentally saw a woman who was arguing with someone else. He is sure that the woman is Yerim, the hunter he is looking for. Yerim, who was angry, ran, and Eugen immediately chased her. Emotionally, Yerim kept running until she didn't realize that a car was about to crash into her. Eugen, who saw that, immediately helped Yerim and saved her. After that, Eugen invited Yerim to eat. Eugen said that Yerim has the potential to be awakened. He said that he had a skill that could help someone awaken. Eugen proposed that he would become Yerim's sponsor and make her a hunter. Eugen pulled out a magic contract and explained that Yerim would become the Abyss Guild hunter and be his bodyguard. Yerim said that she wanted to sign the contract as long as she could be independent and live away from her uncle. Yerim explained that her uncle was the person who was supposed to protect her, but instead, she was being exploited. Suddenly someone shouted from outside the restaurant. That person was Yerim's uncle, and he immediately pulled Yerim. He told Yerim to work again, or else she would be beaten. Eugen, who saw that, immediately helped Yerim. When he saw Yerim, Eugen realized that all this time, Yerim had always been forced to work non-stop until she often starved. Yerim's shoes are no longer suitable for use and are very worn out. Yerim must have felt very depressed, so she said that she wanted to be independent and live without her uncle. Yerim even explained that her uncle took all the inheritance from her parents without giving her a dime. Yerim's uncle, who was annoyed, intended to slap Yerim. But Eugen slyly pretended to fall when he was pushed by Yerim's uncle. He acted like someone who had been beaten and looked in pain. The annoyed uncle immediately pulled Eugen's collar, but Eugen tripped him so he fell. Eugen then threatened Yerim's uncle never to touch Yerim again. From outside the restaurant, the screams of many people could be heard. Songhan enters and warns everyone of the danger. He screamed and told everyone to run because there were monsters around there. The dungeon break happened in the middle of town, and everyone panicked. Songhan, as a tanker, immediately used his skill and told Eugen to get out of there immediately. Eugen became very confused because he was sure there had never been a dungeon break there. Songhan, as a veteran hunter, jumps and attacks the monster. While they were fighting, the monster used its skill and tried to attack the Yerim. Eugen, who doesn't stay silent, uses the table and makes it a shield to protect them. Eugen then grabbed Yerim's arm and took her running to the shelter. After telling Yerim to wait inside the shelter, Eugen intends to immediately go to Songhan and help him. Eugen knows that type of monster is very troublesome because it can only be defeated by a one-hit attack. Songhan, as a tanker, has no chance of winning. When Eugen was about to leave, Yerim stopped him and said that she would help, so Eugen had to make her awaken. Eugen refused Yerim's request because Yerim was too young, and the situation at that time was too risky for a newbie hunter that had just awakened. He left Yerim and immediately ran to Songhan. He told Songhan to use his barrier and shouted that he had a plan. Seonghan, who saw Eugen coming, told Eugen that he had to return because the situation there was very dangerous. The raging monsters were so powerful. Eugen confidently said that he had a plan. Eugen told Seonghan to use his shield skill again. At first, Seonghan doesn't want to listen to Eugen, but after being told the plan, Seonghan finally agrees to obey Eugen. He used his shield skill and confined the monster. Seonghan himself just found out that it turns out that his skill can be used like that, and it is thanks to Eugen. After the monster was trapped, Eugen immediately ran towards the monster. Previously, Eugen had purchased an A-rank poison item just in case of an emergency. And it was times like these that he could use the poison. Eugen plans to destroy the poison orb in Seonghan's barrier, and then Seonghan will close the barrier perfectly. The monsters trapped inside would be unable to escape, and would be poisoned to death. But when Eugen looked inside Seonghan's barrier, the monster had disappeared. The monster managed to escape and pulled Eugen. When the situation is precarious like that, Yerim suddenly comes and intends to help Eugen. Yerim hit the monster and distracted it so Eugen could run away. When Eugen and Yerim were running, Eugen asked why Yerim was there. Yerim was just an ordinary citizen. Eugen clearly said that Yerim was still too young and had not awakened yet. But Yerim can only say that she knows that. Therefore she needs Eugen's power so she can be awakened. Yerim felt that Eugen was a person who genuinely cared for her, even when her uncle ran away without caring about her. When monsters attacked Yerim, Eugen was the one who helped her. Yerim also felt angry with herself because she could only hope others could protect her. She really wanted the power to be able to defend herself. Yerim no longer wanted to be constrained by age and expected to be pitted by others. She wants the strength to be able to live to be herself. Eugen, who was touched by Yerim's words, finally grabbed Yerim's hand. That's when a miracle happened. The rise of a Korean ice queen who will be the most talked hunter in the next few days. The system explained that Yerim had awakened to an S-ranker. Yerim, who wanted to measure her strength, hit the monster. But what Eugen and Seonghan saw was crazy. The power of the S-rank hunter is beyond their logic. Yerim then picked a stick and flew towards the monster. But because she still can't control her strength, Yujin can only yell so that Yerim doesn't go too far and instead hurts the people around her. Yujin, who saw Yerim, could only smile too. He didn't expect the hunter who used to be called the Ice Witch to smile like that. At that time, suddenly someone approached Yujin and used his black fire. Yuyeon came and helped Yerim kill the monster in one hit. Yujin, who saw that, called Yuyeon, but what Yuyeon did afterwards only scolded Yujin. But Yujin said that he had found a hunter who would become his bodyguard, an S-rank hunter named Park Yerim. Yujin then explained that he would be the custodian for Yerim. Yuyeon, who was shocked, could only protest. And Yerim, who heard that, was confused. Seong-han explained to Yerim that the custodian was the guardian of an awakened hunter who was still underage. In short, Yujin will be a temporary parent to Yerim. Surprised, Yerim said that Yujin didn't need to do that, and Yuyeon agreed. Yuyeon explained that there were many cases of high-level hunters disobeying and assaulting guardians, not to mention that Yujin was only an F-rank hunter. Yujin, who was already too annoyed, finally got angry. He finally said that he would become the Yerim's guardian, and his decision was final. He shooed Yuyeon away and said that the guild leader should clean up the mess after the dungeon break, not talk to him. After Yuyeon left, Yujin told Yerim to sit down. He took Yerim's shoes and put them on Yerim's feet. He said the shoes were too worn out and Yujin would buy new ones for her. Yujin said that he wanted to be a guardian for Yerim because he knew what Yerim felt. When his parents died, he had no one who could help him. Yerim smiled and said she was happy that Yujin wanted to be her guardian. Yujin returned Yerim's smile, and said that he loved Yerim. Yerim, who heard that, could only laugh. At that time, the system explained that Park Yerim had been influenced by the keywords. Suddenly, from a distance, Yerim's uncle came. He asked if Yerim had awakened. Yerim replied that she had been awakened, and had made a contract with Yujin. His uncle is angry and doesn't accept it because Yujin arbitrarily makes contracts with minors. However, Yujin explained that Yerim, who was 15 years old, was already under a special law regarding hunters. Every hunter over the age of 14 can be independent. Yujin also said that he had footage and CCTV as proof that Yerim's uncle always exploited and committed violence against Yerim. Yerim's uncle, who was angry, immediately attacked Yujin. However, Yerim soon intervened and threatened her uncle. She said that she had been patient enough all this time, and if her uncle interfered anymore with her life or Yujin's life, Yerim would not stay silent. Since then, Yerim officially became a member of Abby's guild and became Yujin's bodyguard. A week passed. Yujin and Yuyeon talked with each other. They came to see Yerim, who was practicing. They were shocked to see Yerim's practice room, which was in ruins. Yujin watched Yerim's progress and could only be astonished. Yerim, who saw Yujin, came and greeted him. However, Yujin was even more surprised to see Yerim, who had changed entirely. Yerim explained that she had completely changed her style and cut her hair. Yerim also explained that now she has several new skills. She gets the Shadowless Day as crowd control and White Corpse, which functions is to draw out information from corpses. After that, Yerim went to the hunter's office and registered herself as the 8th rank S hunter in Korea. Yujin, who had terrible experiences with crowds and the media, could only watch Yerim from afar. Yujin recalled that so many things had changed. Yerim, who was supposed to be awakened at the age of 18, has now awakened at the age of 15. The Park Yerim that he remembered before had also completely changed. Yerim smiled a lot and very confident. Even a dungeon break that should never have happened suddenly appeared. Yujin, who didn't want to overthink, finally decided to use his skills and look for potential hunters. All he saw were low-level hunters there. But suddenly, Yujin ran and approached someone. Yujin pulled the person's hand. He thought that he would use his skill again to sharpen a diamond that had never shone in his previous life. A hunter with SS rank potential that never existed before he turned back time. Yujin greets a rank F hunter named Myungwoo. Yujin pretended to be his acquaintance. He saw the potential of Myungwoo, who could get an SS rank skill as a master smithy. Skills that focus on making weapons and equipment. A skill he never knew and a skill that had never awakened before. Yujin was sure that if Myungwoo awakened the skill, Myungwoo would become one of the most important hunters in the world. Yujin asked if Myungwoo had just awakened. Myungwoo agreed and said that he was only a level F hunter. He only registered himself as a hunter to get subsidies from the government. Yujin then invited him to get together to get basic education for hunters in his guild. But Seonghan came and grabbed Yujin. He said that only guild members could get basic education at Abby's guild. Myungwoo, who saw Seonghan, asked how Yujin knew Seonghan. Yujin then proudly said that Abby's guild master was his little brother. Yujin again invited Myungwoo to join him in his guild. Myungwoo, who didn't remember Yujin, tried to refuse, but Yujin still forced him. He said that Myungwoo deserved it. Myungwoo, who was touched, then cried very loudly. Yujin, who was surprised to see that, asked Myungwoo to sit down. Myungwoo then apologized because he had cried earlier. He explained that it had been a long since anyone had said he deserved something valuable. Since childhood, Myungwoo has been very good at making things. But when he grew up, his parents said it was all useless and told him to study and become an employee. But all of them went downhill from there. He has no talent for studying. His life was in trouble, to the point where he already had a lot of debt wrapped around him. Yujin just looked down. He said that he also knew what it was like to live like that. Even after he turned back time, everything remained the same. Hunters are distinguished in rank. Only hunters who are good at fighting and healers are accepted. If you are not one of them, you are just an F rank, both a hunter and within society. Yujin thought about what would happen to Myungwoo if Yujin didn't help him and knew about Myungwoo's extraordinary talent. Yujin stood up and said that he didn't care about other people's opinions. Who cares if other people can't see your true worth? This world is already hard enough to live in, even if you have confidence. Yujin encouraged Myungwoo and said his skill keywords. I love you, Myungwoo, and the system explained that Myungwoo had been influenced. Yujin thought that fate would run smoothly afterwards, but what happened was the rejection from the Abbey's guild team leader, Suk Sim-young. He asked how Yujin could invite a stranger to receive a guild education. He explained that guild education is the same as a reference for some promising individuals. How could he give that to trash of unknown origin? Myungwoo, who heard that, could only accept the harsh reality. Myungwoo ran while crying and got out of there. Yujin came to Myungwoo and said that the team leader was very cruel. He will contact Yohyan and ask for his help. But Myungwoo refused. He said that he was pretty happy with Yujin, who encouraged him. Myung-woo said he was going home and would look for a job elsewhere. Myung-woo said that there was somewhere that offered him a job, and he would be picked up. A car came, and Yujin saw some thugs greeting them and going to pick up Myung-woo. Yujin, who saw it, could only feel a bad feeling that would befall Myung-woo if he joined the thugs. Myung-woo being threatened by thugs.
They ordered Myung-woo
to pay the debt. Myung-woo then gave the subsidy money he got when he officially became a hunter. Yujin, who saw Myung-woo, gave his money and got into the car panicked. Yujin asked if they were loan sharks, and where would they take Myung-woo. The annoyed thugs stared at Yujin horribly. Yujin, who was scared and didn't want to leave Myung-woo alone, finally decided to come with them. In the car, one of the thugs asked Yujin where he knew Myung-woo. Yujin explained that he was Myung-woo's friend and he was a level F hunter just like Myung-woo. Yujin said that he also needed money, so he went with them. The thugs explained slyly and told Yujin the job that will be given to them. The work is a magic crystal miner in dungeon. Yujin, who knows they are scammers who will give jobs to low-level hunters and make them pay 80% of their income as a protection fee. Yujin looked at Myung-woo and felt sorry. This job was very dangerous because smuggled miners like Myung-woo would not be given equipment and most likely be used as living shields. He thought maybe this is the cause why Myung-woo never able to awaken his SS skill. Maybe Myung-woo already dead in the past timeline. Not long after that, they all arrived at the office of the thugs. Yujin pretends to be happy because he can finally get a job. Yujin and Myung-woo then entered their office. Suddenly, one of the thugs kicked Yujin. They then beat Myung-woo. They said debtors like Myung-woo deserved to be beaten. Myung-woo, who was in pain, apologized to Yujin. He felt the burden of endangering Yujin, and bringing him there. A thug then pulled Yujin and made him sit down. He ordered Yujin to sign a magic contract. If Yujin violates the contract, he will get a level D curse. Besides Yujin, Myung-woo was forced to sign the contract. Yujin, who was annoyed to see that, took Myung-woo's contract and tore it up. At that time, the system explained that Yujin was cursed by a magic contract. But because of Yujin's legendary skill, the level D curse is useless. Yujin then beat up the boss thugs there. After that, Yujin took out his cell phone. It turned out that he had called and led Songhan to follow him since Yujin and Myung-woo got into the car. Songhan, who came immediately, beat the other thugs easily. He beat all the thugs blindly. Songhan, who had beaten up all the thugs, asked Yujin what he should do. Yujin said that he would repay their actions. He made a rank S magic contract and ordered the thug boss to sign it. He made a contract stating that 90% of their income would belong to Yujin for 50 years. The thugs who didn't accept it rejected the contract. They said it didn't make sense. But Yujin took out all the contract that was in their drawer. All the contract contained that F-rank hunters also had to pay them 90%. Yujin then kicked the thug boss and called him trash. Yujin threatens the thugs and says if they don't sign the contract from Yujin, the Abbey's guild will destroy them. After finishing dealing with the thugs, Myung-woo thanked Yujin while crying. Yujin calmed Myung-woo, and saying that he would continue to help Myung-woo as a friend. Yujin and Myung-woo then went back to the Abbey's guild. Yujin then made a scene in the guild and got Myung-woo a dorm in the guild. Yujin explained to Myung-woo that he would get a dorm when he received basic hunter education. But after that, Yujin suggested Myung-woo to become a housekeeper and live with him. Yujin said that he didn't intend to make Myung-woo do the housework. He only meant so Myung-woo had a reason to stay with him. Myung-woo, who was touched, immediately hugged Yujin while thanking
Oh
him.
god, that guy's all worried.
When
Yes.
Yujin was about to leave the house, he saw Songhan waiting for him.
Songhan then asked Yujin to
Songhan then asked Yujin to go somewhere.
Songhan invited Yujin to go
Songhan
to a bar.
invited Yujin to go to a bar.
Yujin asked Songhan why he took
Yujin
him.
asked Songhan why he took him there.
Songhan just said that he wanted
Songhan
to
just
apologize
said
to
that he
Yujin.
wanted to apologize to Yujin.
Songhan said that he used to
Songhan said that he used to think of Yujin as a pebble that always got in Yuyon's way. But he realized that he misjudged
Again,
Yujin.
duck.
He realized that Yujin was a good person. Songhan explained that Yujin had helped him when he was fighting monsters in Dungeon Break. Yujin also earned Yerim's trust and became her protector, even willing to be in danger to help his friend.
Okay.
Yujin screamed in his heart.
Yujin screamed in his heart that it was all just a misunderstanding. Yujin did it all for his own sake. But Yujin realized that maybe that misunderstanding was a good thing. With this misunderstanding, he planned to influence Songhan with his skills. Yujin, who was happy, immediately raised his glass and asked Songhan to get drunk that night. Songhan agreed to Yujin's invitation. While drinking, he told Yujin about his story.
Songhan was awakened while protecting
Songhan
his
was
grandfather.
awakened while protecting his grandfather.
His parents died long time ago.
His parents died long time ago, and he was raised up by his grandfather from then.
Songhan is very grateful.
Songhan is very grateful to Yuyeon because he helped Songhan a lot. When his grandfather was still alive and ill, Yuyeon even hired a high-class hunter from abroad to try to heal his grandfather.
Songhan said that the guild master
Songhan
is
said that the guild master is someone who understands the meaning of family in his life. Therefore Yujin must understand why Yuyeon is trying so hard to protect him.
Yujin, who heard that, just smiled.
Yujin, who heard that, just smiled and said that he knew that.
Yujin kept handing Songhan a
Yujin
drink
kept
cup
handing
while smiling
Songhan a
slyly.
drink cup while smiling slyly.
He intended to make Songhan drunk.
He
so
intended to make
could say, "I
Songhan
love
drunk so he could
Songhan."
easily say "I love you" to Songhan.
But he realized because of his
poison
Yujin
resistant
couldn't get
skill, Yujin couldn't get drunk.
Yujin tried to turn off his poison
Yujin tried to turn off
hoped
his
he could
poison
get drunk.
resistance and hoped he could get drunk.
When the skill off,
When the skill off, Yujin was knocked out on the bar counter and felt very drunk.
That was the last thing he remembered.
That was the last thing he remembered that day.
The next day,
The next day, Yujin woke up with a hangover headache.
But what he saw next,
But what he saw next was something very surprising.
Songhan entered his room carrying a
Songhan
bowl of
entered
water.
his room carrying a bowl of water.
Yujin, who was confused,
Yujin, who was confused, immediately checked his skills.
He sees that Songhan has been.
He sees that Songhan has been influenced. Songhan gave Yujin a hangover medicine while smiling. Seeing Songhan being too nice to him, Yujin became suspicious.
Yujin then remembered that yesterday.
Yujin then remembered that yesterday, after he was drunk, Yujin confessed his love to Songhan. He was sure that he just wanted to say the keyword, but the way he did was like expressing love. Feeling incredibly embarrassed, Yujin immediately knelt down and apologized to Songhan. But Songhan said that he sees Yujin was like his grandfather when he was drunk. He thought the "I love you" that Yujin said was very similar to what his grandfather often did when he was drunk.
Songhan said that he felt
Songhan said that he felt like taking care of Yujin because he was reminded of his grandfather.
Songhan also said he wanted.
Songhan also said he wanted to fulfill any regrets he have toward the one who raised him. Yujin suddenly remembered his perfect nurturer skills. The keywords he says will make the influenced object think of Yujin as the person of the one who nurtured them. And in Songhan case, his grandfather overlaps with Yujin as his nurturer. When remembering the people he influenced before, everything makes sense. Maybe that's why they became very close to Yujin. The effect must be stronger in Yuyeon case, since Yujin was already his nurturer.
Maybe that's why he.
Maybe that's why he felt his brother became so obsessed with him.
Suddenly felt scared.
He suddenly felt scared. This isn't influencing. but a brainwashing skill.
A skill that makes even S ranks.
A skill that makes even S ranks follow him without any doubt. A few days later, Myung-woo showed Yujin his cooking skills.
Said that he would start.
He said that he would start cooking for Yujin every day.
Said that Myung-woo didn't have to
Yujin
do
said that Myung-woo
but
didn't have to do that,
insisted.
but Myung-woo insisted.
He said cooking for Yujin is
He
not a
said
big
cooking
thing.
for Yujin is not a big thing for him. Suddenly the bell rang. Yujin immediately opened the door.
Yujin saw was the guild
What
leader.
Yujin saw was the guild leader.
He came and told them that hunter
He came and
education
told them
started.
that hunter education started today.
They were brought to the training ground.
They were
Given a
brought to the
simple
training
task.
ground and given a simple task to kill the monsters in front of them.
The guild leader said that
The guild leader said that practical training would be held first, then theory education afterwards.
shouted.
The angry Yujin shouted that this was not basic training.
Okay, let's
Usually,
see.
They will only be assigned to kill monsters one by one, not all at once like this.
Basically,
But Yerim, who was basically an S-rank hunter, only smiled happily.
she was happy to see all.
She was happy to see all the monsters and immediately killed them.
Said
Yerim proudly said that they were really weak.
in the control room. A
In the
woman
control
came and said
room,
that this is
a
all
woman
according
came
to
and said that this is
expectations.
all according to expectations.
The level of an S-rank hunter.
The
was
level of a
indeed
S-rank
cannot be
hunter was
underestimated,
indeed cannot
even
be
though she was just a
underestimated,
newbie.
even though she was just a
The
newbie.
guild leader greeted
The guild leader greeted the woman.
this training.
The
was too
woman
much for
asked if this
newbies like
training was too much for newbie like them.
The guild leader replied that she
But the
doesn't
guild
have to
leader
worry.
replied that she doesn't have to worry.
In fact, he was more
In
worried
fact,
about Yujin
he
and
was more
Myung-woo
worried
not
about
getting a
Yujin
chance
and
to fight.
Myung-woo not getting a chance to fight.
Unexpectedly,
A monster managed to escape from Yerim, and immediately ran to attack Myung-woo. Myung-woo, who was scared, could only run while crying.
Yujin, who saw that immediately
Yujin, who saw that, immediately saved Myung-woo.
Yujin explained that the monsters
Yujin explained that the monsters they were going to fight were only a rank F monsters.
The monsters could only attack
The
straight
monsters
because
could
their
only
eyesight
attack
was so
straight
bad
because
and
their
narrow.
eyesight was so bad and narrow.
Just by stabbing with a simple
Just
spear
by
move,
stabbing with a
they can
simple
easily
spear
defeat
move,
the monster.
they can easily defeated the monster.
The guild leader said that he wanted
The
to see
guild leader
Yujin's
said
true
that he
skill.
wanted to see Yujin's true skill.
He was quite
Honestly,
impressed with Yujin's
he was quite
abilities,
impressed with
who seemed
Yujin's
very
abilities,
experienced
who
and
seemed
calm.
very experienced and very
The
calm.
guild leader also said that
The guild
Yujin was
leader
very
also said that
suspicious.
Yujin was very suspicious.
Knowledgeable.
Not only knowledgeable about
contract that
monsters,
Yujin made for
the
Yerim
contract
was
that Yujin
practically
made for
industry
Yerim
standard.
was practically industry standard.
He felt that Yujin was hiding something.
He felt that Yujin was hiding something.
In the training room.
In the
said
training
that
room,
Yujin looked very
Myung-woo said that
experienced.
Yujin looked very experienced.
He looks very extraordinary.
He looks
Like a
very
hunter
extraordinary,
who's been active for
like a
several
hunter who
years.
has been active for several years.
Yujin hearing that
Became aware.
he suspected.
Not wanting
Yujin
to be
pretended
suspected,
scared.
Yujin pretended to be
The
scared.
guild leader who saw that could
The
only
guild
be
leader who
speechless
saw that could
and
only
say
be
that maybe his
speechless,
prediction
and
about
say
Yujin
that
was
maybe his
wrong.
prediction about Yujin was wrong.
Finished training.
When they
Myung-woo
finished
felt very
training,
exhausted.
Myung-woo felt very
In
exhausted,
contrast to Yerim,
in contrast to
very happy.
Yerim, who was very
the
happy.
guild leader came and
The guild
congratulated
leader
them on
came and
basic
congratulated them
training
on
safely.
completing basic training safely.
He said that Yerim passed perfectly.
He said that
But
Yerim
Yujin
passed
and
perfectly, but Yujin and Myung-woo were hopeless.
He then introduced a professor named
He then
Suk
introduced a professor named Suk
Hyun. The
Hyun.
professor will be in charge of teaching
The professor
them
will
about
be in
theory
charge of
education.
teaching them about theory education.
Yujin, who saw Professor Suk
Yujin,
Hyun,
who saw
shocked,
Professor
said
Suk
that
Hyun, was shocked and said that he knew her.
Yujin clearly remembered that the
Yujin
professor
clearly
was a
remembered
genius
that the
who
professor was a genius who went to America and discovered the principle of dungeon
The
formation.
head of the Scientist Association.
The head of the Scientist Association, who has authority on the study of dungeons all over the world.
Yujin then remembered the genius
Yujin then
professor's
remembered the
nickname,
genius
Dr.
professor's nickname, Dr. White.
Suk Hyun, who heard that smiled.
Suk
and said
Hyun,
that
who
not
heard
many
that
people
smiled and
about
said
the
that not many people knew about her nickname.
Yujin said that he knew Professor
Yujin
Suk
said
Hyun
that he knew
because
Professor
was
Suk
very
Hyun
interested in
because he
dungeons
was
that Suk
very
Hyun
interested in the
studied.
dungeons that Suk Hyun studied.
Yujin is aware that
Yujin is aware that currently Professor Suk Hyun is not well known.
Professor said that Yujin
The
was very
professor said that Yujin
Just
was
like
very
what
interesting,
said.
just like what her uncle said.
surprised.
Yujin was very surprised to learn that Dr. White was the nephew of the guild leader.
Professor said she was in
The
Abbey's
professor
guild
said that
because
she
there
was in the
research
Abbey's
being
guild
done.
because there was research being done.
Yujin then thought that this could be very
Yujin then
profitable
thought
for
that
him
this
in
could be
the future.
very profitable for him in the future.
In another place,
In another place, Yu Yon and Songhan were in the
They
dungeon.
had succeeded in killing the boss
They had
monster
succeeded in killing the boss monster there.
there. They are having a big problem.
But they are having a big problem with something.
Yuyon lifted the monster's arm.
Yu Yon
and found
lifted the
baby
monster's
monster there.
arm and found a baby monster there.
Yujin is now in the middle of studying
Yujin is
hunter
now in the
education.
middle of studying hunter education.
Dr. White explains that the world
Dr.
order
White
rapidly
explains that the
changed
world
after the
order
first
rapidly
dungeon break
changed
tragedy.
after the first dungeon break
The
tragedy.
Awakener has the power to change
The Awakener has the
structure of
power to
society,
change the structure of society,
primarily since the hunter found
primarily since the hunter found new elements in the dungeon. Technology is developing to the extreme level with magic stones as a new power source. Humanity quickly adapted to this sudden change and started implementing new systems to manage the awakened. This was the beginning of the creation of hunter associations in every country. Professor Suk Hyen then explained the ranking of the awakens. Awakened ranks are determined by comprehensively considering their stats and skill rankings. Yujin, who was listening, thought Professor Suk Hyen's explanation was very easy to understand. However, several sections needed to be corrected in the textbook, as this was from 5 years ago. The development of knowledge about awakening before Yujin turned back time is enough to explain about awakened skills. Actually, the skill is formed because of aptitude and environment. Professor who saw Yujin doubted her curriculum, asked if Yujin felt something was wrong. Yujin uncomfortably said that he thought of saying that skill manifesting in dangerous situations to protect oneself is too much. There are other cases of awakened manifesting skills entirely unrelated to combat. Yujin firmly said that self-protection doesn't have to do with awakening. Moreover, the study was only based on dungeon break, whereas many other hunters were already awakened afterwards. Professor Suk Hyen, who heard it, became excited.
She held Yujin's hand.
She held Yujin's hand and said that Yujin was very smart, and had even done individual research. The scared Yujin gave a signal to Yerim. Yerim then asked about the fate of becoming an S-rank hunter like her. Dr. White then explained the minimum salary for an S-rank hunter was $10 million. S-rankers were so rare that one could even count on one's fingers in every country. Not only in terms of strength, but the byproducts they brought from S-rank dungeons were of astronomical value. Magic stones, rare flora and fauna, fruits, and sometimes even live magical beasts. After Yujin finished the day's lesson, Yujin was surprised when he entered Yu Hyen's house. Yujin saw a monster cub from an S-rank dungeon. A monster called the Horned Fire Lion. The monster has high stats, is very fast, and has strong fire skills. It was a dangerous magical beast that even S-rankers had difficulty fighting with. Yu Hyen explained he brought the baby monster to be tamed. But even with the owner's token, taming a high-level monster was not easy. Moreover, taming skill is a very rare skill. Yu Hyen again used the owner's token and ordered the monster to come to him, but what happened was the monster intended to attack Yu Hyen. When Yu Hyen was about to strike back, fire attacks did not work on Horned Fire Lions. Yu Hyen, who was annoyed, locked the monster in his garden. Yu Hyen said that since he couldn't tame the monster, maybe he would kill it now. He explained that rather than someone else getting the monster, killing him was the right thing. Yujin thinks that killing the monsters would be a waste. Yujin saw the monster's skill and status were very high. However, he was sure that a powerful monster like the Horned Fire Lion could never be tamed, even in the future. At that time, the system suddenly explained that the monster had not been influenced by the keyword. Yujin, who was surprised, muttered that it turns out the skill can be used on monsters too, not just humans. Yujin smiled slyly and asked Yu Hyen's permission to take care of the monster. He plans to use his skills so that the monster can become a monster for Yu Hyen's mount. Yujin explained that giving up the rare opportunity of having a mounted beast as a rank S monster was a waste. Yujin said this monster was perfect for Yuhayan because of his fire resistance. Yujin believes that with the monster's power, Yuhayan will attain unapproachable power, and Yujin will receive tons of incentives as the one who tamed it. Seeing the monster, Yujin excitedly said that the first step was food. However, Yuhayan explained that besides meat, monsters also need magic stones at least C rank per meal. A 10 million won per meal. While the monster was eating, Yujin entered the garden. Yujin then took out his B rank belt and played with the monster. Yujin, who has experience part-time in a veterinary clinic, can easily make the cub monster to play with. But the level of monsters is indeed different from ordinary animals. Yujin then took out the owner's token and tried to tame the monster. The system explains that his skill, Perfect Nurturer, amplifies the effect of the owner's token. The horned lion that was affected by Yujin's skill became interested in Yujin. It acted cute to Yujin, but still fierce to Yuhayan. Yuhayan then ordered Yujin to raise the monster because it only obeyed Yujin. Hearing that, Yujin started dreaming of influencing a bunch of monsters and becoming a magic beast tamer. Yujin then intends to bring the monster to his dorm. Yuhayan, who was sad to hear that he was going to leave, said that he thought he would live with Yujin like before. Yujin, who didn't want to be locked up by his brother again, said he would often come to Yuhayan's house. Then Yujin said he would name it. Yujin picked Peace as the name. He hoped the monster should be full of love and peace. A few days passed, and Yujin, who was going to complete his basic education mission, was assigned to enter the dungeon. However, Yuhayan, who is super protective, forces them to join the mission. Yujin then asked Myungwoo and Yerim to choose weapons. After selecting weapons and potions, they prepared to enter the D-rank dungeon. Yuhayan gave him a gate stone so they could escape in emergencies. When Yujin saw the dungeon gate, he remembered when he was considered trash in the past. However, now he will enter the dungeon without debt, and be with people who care for him. Yujin smiled and promised to try hard to change his fate this time. Inside the dungeon, Yerim, who was seeing the contents of the dungeon for the first time, was stunned. But unexpectedly, Yuhayan used his skills and burned a mountain there. Yerim, who saw that, became angry. She protested why the guild master burned a beautiful mountain. Yuhayan explained that in the dungeon, they wouldn't know what was happening in the outside world. Therefore, as the strongest, Yuhayan's job is to secure safety and make things progress faster. He again explained that hunters only see the dungeon as a place for new skills and leveling up over time. Yujin then said he was looking forward to what skills Yerim would get. But actually, he could choose a skill for Yerim with his skill. Yujin then chose Pale Rain because he was sure it was the signature area skill that Yerim used to have. Yuhayan again explained that there is a big difference in hunter rank S and below. The higher one's rank is, the more difficult it would be to level up. Yuhayan said Yerim needs to focus on leveling up and not bother Yujin. Yerim, who was annoyed, then argued with Yuhayan. As usual, Yujin started to get annoyed and separated them. Yujin said that Yuhayan's job as a guild leader was to be a guide. And Yerim's job is to hunt and level up. So stop fighting and focus on their own mission. Yujin threatens not to want to see them again if they keep fighting. Forced by circumstances, Yuhayan and Yerim shook hands and made up. In another dimension, something called out that a person who had turned back time entered a dungeon. Someone then said that she had to find out where that person was. He said they could only intervene when that person was in a dungeon. Then the screen showed that what they were looking for was Yujin. Back in the dungeon, Yerim and Yuhayan are now getting along. Yerim herded the monster towards Yuhayan, then he burned it. They sent the monster to Yujin and Myungwoo and told them to kill it. Yujin ordered Myungwoo to stab the monster to get the last hit. He also asked Myungwoo to collect magic stones. That time, Yujin looked at Myungwoo's status and confirmed that Myungwoo's SS skill could be awakened. Apart from needing level 10, another requirement is sharpening 10,000 edged claws. Yujin, who saw that, became confused. It's not tools, but claws, a typo in the system. On the other hand, Yujin, who needed clarification, wondered where the details of Myungwoo's skills that he had never seen in the system came from. Even in the future, nothing's been revealed about the system. People only said that it was a miracle from God. But how can a god make a typo? Are these things being written manually? Everything seems confusing for Yujin. It was then that an even more surprising thing happened. The system absurdly displays a notification that says "Found you, then I'm sorry." Yuhayan suddenly shouted and ran towards Yujin. He and Yerim protect Yujin from a big attack. Yerim said that the dungeon boss had just attacked them. Yujin rebutted and said a D-rank dungeon monster boss wouldn't be able to make such a big attack. But what they saw next was the dungeon boss being eaten by a huge bird-shaped monster. Even though the boss of the dungeon had died, the existence of another monster that was stronger made the monster one-sidedly become the new boss of the dungeon. And they can only get out of the dungeon after killing that monster. Yujin became frightened. He remembered when a strange monster suddenly appeared in a low-level dungeon, making Yuhayan die. But knowing the identity of the monster, Yujin regained his composure. He said that the monster was weaker than Yuhayan. A rank dungeon boss called Golden Beakmia, a rank 2 bird monster with a fire attribute. Yujin explained that the beak is the primary weapon, and the weakness is the skull in the head. Yujin confidently said that they would get out of there alive. Yujin then ordered Yerim to create a barrier with her freezing skill. After that, Yujin ordered Yuhayan to kill the dungeon boss. Yuhayan immediately ran towards the monster. They fought fiercely. Yujin, who saw that, was confused because Yuhayan didn't want to fly and immediately attacked the monster's head. He then realized whether it was possible that, at this time, Yuhayan had not gotten his blue willow skill. But the next thing Yujin saw was Yuhayan using his blue willow leaves. But what Yuhayan is doing is so bizarre. Yujin shouted and said that Yuhayan should have jumped and stepped on the skills to be able to fly, not do weird stuff. Yuhayan, who heard that, obeyed Yujin. He became happy and said that this way, things would be easier. He immediately attacks the boss monster again and defeats it. Afterwards, Yuhayan said that Yujin was a genius. Yujin could think about making his skill an alternative to a flight skill. Yuhayan, who was very happy, continued to praise Yujin. When they came out of the dungeon, they were greeted by the panicked faces of the guild members. They said that the dungeon suddenly changed rank. Yuhayan then explained what happened in the dungeon. Seong Han, who saw Yujin, immediately came to him. He panicked and fell in front of Yujin while running. Myungwoo, who saw that, became gloomy. Myungwoo seemed to be thinking about something. Inside the guild, Yujin immediately headed to Peace's cage and asked him to play. Yujin then gave Peace food to eat and continued to play with him. After playing, Yujin recalled various strange things in the dungeon. The typo on the system and even talking to him via chat windows. Even the appearance of a rank A boss is very strange. Yujin panicked and wondered whether this was a butterfly effect from him turning back the time. This might be the reason why the system wanted to talk to him. However, Yujin screamed and said that it was none of his concern. The system should have explained all of that before it turned back time. He continued to say that even the system is way too unkind. If he knows, he won't choose the keyword as "I love you." but when he pressed the skill, the status window surprised Eugen. On the other hand, strange people say that the time they could intervene was too short. And it can't be helped, since they are unable to open the passage. They said Eugen could understand it even when they didn't give a detailed explanation. They are confident because they have made it as intuitive as possible. Eugen, who saw his skill become a roll book, was amazed. Eugen's skill in the form of a book shows Yuhayan and Yerem as S-rank hunters and 50 other empty columns. Yuhayan, who finished taking a shower, asked why Eugen looked pale. Eugen, who was in shock, could only say to himself that he couldn't possibly tell his brother about the mission he suddenly got. The mission that made him collect and raise 50 S-rank hunters. Eugen is now recording Peace training. He showed that Peace could defeat an F-rank monster in one strike. Eugen revealed that Peace's growth was very fast. He grew twice as big in just 2 days. Because Peace is so strong, Eugen has to use various equipment to avoid getting hurt. Last night, Eugen was drinking with Yuyon and confessed that he got an S-rank skill when he got to level 10. Magic Beast Tamer is the name of the skill that Eugen said. Because he's trying to hide his perfect nurturer skills, he thinks it's best to make an excuse and make a new skill for himself. He explained that his new skill allowed him to make a high-rank monster as a tamed monster. Yuyon, who heard that Eugen had gotten an S-rank skill, turned scary and intended to lock him up again. The frightened Eugen reasoned that they should use the skills Eugen had instead of hiding them. With Eugen's skills, they can raise Peace and more beast mounts for all members in Abby's guild. With skills like this, the dynamics of dungeon clearing will completely change. After Yuyon agreed with a heavy heart, Eugen immediately opened a training arena for Peace. Eugen thought that if he really got the mission to raise 50 S ranks as the system wanted, it would be better to brainwash monsters than people. Just then, he works hard and immediately trains monsters after completing practical basic education. The guild leader bowed to Eugen and said he was also very impressed with Eugen. He apologized for being rude to Eugen before. Without shame, he forced Eugen to join Abby's as an official member and made a big splash in the world of hunters. The guild leader explained that he would guarantee everything for Eugen as a magic beast tamer. Eugen, who felt above the clouds, explained that he didn't want to be a guild member. He plans to become an unaffiliated hunter, raise monster mounts for other guilds, and earn loads of money. Eugen felt that if he became a member of the Abby's guild, the other guilds would try their best to destroy Abby's and take him away. His skill as a beast tamer looks like a very tempting golden egg to others. He will become a freelancer who raises monsters for pay, and guarantees his safety and Yuyon. The guild leader became even more impressed with Eugen. He said he would not be able to win if he argued with him. He then asked for peace training tapes for negotiating material with other big guilds. After leaving there, the guild leader said that Eugen lacked self-awareness. Those who acquire unique skills are mostly unaware of their surroundings. It's because they're drunk on power, and he has seen countless awakened like that. But Eugen calmly predicted the situation and managed to turn negotiations in his favor. Eugen has a lot of talent that he never expected. Was Eugen always this talented? The guild leader wonders if he failed to notice it sooner because he was blinded by Yuyon's brilliance. The next day, while Eugen and Yerem were playing with Peace, Yuyon called them. He said that the guild masters of the major guilds in Korea were coming. Eugen, who was shocked, immediately got ready for their arrival. Yuyon explained that they were hunter rank S and were worried about Eugen. Yuyon said that he had better refuse their arrival. However, Eugen denied this, and explained that this meeting had nothing to lose for both parties. They will also respect Eugen as a beast tamer. When Eugen entered the meeting room, he saw many faces of famous people there. The pressure that Eugen felt was unreal, but his fear resistance was active and made him calm again. Suddenly, someone approached him and asked him to touch Eugen's hand. Eugen reflexively gave his hand. But, when he found out that the person was a skill appraiser, Eugen immediately withdrew his hand and got angry. He was terrified because if others discovered his legendary skills, his life would definitely be in danger. Fortunately, Peace suddenly got angry and hissed at that person. The guild masters and other important people who saw that became interested. One of the guild masters stepped in and said that was enough. They don't need to check Eugen's skills. Peace's behavior as a tamed monster that intends to protect its master is concrete evidence of Eugen's skills. The woman who helped Eugen was a breaker guild master named Moon Hyuna. Yuyeon, as the host, started the discussion by saying that he would trade the tamed mount monster in return for another magical beast. One of the guild masters there, Choi Seo-kwon, said that it didn't make sense. He said that Eugen was not unaffiliated, but was already under Abby's guild. Without fear, Eugen replied that what Yuyeon was doing was just an act of partnership with him. He only asked Abby's guild to help him negotiate and take care of the monsters. He will receive fees and magical beasts in return for raising mounted monsters. So, everyone there is free to negotiate and hire Eugen for his services. Moon Hyuna, who saw Eugen, said that she was interested in him. She recruited Eugen to join her guild. Yuyeon, who heard that, emitted his killing aura. Feeling scared, Eugen refused Moon Hyuna's offer and said he would not enter any guild except when Abby's became the best guild in Korea. Hearing that, Sung Hyunjae said that Eugen could enter his Jupiter Guild now. Jupiter Guild is currently the best guild in the country. Not only the guild, but Sung Hyunjae himself can also be said to be the strongest hunter in Korea at the moment. However, Eugen smiled, saying that being the best guild in Korea only applies to his younger brother. In contrast, other guilds must be the strongest in the world to be able to recruit him. Everyone there laughed, and Hyuna said that Eugen's reason for remaining an unaffiliated hunter was hilarious. Eugen is grateful to have fear resistance, otherwise, the pressure in that room might have killed him. Eugen initially thought that S-rankers were only strong because they had overcome life-or-death situations before. However, it turns out that their aura and pressure are not a joke either. One said that Eugen was indeed Yuyeon's older brother. He is very similar to Yuyeon, only more docile. Eugen, who heard that, replied that it was all wrong. Yuyeon is more docile than him, and probably the most docile of all the people in the room. Eugen's words suddenly shocked everyone there. Eugen, who is confused, remembering the past when Yuyeon was little. Eugen said, even when he was young, Yuyeon always cared for Eugen. He's so kind and cute that it makes Eugen wants to do anything for him. Hearing that, all the guild masters there burst into laughter. Hyuna said that just now, Yuyeon was acting and pretending to be polite. The guild masters also said that Yuyeon's acting was compelling. After laughing heartily, Hyuna gave Eugen and everyone there the contract they had previously agreed to. Eugen saw the contents of the contract, and was a little surprised to see one part there. He asked what the meaning of the building in the contract was. The guild masters explained that Suk Sim-young asked them to build a building in Eugen's name to raise the monster. Eugen cried happily while remembering the guild leader who helped him. The contents of the agreed contract were to take care of Eugen's safety, prioritize the guilds that signed the agreement today, and construct the building in Eugen's name. Seeing the guild masters signing off, Eugen became very happy because everything was as he predicted. He will also get a building in downtown Seoul for free as a bonus. Eugen plans to build a workshop for Myung-woo, and a research facility for Dr. White. After the meeting was over, Eugen was greeted by food from Myung-woo. While eating, Yujin told Myung-woo to quickly pack his things. Hearing that, Myung-woo cried and fell on the floor. Myung-woo said that he knew it would end like this. He felt very useless being by Yujin's side. He said that even now, he has been kicked out by Yujin. Yujin, who heard that, was shocked. He asked Myung-woo not to go and didn't get any wrong idea. There was no way Yujin would pass up the opportunity to make Myung-woo his ally because of a misunderstanding. Yujin then acted and convinced Myung-woo that he wasn't useless, but he didn't get the chance yet. Yujin heard Professor Suk-hyun state that Myung-woo could get skills if Myung-woo tried. Yujin explained that Myung-woo is a hunter with a weapon-related support type. To awaken his skills,
Red,
Myung-woo
yellow,
needed to start practicing with kitchen
great.
supplies.
Dark.
He had to sharpen the knife until he got used to it. While sharpening the knife, Yujin confirmed that it could really awaken Myung-woo's SS skill. Yujin then said that Myung-woo could obtain an amazing skill if he kept sharpening edged tools 10,000 times. Hearing that, Myung-woo became very happy. He will try to sharpen the knife diligently to learn new skills quickly. Yujin, who saw it, became proud of Myung-woo. After that, Yujin came to see Professor Suk-hyun. They exchanged opinions about dungeons. However, Yujin said his opinion was just a guess due to a lack of data. Moreover, Korea is a small country with very few dungeons. Hearing that, the professor agreed with Yujin's opinion. Professor explained that she also had no choice but to enter the overseas team. Yujin knows the reason why Dr. White is going to move countries. And after 3 years, she will discover the dungeon formation principle with her team, and America will receive massive royalties from all over the world. Suddenly, the professor brought out traditional Korean food. She explained that she was preparing it to offer to the Dokkaebi. Yujin remembered that Dokkaebi is a peculiar hunter who wears Dokkaebi attire, or what we like to call Korean goblins. That hunter has never shown their name, age, or sex even before Yujin turns back the time. One thing he knows is their special teleportation skill. What makes Dokkaebi famous is that they saved people from dungeon breaks and natural disasters. Even though this ability is actually very dangerous. They can go anywhere, and do anything, without being attached to anyone. Professor explains that she is looking for a way to summon goblins from the internet. Dr. White intends to ask them about all the dungeons in Korea. Yujin, who saw that, said that they weren't real goblins, so doing rituals would be useless. Instantly, there is a blackout there. Yujin turned on the flashlight on his cell phone. When he looked at the professor, all Yujin saw was a frightened face. He asked what was wrong. But suddenly, Dr. White screamed and fainted. Yujin then saw something scary and was saved by his fear resistance. He shouted and told the Dokkaebi to stop scaring him. The goblin came out and said he only came because they wanted to see him. But he didn't expect that the professor would faint. Yujin, who saw the goblin, then used his promising sprout skill. The goblin was named Yoon, and he was a B-rank hunter. Knowing that, Yujin became coveted by the goblin. With the help of the Dokkaebi, he would get information from many dungeons, which could be helpful for the professor's research. This is an opportunity for Dr. White not to move countries. Yujin then said that Dokkaebi pranks weren't scary. Hearing that, Dokkaebi became annoyed and was sure that Yujin was lying. Yujin knows that the goblin is a person who likes to play pranks and scare others. Yujin intends to trap the goblin by making a bet. Hearing that, the goblin felt challenged and agreed to Yujin's proposal. Yujin said if he got pranked and scared, Yujin would become the goblin's subordinate. However, if Yujin managed not to be afraid, the goblins would become his underlings. Yujin then made a magic contract, and ordered the Dokkaebi to sign it. The suspicious goblin asked if Yujin was hiding something. Feeling that the goblin was difficult to deceive, Yujin used his signature move. He acted like he was a true Doke KB fan. Doke KB is really cool when it comes to helping people and destroying criminals. Eugen really wanted to be the goblin's underling. Hearing that, Doke KB was very happy and agreed to Eugen's contract. In the contract, Doke KB will try to prank Eugen 3 times in a week. If Eugen gets scared within 3 tries, Eugen will become Doke KB's subordinate. Not long after, Dr. White woke up. She immediately asked her the Doke KB was. Eugen explained that the Doke KB is already left. Disappointed, Professor Suk Hyen told Eugen that she has already hit a wall in her research within the country, so she wanted to overcome it with Doke KB help. Hearing that, Eugen suggested that he would help her. Eugen will give the professor enough data to make it possible for her to carry out the research within the country. If the professor agrees, Eugen will ask for a share of the profits that will be obtained after she figures out the dungeon formation principle. Professor Suk Hyen explained that her research was not necessarily successful. Eugen then convinced Dr. White that she would definitely succeed. Since then, the Doke KB has continued to play pranks on Eugen. The first prank failed. The second prank also failed. To be honest, the third prank almost made Eugen lose the bet, but fear resistance became a lifesaver for him. It was then, Eugen managed to get new subordinates who would be very useful later. Doke KB cried because he lost the bet with Eugen. He confessed that his subordinates scolded him for signing a contract carelessly. Eugen, annoyed to hear him keep crying, asked how old the Doke KB was. Doke KB is not a child who still likes to whine. Answering Eugen, he said he is over 100 years old. The disbelieving Eugen told him to stop lying. However, the goblin replied that even dungeons and awakeners that could spit fire existed in this world. So, goblins also made sense to exist in the same world. Eugen suddenly realized something. Ghosts and goblins are more realistic than dungeons and awakeners. The Doke KB then explained that he was 103 years old. Hearing 3 years, Eugen suspects that the Doke KB was born with the system. Yun confirmed Eugen's opinion.
Mosquito.
Originally, Doke KB were creatures that were born from an old object. When the gate appeared, the power of the dungeon permeated into him. It awakened him, who had been asleep for over 100 years. Since the Doke KB name is Yun, Eugen thought that he should be a famous old watermill artifact at a Yun residence. Eugen then assigned the Doke KB to investigate the dungeon in other nations. Foreigners are usually restricted from entering a dungeon, but it will be a piece of cake for Doke KB. Eugen then promised that this assignment would make Yun a hero. They will discover the principle of dungeon formation and lessen the harm done by dungeons. After that, Doke KB will become a great hero of the world. Deceived by Eugen, Doke KB immediately complied with Eugen's order. However, the Doke KB said his teleportation skills couldn't teleport to super long distances like to another country. Eugen, who knew that, immediately said the keyword to strengthen the Doke KB with his skill. Feeling disgusted, the Doke KB immediately ran away and left Eugen. Peace and Eugen were invited to a TV show a few days later. Peace was put in a maze and asked to find a way out. In an instant, Peace found a way out and hugged Eugen. Everyone there was bewitched seeing Peace's cuteness. Honestly, Eugen came to the TV station for his safety. Due to his magic beast taming, everyone became curious about him. As the most appropriate step, Eugen decided to introduce himself to the public and make himself known to many people. Eugen, who was still a bit traumatized by the public eye, was hesitant to be there. However, because Peace is so adorable, Eugen, who hears his pets being praised by many people, becomes full-headed. During the break, Eugen felt it was right to come there and show off Peace. It's a crime against humanity to keep such cuteness from Peace hidden. Eugen even thought of creating social media for Peace and making him famous when he grew up. Unexpectedly, the Breaker Guild Master came to Yujin. Feeling shocked, Yujin reflexively asked why Yuna was there. Yuna just replied that she was looking for reasons to be able to meet Yujin. Yuna then took Yujin somewhere. Feeling too close, Yujin told her not to stick to him too much. Yuna just replied that she didn't care because Yujin was the one who would raise her monster. Yuna then asked Yujin again to join her guild. Yujin still refused and said that the conditions he had remained the same. He will enter the Breaker Guild after the guild becomes the strongest in the world. Unpredictable Yuna suddenly cast her skills on Yujin. She made a barrier and locked them there. Yerim, who saw that, could only scream and call for Yujin. Yujin can't do anything. Yuna is indeed extraordinary. Her skill application ability to make a soundproof barrier is no joke. Even Yerim, who is also S rank, couldn't even react. Inside the barrier, Yuna asked Yujin to talk again. A resigned Yujin asks what they are going to talk about. Yuna said that it's about Yuyeon. Hearing his brother's name, Yujin became hostile. Peace even meowed loudly. Yuna then approached Yujin, and said that Yujin had to look into his brother a little bit more. She laughed over during the meeting because Yujin's words dumbfounded her, but Yujin should know more if he plans to become a real hunter. Yuna asked if Yujin really trusted his brother. Do Yujin really think his kind brother became a guild master through his skill alone? Yujin denied it and said that Yuyeon was not like that. But Yuna explained that angels couldn't trample on others to raise their own guild. He asked if Yujin wanted to hear what sort of life Yuyeon lived as a hunter. Moon Yuna recounted that after awakening as an S-rank hunter, she could no longer stay as an athlete, and ended up rising to the position of the guild master. She and Choi Sukwon partnered with conglomerates and climbed up from there. When she saw Yuyeon, a high schooler trying to set up his own guild, he ignored every big shot that stretched out their hands toward him. She thought Yuyeon was a mere brat who didn't know his place, and expected him to fall soon enough. After that, many people tried to kill him with poison and other cruel things. Funnily enough, Yuna was still in her innocent days, so she went to stop all of that. She thought Yuyeon was still a child who didn't even have an identity card yet, so she thought it was too cruel to aim for his life. But when she came to the person who intended to kill Yuyeon, what Yuna saw was a living hell. Yuyeon ambushed them, and killed them blindly without mercy. Yuna felt stupid to think of Yuyeon as a child. Since that day, Yuna saw Yuyeon not as a human anymore, but as the child of a wild beast. The case was closed by using a gas explosion as an incident. In the end, the Abyss guilds devoured every single de facto power by making them kneel. Yujin, who heard that, turned pale. Yuna said that Yuyeon had changed now, not the little brother he used to know anymore. Yuna approached Yujin and convinced Yujin that Yuyeon was a monster and he was only pretending to be a gentle brother right now. Yujin would never know when his little brother started showing him his true colors. With confidence, Yuna said it was too dangerous to be close to his brother.
Trying to put this idiot
Suddenly
boy.
her cell vibrated. Yuyeon, who knew about Yujin's situation, immediately called Yuna. Yujin just muttered that, apparently, Yuyeon had to go through the same pandemonium too. Unmoved, Yujin snatched Yuna's cell phone and picked up his brother's call. Yujin said that Yuna was talking mad shit about Yuyeon. Yujin convinced himself that Yuyeon was still his younger brother. Yujin knows how this world works after experiencing this pandemonium for 5 years. He's not a naive person. It's not like Yujin doesn't have blood on his hand either. And what kind of brother would let go of his brother's hand after seeing Yuyeon willingly die for him? Yujin angrily said that maybe he should talk behind Yuna's back too. Yujin has his weapon. He knows Moon Yuna's dark secret that everyone in the nation finds out 4 years later. Yujin said that back on the 2nd day of April at the Incheon store, Yuna did something. Hearing that, Yuna grabbed her cell phone. With a terrible face, she asked how Yujin knew that. Yujin explained that he just happened to know about Yuna's secret. Smiling slyly, Yujin explained Yuna deserved that after talking shit about his brother. An angry Yuna said that she misjudged Yujin. She tried to poke at him since Yujin seemed more innocent, but there shouldn't be a problem if other guild masters approached him. Yujin isn't as innocent and docile as he looks. Yuna took off the barrier and released Yujin. Yerim, who saw that, immediately approached Yujin. Yuna then whispered and threatened to kill Yujin if he spread her secret. Yerim, who was annoyed, immediately scolded Yuna. Seeing Yerim close to Yuna, Yujin reminded the future of the Breaker Guild. In the end, Yuna and Choi Seo-kwan are unable to bear this narrow country. Their guild will be disbanded in a few years. Yujin thought about whether he should recruit Yuna when that happened. He also needs another S-rank hunter to be influenced. Yuna indeed is a special hunter that is really strong. Yujin then continues the shooting. After the show was released to the public, Yujin, a magic beast tamer, and Peace, the first high-ranked monster to be tamed, was imprinted upon every citizen's heart. The next day, Yujin and Myungwoo went to the equipment management facility in Abby's guild. Yujin asked permission to use one of their rooms so Myungwoo could sharpen knives there. Upon opening the facility door, Yujin saw a huge fiery furnace. Many people were making equipment and another flashy thing there. Someone came and said that this was not a place for others to enter. Yujin then explained that they had received permission to use one of the rooms there. The person realized who are they, and then took them to a remote place. Annoyed, Yujin said that all of this was too much. This place looks like a closet. Yujin was about to explode. Myungwoo prevented Yujin from making a fuss. People then looked down on Myungwoo and Yujin because they were only F-rank hunters, but could enter abbeys because of connections. Myungwoo touched Yujin's sleeve and said that this was normal. From their perspective, Myungwoo is just a pebble that's just lucky to be there. He's happy enough to be there, even only for sharpening tools. Myungwoo then started using the tools there and sharpened the knives they brought. The system showed that Myungwoo had sharpened 72 of the 10,000 edged tools. Seeing Myungwoo trying so hard, Yujin became touched. He remembered Myungwoo, who used always to humble himself. Myungwoo who is always scared. And Myungwoo, who always runs away from problems. But at this time, what Yujin saw was the face of a man with a burning passion. Not wanting to disturb Myungwoo, Yujin said goodbye and left. Yujin feels he doesn't need to worry about Myungwoo anymore because he thinks that this is where Myungwoo belongs. Become a blacksmith according to the fate he has. But what happened the next day was a disaster. Myungwoo, who was pushing himself too hard, had to rest due to extreme muscle soreness. And Yujin was forced to take care of a sick Myungwoo. On the other hand, the blacksmiths asked if Myungwoo came again today. However, they didn't find Myungwoo. They then looked down on Myungwoo and said that Myungwoo was just a freeload off his connections, and just pulled out when he thought it wasn't for him. Someone disputed that, saying they should see what a person they called a nepotist is doing. Myungwoo sharpened 1,000 knives in just one night. He was making everyone speechless in silence. After that, Myungwoo kept sharpening the knife and another edged tool for a week. Myungwoo's determination amazed everyone. In just a week, he managed to sharpen 5,600 knives. While in the facility, someone offered Myungwoo a towel. The person said the towel was made with magic stone materials, so it would keep Myungwoo cool. Hearing that, Myungwoo could only thank her. For the first time, he felt accepted to be there. That night, after finishing sharpening the knife, Myungwoo left the room and saw a magic stone on display. One of the blacksmiths came and told Myungwoo not to touch it. It was an S-rank magic stone and cost around 1 billion won. That magic stone is only preserved there and is very valuable. They are just leaving it since they don't know how to process it. He said it's truly a shame. Even the Abbey's guild doesn't have anyone talented enough to process something valuable like that magic stone. He then asked Myungwoo if it was hard to be called a nepotist. He explained that the people there only judge people by their skills. They won't ever acknowledge anyone who wasn't chosen through the official procedures. But over time, they realized that everyone deserves a chance. He said that many staff liked the equipment that Myung-woo honed and told him it felt like a new thing. Myung-woo had the determination and skills to work with them. Hearing that, Myung-woo became moved and said that he would work harder. Myung-woo thought everything would go smoothly for him. Until one day, someone came to him with a panicked face. That person asked Myung-woo to go with them. Myung-woo, who was confused, asked what had happened. They only answered that their job was to investigate the disappearance of Hunter Han Yujin, and they wanted to ask Myung-woo some questions. Hearing Yujin's name called, Myung-woo became very panicked and pale. Myung-woo, who panicked, asked how Yujin could disappear. Yerim suddenly came and asked the same thing as Myung-woo. Investigators said they couldn't confirm anything yet. Myung-woo stated that he would help find Yujin. But they said that Myung-woo should stay here. Myung-woo couldn't help anything. A few hours earlier, Yujin, who was relaxing, tried to ignore the piece that was playing while destroying his dorm. Yujin called peace and intended to take him to practice. When he opened the door, he saw a bodyguard on guard. After finishing negotiations and signing the contract, the big guilds sent bodyguards to take turns guarding Yujin. And today, the one guarding it is a bodyguard from the MKC guild. Yujin stepped into the elevator and said he was going to the training room. After going down several floors in the elevator, the door opened, and some people entered. Yujin looked at their rankings and realized they weren't from Abby's guild. Yujin, who was curious, asked where they came from, and then they replied that they were from Bricks, a guild under Abby's. They explained that they were tasked with carrying the armor and stuff they had borrowed from Abby's. Yujin muttered that they were very suspicious. When they arrived at the peace practice room, Peace bit a rope and asked Yujin to play. Unexpectedly, from behind Yujin, someone scatters some powder toward Yujin. The system explained that Yujin's poison resistance was active. At the same time, Peace, who was inhaling the sleeping powder, finally fainted. These people then covered Yujin and asked why Yujin was still conscious. Yujin recognized them from the Bricks Guild he was in the elevator earlier. Feeling cornered, Yujin kicked one of them and ran away. He ran to his bodyguard, who was guarding the door. But again, something surprising happened. The bodyguard hit Yujin and made him fall. The bodyguard asked why they couldn't work properly. The bodyguard ordered his subordinates to take off all the items Yujin was wearing. Because Yujin's earring was forcibly removed, he ran out of mana and finally fainted. What Yujin remembers afterward is that he splashed with water, and woke up with his hands tied. A man he didn't know greeted him with an evil face. The man grabbed Yujin's hair. He threatened to kill Yujin if Yujin didn't hand over the peace token's owner to him. The man then said that Yujin shouldn't think that anyone was coming to rescue him. Because the man kept asking for the owner's token, Yujin was sure that Peace was still alive and was there too. Without feeling afraid, Yujin said that men sure are carefree. 5 big guilds and the association won't stand silent if he's touching Yujin. The thug laughed and said that it didn't matter. He showed his cell phone, which showed that the bodyguard whose job was guarding Yujin had sent a message that no one knew Yujin had been kidnapped yet. Even if they find out soon, it would be hard to find that place. He said they were in a container on the Big Quay. They'll already be on a ship to Japan by the time they're searching for Yujin. He said that he would auction Yujin in Japan in return for Japan's assistance that backed him. Yujin began to understand the situation. Since they can't touch Yujin within the country, they're just selling him overseas. They aimed all that and joined forces with that bodyguard and Abby's affiliate guild. Even when all the big guilds and associations find out that Yujin is on the way to Japan, things will be complicated after he crosses the territorial water. Yujin knows he must stall as much time as possible before that happens. Yujin laughed and said that he was not afraid. He knew that his life was precious because he would be auctioned, so he was sure that man would never hurt him. Without telling, that person kicked Yujin and said that Yujin didn't know his place. That man stepped on Yujin's leg and said it was true he couldn't hurt Yujin. But the other things can hurt him in a different way. The man dragged Yujin into a place and threw him in the corner of the room. He said that they had another monster that Yujin had to raise. Seeing the monster, Yujin became frightened. The person smiled and said it was a C-rank monster called Creek. It curses its prey with poison from its tentacles. The curse won't kill Eugen, but it's enough to torture him. The man said he would make Eugen aware of his current position after 30 minutes of being in there. He closed the door with an evil smile. Elsewhere, Yerim came to Yuyon and grabbed his collar. Yerim shouted, asking how the protection of Abby's guild, which he said was absolute, couldn't even protect Eugen inside it. Yuyon said that this happened not because of betrayal from Abby's or hunters below another S-ranker guild. Apparently, someone from within the MKC guild arranged for the bodyguard schedule changes and sent someone else over. The MKC guild, which is funded by a conglomerate, makes it vulnerable to the interference of money-hungry people. Those among the conglomerates behind MKC found out about Eugen's existence and acted alone, then made a big mess. That much shows the control that Choi Soo-kwon lost from his own guild due to being pushed out by his sponsor. Yuyon expected two factions to clash soon, but he never expected they would join forces with Abby's affiliated guild and kidnap Eugen. Yuyon said that now he needs Yerim. Yuyon asked Yerim to use the white corpse to read the memories of the dead bodyguard. Yuyon told Yerim to find where Eugen was being held captive immediately. He emphasized to Yerim to keep this a secret from Eugen. At the place where Eugen was kidnapped, the thug started to get suspicious since he didn't get any messages from the bodyguard. Doesn't care at all, he immediately goes to Eugen and asks if Eugen had fun. But what he saw was Eugen passed out on the floor. The man said that the curse from the monster should have never let Eugen even faint. Eugen suddenly looked up and shouted to Blackie to do what they had planned. From behind, a monster attacked the man with its tentacles. The monster wrapped around him and used his curse skill. The monster came to Eugen's side and followed Eugen's orders. Eugen said that he could also raise a grown-up monster as a secret card, not just an infant monster. 30 minutes ago, when Eugen saw the monster, he was anxious and wasn't sure that he could beat it. But because of his poison resistance, Eugen might survive if he's lucky. Eugen then took out a knife from his inventory. When he was about to fight the monster, it turned out that the monster actually stepped back and moved away from him. Eugen, who was confused, asked why the monster seemed afraid of him. The system then explained that the effect of the Dragon Slayer was active. Eugen's sub-skill Ruptor's natural enemy makes Eugen's strength double when fighting Creek the monster. Eugen then remembered that the Dragon Slayer influenced another dragon-type monster to be afraid of him. Eugen threw away the knife and realized that the effects of his skills also affected Perfect Nurture. That makes Eugen's influencing power become twice as strong too. Eugen takes out a magic stone and intends to influence the monster to obey him. Back to now, Eugen said that he made new friends thanks to the man. Eugen named the monster Blackie and then ordered Blackie to bite the criminal. The criminal, who was also a hunter, immediately flung Blackie's tentacles, but without realizing it, Eugen approached and stabbed his hand with a knife. The annoyed man immediately beat Eugen and sent him flying. Eugen just laughed and said that thanks to Blackie's curse, even a regular knife could injure a B-rank hunter. Feeling cornered, he took out his weapon and shouted that he would kill Blackie. With one attack, the man who basically has an advantage rank above Blackie can kill him easily. He laughed evilly and sneered at Eugen because he thought a weak monster like that could beat him. Eugen, who saw that, became angry. The man suddenly felt something strange. He collapsed and felt a powerful curse. He looked up and saw Eugen release his tentacles. The system explains that Eugen's skill is active, and Eugen inherits twice the strength of Blackie. Thanks to the Roctor's natural enemy, the skill's effect doubled the power that Eugen got. With a heartless face, Eugen explained that now he had 4 times the power of Creek. The curse that Eugen gave will pack quite a punch to that man. Eugen said since he just did the same thing that man did to Eugen, this was considered self-defense. Eugen touched the man's face and asked why he bothered people who just wanted to live quietly. He again asked where peace was being a hostage. The man fearfully said that Eugen was a monster and would kill Eugen later. Seeing that, Eugen, who was filled with rage, cast another Blackie skill and killed the criminal. He said that his skill must not be revealed. Eugen never thought he would have to kill anyone in this timeline. Because he knew Yerim could read the corpse's memory, Eugen melted the corpse and said it was okay because that person was just trash. When he left the room earlier, Eugen felt he couldn't control his strength. Moreover, the duration of the skill he obtained was now 7 days. It was very different from before. Formerly, the skill would only last a few hours after inheriting the power. He checked Blackie's skills and found a helpful skill for now. a skill that can make him use stealth to sneak around. He activated the skill and immediately went around looking for peace. When Eugen passed some criminals there, he used the tentacles in his stealth mode. He strangled them and killed them all in an instant. He then broke the door in a room that looked the biggest. Someone in that room was surprised to see Eugen, who was free and walk away. Eugen asked him to hand over peace, but what happened was that person threatened Eugen. He said that a mere F rank like Eugen had no chance of beating a C rank hunter like him. The person named Park Sang-hoon took out his axe, and intended to attack Eugen. Without him noticing, Eugen's tentacles slapped his face and made him fall. Eugen kept forcing the person to hand over peace to him. After being beaten, he asked if Eugen had hidden any of his items or skills. How could an F rank hunter be that strong? Eugen, who felt bored, took the man's axe and melted it. He threatened to kill the person if he did not want to give peace. Frightened, the man mentioned where peace was locked up. Eugen also asked the person to give him the key to the peace prison. But that person said he would give it after Eugen signed the magic contract. He asked Eugen not to kill him as a condition after he gave him the key. Without hesitation, Eugen signed the contract. After Eugen got the key, he was suddenly attacked by the bad guy. He strangled Eugen's neck and said Eugen was too stupid. He will kill Eugen when Eugen is trapped in a contract and cannot touch him. If Eugen forcefully attacks that person, Eugen will become blind due to breaking the magic contract. Hearing that, Eugen was silent. He then tore the magic contract and released a curse that would make him blind. However, the system explained the curse had been nullified due to legendary curse resistance. Without a blink of an eye, Eugen killed the person earlier and melted it in a second. Eugen walked casually and convinced himself that without evidence, no one could predict that he did everything that happened there. While passing through the Blackie room, Eugen approached the monster's corpse and felt pity. Eugen melted down the monster because he was sure that if he left it alone, the corpse would only be used as material for various equipment. Eugen then took the magic crystal that had fallen from inside Blackie's body as a memorial. He then went to the peace prison and hugged him. Eugen will pretend to be cooped up there and wait to be rescued to avoid suspicions. He looked at Peace and said that he already loved Peace and promised to protect him. Several hours later, one of Abby's guild members shouted that they found Eugen and Peace in prison. Yuyeon heard that, and immediately ran toward Eugen while shouting his name. Feeling Yuyeon coming, Eugen looked up to see Yuyeon. He asked if Yuyeon had come to save him. Seong-han and Yerem also came and asked how Eugen's condition was. Eugen then stood up, saying that he was fine. But without realizing it, his foot was sprained and he was in a bit of pain. Seeing Eugen in pain, they all looked panicked and said they would immediately call a healer to treat Eugen. Yuyeon with coolly held Eugen like a princess, and took him to the car after being treated. In the car, Eugen listens to Yerem saying that she and Seong-han will be there to investigate and clean up the rest. Yuyeon explained that even though Eugen's leg had healed, he still had to get treatment and go to the hospital. Feeling that his status had risen dramatically since Blackie died, Eugen knows if he went to the hospital, his status could be discovered. Eugen then reflexively acted and said he would get a panic attack if he met strangers again in the hospital. He wanted to go home and rest comfortably. Seeing that Eugen was a little traumatized, Yuyeon agreed to Eugen's proposal and asked the driver to return to the guild immediately. Yuyeon saw Eugen and rechecked his condition. But he said there was something strange. He smelled some sort of reptilian stench on Eugen's body. Surprised by his brother's crazy sense, Eugen activated his stealth skill and said that he didn't smell anything, and that it was just Yuyeon's feeling. Since then, the MKC Guild was relieved of its obligation to provide bodyguards for Eugen. Visitor inspection became much stricter than before, especially for the bodyguard. The guild masters informed the bodyguard's information directly to abbeys whenever they were dispatched. That night, Eugen dreams of the day he is kidnapped. He wakes up from his nightmare and remembers what happened. Eugen then realized that it was Blackie's memory before he died. The skill will create memory fragments, and make Eugen feel everything. Eugen wondered how he could forget when he used to feel that often before he turned back time. When passing Myung-woo's room, Eugen asked where Myung-woo was. It's the middle of the night, Myung-woo should be resting by now. On the other hand, Myung-woo is now in his office. He kept sharpening the knife and muttered this was his 9,908 knives. But Myung-woo threw the knife away and hit the table. He said he was pathetic. What's the point of doing something like that? Even after Yujin got kidnapped and fell into danger, he couldn't do anything for Yujin. He realized that Myung-woo didn't have to do anything. Even after being investigated, no matter how thoroughly people investigate attack points with Yujin. Even though when Yujin confidently called him an old friend, Abby's investigators said they didn't know what sort of mistake there had been, but how could they leave anything for Yujin's sake to an utter stranger? Myung-woo sobbed while muttering that he not only knew nothing about Yujin, he really was nothing. He felt useless to be able to live with Yujin. The next morning, Yujin called Ji-yeon in a panic and said that Myung-woo had run away from the dorm. On the other hand, Myung-woo was walking sluggishly. He continued feeling unworthy of staying by Yujin's side, who wasn't even his real friend. Myung-woo, who looked down, saw his shoelaces untied. When he was tying his shoes, Myung-woo's luggage fell and scattered on the road. Feeling annoyed, Myung-woo thought that he was very unlucky. Suddenly, two children approached him. They saw Myung-woo's ID card and said that Myung-woo was really cool because he was a hunter in Abby's guild. Myung-woo, who was surprised, said he was just an F-rank hunter and only a housekeeper in the Abby's guild. Disappointed with Myung-woo's answer, the two children said that Myung-woo was worthless. They had heard from their mother that F-rank hunters were useless because they couldn't enter high-class dungeons, couldn't earn a lot of money, and didn't have combat skills either. Hearing that, Myung-woo became even more depressed. He imagined Yujin and the members of the Abby's guild leaving him because he was useless. Myung-woo suddenly cried and surprised everyone there. Feeling that they were the ones who made Myung-woo cry, the two children asked Myung-woo to follow them. They said they would help Myung-woo get good skills. What happened next was torture for Myung-woo. He was told to do various crazy things. Until when Myung-woo was ordered to cross a street full of cars, Myung-woo pulled the two children and told them to stop doing all of this. Myung-woo said that what they were doing was dangerous. However, the sister replied that they only intended to help Myung-woo. They explained that skills are supposed to appear when your life is in danger. Hearing that, Myung-woo began to understand the current situation. He looked at the two children and asked if they always did something like this every day. They replied that they did various things like this daily. They confidently say that studying at school is useless. Everyone says that being a combat hunter is the best job ever. From a distance, suddenly many people screamed. Myung-woo got a warning message about a nearby dungeon break. However, what the two children did was a joy. They ran happily and said they would become hunters in the dungeon. Myung-woo, who saw that, immediately ran after them and said that it was too dangerous. At the place of the dungeon break, a large spider appeared. A reporter from the helicopter said that the dungeon break occurred due to a gate that formed in an abandoned mall and wasn't found. The reporter was suddenly surprised to see two children and a man who was Myung-woo running in the middle of the dungeon break location. They ran because many big spiders chased them. All Myung-woo can see is chaos and dead victims. Myung-woo yells that because of the two children, he will die that day too. Just then, a big spider suddenly jumped toward them. But the older sister came forward and said she would protect everyone. She used her skill, but nothing happened. She was then hit by the monster and flew away. She fell and looked shocked, and she couldn't move at all. Seeing that, Myung-woo immediately grabbed them both and took her away. They ran towards a staircase and looked for a place to hide. But the older sister just told Myung-woo to leave her. She cried and said everything was over for her. She claimed to have been awakened, but only became an F-class awakener. The younger brother screamed and pointed at the approaching spider monster. Myung-woo shouted, telling them to run to the roof immediately. Seeing Myung-woo's legs shaking because he had to carry her, the older sister said that Myung-woo had to leave her there. She said an F-rank like herself wasn't good enough to save. It's not worth saving her while risking Myung-woo's life, so she asked him to leave and go away. Hearing that, Myung-woo realized something and took a knife from his bag. Trembling, he told them to flee because he was about to fight the monster. Myung-woo said they shouldn't say things like their lives are over, or they should be left behind. Aren't there so many other things they can do, even if it's not to be a high-rank hunter? Myung-woo said that every life has value, so he would save them both. Seeing Myung-woo's confidence, the two children obeyed him and ran to the roof. After they left, Myung-woo, who had been acting cool before, attacked the monster while crying. He was sure his weak self would be unable to fight the spider. The monster then attacked Myung-woo. Myung-woo bounced and was thrown out the window. In his heart, Myung-woo said that as he thought, he was not good enough. When he resigned, he saw Yujin flying from above and coming to him. Myung-woo thought he felt so guilty towards Yujin that he saw him flashing before he died. However, the Yujin he saw was not an illusion. Yujin told Myung-woo to hold his hand, and Myung-woo reflexively held Yujin's hand. Myung-woo said inside his heart that in the end, Yujin was the one who would always come to save him. After that, Yujin took out his tentacles and ran away from there. Seeing everything, Myung-woo was shocked and asked why Yujin had tentacles on the back of his body. Not wanting Myung-woo to know about his skills, Yujin made Myung-woo faint in an instant. The thing that Myung-woo remembers afterward is that he woke up in a familiar place. He looked at the TV in front of him, which stated that the two children who were with him before had been rescued. At that time, Yujin came in and asked if Myung-woo was fully awake now. Seeing Yujin, Myung-woo asked if Yujin was the one who saved him, and used tentacles that could make him fly. Panic, Yujin denied it and said that Myung-woo was dreaming. Yujin explained that it was the Abbey's guild who came and saved him. Yujin suddenly got angry and grabbed Myung-woo's collar. He shouted about why Myung-woo could be in such a dangerous place. Myung-woo was lucky because a camera managed to spot him. What did he think would have happened if that camera wasn't there? Yujin said he was very worried about Myung-woo and thought he would never see Myung-woo again. Hearing that, Myung-woo cried and felt the fog repressing his heart has finally lifted. Hesitantly, Myung-woo asked if Yujin would accept him even after he got the skill useless after sharpening 10,000 blades. Yujin, who was angry, asked if the reason why Myung-woo ran away was something useless like that. Yujin said that Myung-woo was decent enough to work there. Myung-woo was even scouted at the equipment management facility. Therefore, Yujin said he couldn't live without Myung-woo's meals again. Myung-woo, who heard it, could only laugh. He felt that he finally understood. He should never feel timid or anxious. Because Yujin, all along, would always be there to help him. Myung-woo steadily stepped into his workshop and sharpened the knife again. He remembered, a long time ago, when he was trying to kill himself by slitting his wrist with a cutter, the system told him that he was awakened. After receiving a small subsidy from the government, he intends to pay a small portion of his debt. He never had any expectations in the first place to be a high-class hunter like Yerim. He never thought of becoming a protagonist. It is a life with nothing to show, like he always walks in the dark mud. He doesn't know anything besides breathing. Even if Myung-woo's life manages to be extended from a measly awakening, there's absolutely no reason for him to stay alive. But something Myung-woo never thought happened. Like a miracle, Yujin took him from the darkness and became someone very precious to him. Yujin smiled and continued to help him. At first, Myung-woo was dubious. He was anxious as much as he was thankful. Myung-woo doesn't know how to do a lot of things like Yujin, and doesn't have strong power like Yuyeon or Yerim. Even while sharpening knives all night, he couldn't imagine himself gaining an amazing skill at all. But, when he heard the girl telling him to go and leave her to die, Myung-woo realized that he was always wrong. From the start, Yujin never looked at him with contempt because of Myung-woo's skill. He never forced Myung-woo to do anything that Myung-woo didn't like. Myung-woo said firmly that he would answer all the opportunities Yujin gave him. Yujin believed Myung-woo, even when Myung-woo couldn't believe in himself. So starting from now, Myung-woo won't be anxious anymore. He starts to realize that he wants to become stronger. Not like Yujin or Yerim, but strong with the things he can do. To be strong in his own way. When Myung-woo finished sharpening his last knife, he let go of all his dark past. The system shows the answer to the trust that Yujin has placed in him. Myung-woo has obtained the SS-class skill, Master of the Golden Smithy. The system gave him a way to be stronger. The next day, a blacksmith asked where the magic crystal usually displayed was. She thought the magic crystal must have been stolen. However, someone said that the magic crystal had found its master. And she would hear news about it any minute now. In a recording, Yerim is flying in a dungeon. She wields an exquisite ice elemental weapon. Yerim said she would start doing the first test of the weapon that Myung-woo made. Yerim used her powers and aimed her skills at a lake. Upon seeing the lake, Yerim became shocked. She saw the powerful effect of the weapon's power, when she only used a little of her strength. Someone said that this was confirmation of the strengthening effect of the S-class weapon that Myung-woo made. The 16th S-rank weapon was created, which was not a dungeon reward, but was created by human hands. The Korean Hunter Association also guarantees the authenticity of the S-rank weapons. A reporter asked what is the highest class of weapon that Myung-woo could make. Myung-woo answered there was no limit to the class of gear he could produce. But he first needed more experience and incredible material to make SS class and higher. Hearing that, Seong-han said that Myung-woo was amazing. He might need a new bodyguard for Myung-woo. Yujin replied that Myung-woo had become stronger now, and Seong-han didn't need to worry about him anymore. Yujin explained Myung-woo rose his status while he created the weapon. And now Myung-woo is around C-class. That's why Myung-woo looks very healthier now. A shocked Seong-han said that it was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Yujin could only smile a little and be proud of Myung-woo. 3 hours ago, Yujin was very surprised to hear that Myung-woo could make S-rank weapons after awakening. Myung-woo explained that he happened to get some decent materials among the pile of materials from his subspace pouch. It contains a ton of S and SS class materials that he can use freely. Seeing the craziness, Yujin couldn't control his expression. Myung-woo continued that he was even given a production encyclopedia to make weapons. Knowing this, Yujin became depressed. He cursed the system that only gave simple descriptions of his legendary skills. Myung-woo asked if Yujin wanted to see his smithy. Myung-woo said that it turns out that the skill Golden Smithy is not just a skill name, but a real smithy. Myung-woo then stretched out his hand and invited Yujin to enter. Yujin took Myung-woo's hand, and thought that Myung-woo's skills were extraordinary. He thought, doesn't a protagonist usually own this kind of skills in a novel? Yujin was amazed to see the contents of Myung-woo's skills inside the Golden Smithy. The place is huge and has beautiful wood carvings adorning the smithy area, adding to the luxurious feel. Yujin then saw the fire there and was surprised because he didn't see any fuel. Suddenly the fire grew bigger and alive. Myung-woo patted Yujin's surprised shoulder and said that it was a fire spirit. The fire talked and greeted them. Myung-woo smiled while telling Yujin that the fire spirit's name was his Moir. It was a gift prepared by the past master so Myung-woo could learn everything from the basics. Myung-woo said that he didn't know who the past master was. However, the past master even prepared bouquets and greeting cards for his successors. Myung-woo said that the writing on the card was not a character from the earth, but strangely Myung-woo could read it. The letter contained the past master welcoming Myung-woo and blessing him. Yujin began to think silently. Traces of civilizations are discovered in dungeons sometimes. People said some dungeons mimic the ruined world. That's why they kept saying another world and a different civilization must have existed somewhere. Yujin wonders if the master of this smithy exists in another world from the past. And they leave all of this for the possessor of the skill for the next era. While in deep thought, Myung-woo gave the bouquet to Yujin. He said he would continue to be with Yujin and keep following him. Hearing that, Yujin became overjoyed. It's all according to his plan. Dr. White and Myung-woo are now following him. But Yujin looked down. He said that Myung-woo didn't have to do that. Yujin said that all this time, Yujin had been hiding something from him. Yujin explained that he actually didn't know who Myung-woo was in the past. Yujin was mistaken, and they never met once. Yujin convinced Myung-woo not to care about him anymore because Myung-woo had just been pushed alone by someone who he didn't even know this whole time. Yujin thought that instead of forcing Myung-woo to be by his side, he would rather let Myung-woo go to the way Myung-woo really wanted. Myung-woo only smiled and still gave the bouquet to Yujin. He says that he will stay here, do what he wants, and do what makes him happy. Back to the present, Myung-woo officially gave the weapon he made to Yerim. Receiving that, Yerim became very happy. Seong-han asked if Myung-woo would become independent like Yujin. Yujin replied that he just wanted Myung-woo to do whatever he wanted. And maybe even go somewhere better. On stage, Yerim thanked Myung-woo for the S-class weapon. Yerim also thanked Yujin, who always supported her. Hearing his name called, Yujin choked. Myung-woo also said that everything happened thanks to Yujin. And Myung-woo already considers Yujin as his benefactor who has given him a lot of help. Feeling everyone staring at him, Yujin panicked. Seong-han just smiled and thought Yujin was very clueless. Yujin didn't realize that Yerim and Myungwoo even declared that if they touched Yujin, they wouldn't even receive a single scrap. Seong-han thinks Myungwoo and Yerim have already acknowledged Yujin as their family, who they want to protect. Several days passed. Yujin, who felt bored, looked at Peace, who now looked lethargic. He wondered whether Peace became dispirited because of the shock when he was kidnapped. Want to make Peace more energetic, Yujin planned to take Peace to the practice room. Yujin came out of his dorm, and someone greeted Yujin. She is Yujin's bodyguard today, Hunter Kong Soyoung. She's an A-class hunter from England who the Jupiter Guildmaster recruited. She has enough talent to be recruited by Sung Hyunjae directly at 19 years. And most importantly, she would have had scandals with Yuyeon in the future. So, she is a prospective sister-in-law. Soyoung then escorted Yujin and Peace to the practice room. In the elevator, Soyoung said she was relieved to know that Yujin was safe from being kidnapped. Yujin is her only hope. She said she actually had the SS-class skill, Dragon Rider, a mounting skill. Dragons are the most difficult to tame among the monsters. Obtaining a high-ranking dragon beast mount for an A-class hunter is practically impossible. Yujin thinks Soyoung must be really talented. Soyoung said Yujin's appearance was like a miracle for her. Moreover, dragon nests often appear in Jupiter's jurisdiction dungeon. She said she would raise a dragon, and with Yujin's help, she could mount it. Yujin muttered to himself that Yuyeon's girlfriend was very lovely. Inside the practice room, Peace was still not enthusiastic. Yujin asked Peace to play as usual, but Peace still looked sluggish. Feeling stuck, Yujin then said he would invite Peace for a walk so that Peace's mood would improve. Soyoung said that she knew a place worth visiting. He invited Yujin to come to the rooftop garden in his guild. Soyoung immediately called Hyunjae and asked for permission to bring Yujin to the garden at Jupiter's guild. Hearing that, Hyunjae said he would send a car for them. Hyunjae smiled a little and said that he would prepare everything to welcome an important guest. After arriving at the rooftop of Jupiter Guild, Yujin was stunned to see it. Yujin said that the garden here is very beautiful. Yujin then told Peace that he was free to play there because this place was safe. Suddenly, Yuyeon's future boyfriend kissed Yujin on the cheek, saying that she and Yujin were good friends, so Peace shouldn't be shy and free to do anything. Surprised, Yujin screamed inside that a sister-in-law shouldn't just kiss someone like that. Peace then started walking while playing there. He jumped with joy and began to get excited. Soyoung hopes that Peace will like this place and later be good friends with her dragon beast. Hearing the mention of a dragon, Yujin asked what kind of dragon Jupiter Guild was trying to hatch. With enthusiasm, Soyoung explained that the dragon was a rank 3 flying dragon, a winged black needle dragon. This type of dragon has exceptional stamina and defense, even among the flying dragons. Hard and jet black needles envelop its body, and giant needles sprout from its wings and tail. Soyoung explained that the dragon was really cute. Yujin could only be speechless while saying that Soyoung's tastes were very strange. Soyoung then said that she hoped Yujin would also visit there often. Peace then came to Yujin while bringing flowers for him. Seeing Peace's cuteness, Yujin could only smile and thank Peace. Yujin breathed a sigh of relief and felt that it had been long since he had gone for a walk and relaxed like this. Suddenly, someone came from behind them. Soyoung looked and asked why the guildmaster had come there. Feeling bad energy, Yujin can only sigh. Hyunjae came to them and greeted Yujin in peace. Yujin starts to remember Sung Hyunjae as Jupiter's guildmaster in the strongest guild at the moment. They are even spreading their forces abroad. Until he leaves Korea in a few years and vanishes into thin air, he'll be the unshakable first place of the hunter ranking battles. He was being worthy of the name of strongest in the world. And such is the person now feeding him sweets. Soyoung waved and said she would leave them there. Hyunjae poured tea for Yujin, then told him to enjoy tea and snacks there. Hyunjae then gave a dragon wing bone for Peace. Seeing the bone, Peace became happy. He licked the bone while hugging it. Hyunjae said he was happy to see Yujin and Peace healthy. Hyunjae said that Yujin is a very important person. Yujin has magic beast taming skills, is a guardian for S-rank hunter, and now has the protection of the world's only awakened blacksmith. He said, Yujin currently is a being who can't be compared to anyone else. Many guilds are now frantically trying to approach Yujin. He said Yujin could do anything or ask anything, and every guild will gladly help Yujin. Hearing that, Yujin shyly said that it wasn't true. He was just an F-rank hunter, and he didn't want to do anything that could endanger his safety. Hyun-jae said Yujin didn't need to worry about his safety anymore. The guild masters were discussing using the second high-ranking monster that would be Yujin's protector. Yujin, who had heard about it for the first time, asked what kind of monster it was. Hyun-jae was surprised to know that Yuyeon had not said anything to Yujin. Hyun-jae said that the current situation is quite hot. MKC as were responsible for the kidnapping incident. They are now getting ripped to shreds by everyone because of this matter. Yujin remembered that whenever he asked about the kidnapping incident, Yuyeon always changed the subject. If Yujin actually gained a taming skills instead of turning back time, he would have been living a secluded life without knowing a thing. Hyun-jae continued to explain that he didn't know Yuyeon's way of thinking. Yujin is strong enough to be on par with most large guilds. Especially if Yujin continues to raise forces or even has a monster army. Yujin replied that he wasn't sure he could have a monster army. It would not be legal to raise that many monsters for himself. But with a cold gesture, Hyun-jae said laws could only exist if there is a country and a society. People still have enough strength to manage dungeons and maintain society. But if dungeons grow in number and difficulty, everything will change. Every little source of strength, such as these mounts, will become crucial. In a time like that, Yujin's existence will be peerless. Hearing that, Yujin broke into a cold sweat. Hyun-jae convinced Yujin that Yuyeon knew about this, but he tried to hide everything from his brother. Yujin knows Hyun-jae is just playing with his words, but somehow Yujin feels like Hyun-jae is looking down and just testing him. Elsewhere, Yerim tells Yuyeon that something is bothering her. When Yerim used her skill, White Corpse, the memory of one of the Brick Guild members was a bit strange. She saw that Yujin did not faint after being given sleeping powder, even though Abby's had never given Yujin a detox item. Yerim hesitantly said that it seemed like Yujin was hiding something from them. When Yujin was going back to Abby's guild, Hyun-jae suddenly offered to be his driver. Hyun-jae even gave Yujin a bouquet as a present. Hyun-jae said that it was all compensation he gave when he couldn't help Yujin during the kidnapping incident. Hyun-jae, with a smile, said that this proves that the MKC guild has been contaminated to its roots. And they must be cut off soon. Hearing that, Yujin couldn't help but remain silent. Yujin wonders if MKC will fall earlier than last time. When he saw Hyun-jae, Yujin felt he knew nothing about him. There's no trace of him from before he was awakened, and there are also suspicions that he may be foreign or biracial due to his white skin. Nobody knows his hometown or whether he has family or not. Yujin thought about whether he should use his sprout skill. Yujin glanced at Hyun-jae and wanted to take a little peek at Hyun-jae's status window. When the skill was just activated, Hyun-jae suddenly moved and grabbed Yujin's neck from behind. Yujin, who felt very scared, unconsciously activated his fear resistance. Yujin feels that Hyun-jae is a very sensitive monster, and Yujin doesn't even have time to see Hyun-jae's status window. How could he know and react so quickly? Seeing that, Peace became alert. Yujin said that Hyun-jae should be a protector for him, not intending to attack him like now. Hyun-jae then takes his hand from Yujin's neck. He replied that he wasn't sure what Yujin meant. Neither of them has done a thing. Hearing that, Yujin could only shut his mouth. In front of Abby's guild, the guild leader and Seong-han were waiting for Yujin to come. Hyun-jae got out of the car and said it seemed like everyone was waiting for them. He opened Yujin's door, and Yujin suddenly ran fast and took cover behind Seong-han. The guild leader asked what Hyun-jae was doing there. Hyun-jae will put them in a bad spot if he comes to visit without warning like this. The guild leader said that it's very rare for an S-class hunter to visit another S-class hunter's guild. Hyun-jae can only smile. He told the guild leader not to treat him poorly. He gave a flower to the guild leader and said he only came as a bodyguard and took Yujin back. Hyun-jae came to Yujin and told him to accept the bouquet he gave. He also gave Yujin earrings that have been imbued with a magic increasing purity effect and B-grade barrier skills. Yujin, who was a little surprised, could only accept the gift. Hyun-jae then said that he hoped Yujin could get close to him. The next day, Yujin put on Peace, who saw that could only be confused. Yujin proudly said that his barrier was working fine. Smelling Peace's body, Yujin immediately ordered Peace to take a shower and threw him into the tub. While washing Peace, Yujin was grateful that Peace had improved after going for a walk yesterday. Not only that, Yujin even got new equipment. However, Yujin is sure he will never want to go there again. The guild leader said that S-rank hunters were very dangerous. Yujin was mad and protested how he could have to influence 50 of those dangerous people. He would love to grab the system by the collar and start complaining if he could. Suddenly, Peace jumped out of the bath, and Yujin immediately caught him. But strangely, all he caught was a doll. Yujin, who was confused, asked what really happened there. At that time, someone appeared and said it was a gift for Eugen. Doke KB came and greeted Eugen. Eugen asked if the doll was from Japan. The Doke KB agreed and explained that he bought it because it was freely sold in Japan. According to him, the doll is very cute. Doke KB told Eugen that Peace became very famous after Eugen appeared on TV. Doke KB then gave Eugen a tablet containing information about dungeons. Looking at the tablet's contents, Eugen asked why only the interior dungeon wasn't filled. Innocently, Doke KB answered because he couldn't enter the dungeon. Doke KB explains that whenever he wants to enter the dungeon, he gets bounced out for some reason. Eugen started to think that maybe this was because Yunyun was born with a system so he couldn't enter the dungeon. Knowing this, Eugen suddenly hugged the Doke KB. He felt the need to do an experiment. Eugen told Yunyun to teleport while hugging Eugen. Feeling unable to refuse, Doke KB obeyed Eugen's order and immediately teleported. On top of large buildings, Eugen felt that Yunyun's teleportation was similar to when he passed through a dungeon gate. Doke KB kept teleporting, and Eugen was increasingly convinced of the truth about Yunyun's skills. Yunyun's teleportation is like passing a type of dungeon that he created. Eugen looked up and saw his status window change to how it was when the system sent him a private message in the dungeon. Eugen believes that if he uses his Doke KB skills, he will be able to have a proper conversation with the system. Eugen kept telling Doke KB to continue teleporting, but Doke KB said that he couldn't do it anymore. If Eugen keeps hugging him like this, Yunyun feels he has to wrestle Eugen. Yunyun immediately apologized, and Eugen could only be speechless knowing what random things his subordinates were doing. Eugen then opened his status window, and checked to see if his guess was correct. Eugen saw a very suspicious notification. Eugen was surprised when he realized that it was a vertical code. The system sends direct messages to Eugen like before. That explains everything. It meant the system couldn't send him a message until he entered a dungeon. Eugen asked himself if that meant even the system had its own limitation. Eugen stroked Yunyun's head and thanked him. Because of his help, Eugen was able to confirm something very important. Eugen felt he had to enter the dungeon again and discover the truth. Eugen walked away from Doke KB and said that he loved Yunyun. Hearing Eugen say the keyword, Yunyun feels that Eugen is similar to the granny who owned the house long ago. Several days passed, and Eugen received a message stating that he had won the auction for an F-class dungeon exclusive pass. Eugen then put on his disguise and said he had to go to the dungeon immediately while he still had the Blackie skill. Eugen made a strange move and activated Blackie's stealth skill. He skillfully enters the elevator unnoticed, and escapes past the surveillance devices. After all his struggles, he was able to escape the guild without being noticed. When he arrived at the front of the dungeon, Eugen convinced himself to return as soon as possible so Yuyon wouldn't find out. In that dungeon that looked like a jungle, Eugen hoped that the system would immediately give him an answer. When Eugen was attacked by monsters there, he was able to kill them all with ease using his tentacles. Eugen called the system while continuing to kill the monsters there. Eugen even shouted for the system to appear immediately because there wasn't much time. If Eugen keeps killing monsters, he will end up clearing this dungeon. That's when the system suddenly displayed a word. Seeing the word, "It's not my fault," Eugen wondered what it meant. The system reappears the wishing stone notification that Eugen got when turning back time. Confused, Eugen scratched his head. The notification then removes the text that said, "He can't revive people from the dead," and replaces it with "sorry" and an emoticon. Speechless, Eugen can only petrify. He felt he had been fooled by the system all this time. The angry Eugen realized that turning back time is more complicated than bringing back someone from the dead. Eugen asks why the system tricked him and made him turn back the time. Suddenly, the system pops up a lot of notifications. The system explained that they actually wanted to explain everything to Eugen, but the direct conversation was really hard and dangerous for both of them. The system said they needed 1 week to do the preparation. Eugen realizes that the system told him to return to the dungeon in 1 week. Having no choice, Eugen felt he had to return to the dungeon again. He thinks that there is something else other than the system. That means it gets more dangerous as the system interferes by sending messages to Eugen. A strange phenomenon occurred. The dungeon suddenly began to crack like glass that was accidentally broken. Eugen's notification screen exploded, and Eugen felt that something big was going to happen. Eugen saw a bright light and thought that maybe a more powerful monster than a dragon would pop out there. However, what Eugen saw next was just a ball of cotton that looked like mochi in Eugen's eyes. The mochi moved and became a chick. Afraid of being tricked again, Eugen ran for cover and camouflaged behind a bush. He activated the skill, but the system couldn't display anything. All the status of the monster looks like a secret that is deliberately blurred. The monster then came to a magic crystal and wanted to eat it.
Another
Seeing the poison-coated magic crystal, Eugen immediately picked up the monster and said it was dirty. In the end, unknowingly, Eugen touched the monster and panicked. But all Eugen felt was the monster was very fluffy and cute. The monster was crying because he was not allowed to eat. Eugen explained that the monster would get sick if it ate carelessly. He promised to give the chick a better meal. After defeating the dungeon boss, Eugen was amazed to see the chick who had been eating all the magic crystals like a glutton. Seeing the boss dungeon magic crystal in Eugen's hand, the monster drooled and wanted to eat it. Eugen pulled him and said that the crystal was too big and he would break it apart for the chick. At that time, the system explained that Eugen had made a surprising achievement. Eugen was clearing the F-class dungeon alone with only F-class status with less than 3 items. Eugen was granted a title as a miracle rookie. Knowing his new title is S-class, Eugen freaks out. He couldn't believe getting an S-class title in an F-rank dungeon. The effect is double the dungeon reward, which is so insane. The problem is, what is the point of doubling rewards in a low-class dungeon? When Eugen was disappointed, the monster approached the magic crystal and ate it.
Shit.
He ate it with one gulp. Eugen looked up and hoped the system would at least give him a pretty good reward.
Nope.
But when he saw the chick, Eugen panicked knowing that he had eaten the large magic crystal earlier. After that, Eugen then returned home safely. Inside the dorm, Peace plays and bites the chick.
Yeah.
But at the end of the room, Eugen was very scared. He didn't know what to do because Peace was super active right now. Eugen doesn't know that cats and birds can't be put in the same place. The new monster almost became food for Peace. Eugen thought he shouldn't bring the monster, but he couldn't just leave it behind. At that time, Yuyong approached him and asked why Eugen was at the door. Surprised to see his brother, Eugen accidentally throws the monster and hides it. Yuyong, who was surprised to see Eugen had a new monster, asked how Eugen could have it. Eugen could only answer that he found it in the hallway. Eugen convinced Yuyong that the monster had been abandoned by its owner, and it was animal neglect, so Eugen just picked it up.
Sure.
Eugen then asked Yuyong to help calm Peace. Inside the dorm, Eugen explains to Peace that the chicks are his new friends, not food. But Peace didn't listen to him and kept targeting the chick. In the midst of the chaos, Yuyong told Eugen the reason for coming. He wants to ask Eugen about the kidnapping incident. Yuyong was hesitant to ask about it because he wanted to avoid bringing up any bad events for Eugen to remember, but he needed to confirm something. Feeling too noisy, Yuyong grabbed Peace, threw him, and said that he and Eugen had to talk seriously now. Seeing Peace being thrown, Eugen became angry and scolded Yuyong. So that is the end of the chapter. If you enjoy content like this, don't forget to like and subscribe to WebStory. And don't forget to check another video in this channel for another interesting story.
The first part of the manhwa starts with Ha-Duan, a high school student who is known as a nerd, playing multiple games during class breaks. Despite his love for gaming, he is constantly bullied by his schoolmates, who force him to play the games they want. As Duan is immersed in his gaming, Ju Arin, the school's most beautiful and popular student, enters his class, much to his surprise. Arin expresses her frustration about not being able to improve in one of her favorite games, despite playing it multiple times. Duan is thrilled to have a conversation with his crush and offers to help her, believing that everything he plays will be useful in life. However, their conversation is cut short when Arin's friend shows up, and she leaves with a gadget for Duan to play the game she mentioned. To Duan's delight, Arin even says goodbye by using his name, making him feel noticed and happy.
She's using
Tragically,
you.
during his short chat with Arin, Duan's attention is diverted and he loses a game, causing his character to die and drop a rare item called the King of Justice Sword, which is the favorite of one of his bullies, Min Chowu. Chowu sees the lost item and violently assaults Duan, causing his nose to bleed. Duan tries to appease Chowu by offering to give him his collection of swords, but Chowu ignores his offer and continues to beat him. Chowu then demands that Duan obtain the Fair King Great Sword, a rare item, within a week, threatening to strip and beat Duan in front of Arin if he fails. Despite his love for gaming, Duan hates being forced to play games for his bullies. The next day, Duan is initially relieved as he believes he will be able to escape Chowu and enjoy his summer vacation playing games. However, he soon receives a notification that the highest level in the game has been raised to 200, making it much more difficult to obtain rare items. Duan's confidence is shattered as his level, which was once at 100, has now become low, and other players no longer want to play with him. The prospect of obtaining the Fair King Greatsword seems daunting, and Duan is faced with a difficult challenge. After 30 hours of intense gaming, Duan was still unable to obtain the rare item Chowu had requested. In a desperate attempt to level up, he topped up his account but to no avail. Despite playing for a total of 64 hours, the coveted item remained just out of reach. When Duan hit the 144-hour mark, he was filled with panic as his vacation was quickly coming to an end. Suddenly, a level 200 player with the moniker, One Bring the End, appeared and offered to play with Duan. Reluctantly, Duan agreed and was blessed with luck as he was able to obtain not just one, but 2 rare items, including the one Chou Wu wanted. Grateful for the help, Duan chose to give one of the items to the players who had aided him. Exhausted from a week of non-stop gaming, Duan rose from his chair with the intention of getting some much-needed sleep before heading back to school. However, his body was weak from the lack of food and sleep. Suddenly, the world around him turned dark and Duan felt as though he was dying. Yet, to his surprise, he still had consciousness and a notification appeared, just like in the game, informing him that he would wake up at a predetermined coordinate point. Duan woke up to find himself back in his classroom, just before the start of summer vacation. Arin walked in and noticed Duan's gloomy demeanor, suspecting that he was overworking himself to help her with the game. As she left to meet up with a friend, Duan was still in disbelief, wondering if he had actually died and was now in a dream. Suddenly, notifications appeared on his screen, updating him with his character information and abilities, as well as informing him that all the XP he had earned in the virtual world would be transferred to his current character. Just then, Chou Wu entered the room and slammed Duan's head onto the desk, just as he had done before. Duan was growing increasingly frustrated with Chou Wu's rough behavior, and he glared at him with disdain. Chou Wu, now even angrier, was ready to attack Duan. Despite still believing that everything was a dream, Duan felt a sense of calm. But that quickly changed as Chou Wu delivered a painful punch that left Duan reeling. As Chou Wu grabbed Arin's hair, Duan felt compelled to step in. Just as he was about to hit Chou Wu, all the XP he earned during his time in the shuttle game transferred to his current character. To his surprise, Duan found himself at a legendary level of strength, easily beating Chou Wu with a single blow. Arin watched in shock, while Duan struggled to comprehend what was happening. He could now apply the skills he learned in the game to the real world. Suddenly, the administrator's message appeared, thanking him, and Duan realized that the administrator was none other than One Bring the End. He was later promoted to the final class games, with all his abilities maxed out. This was a dream come true for Duan, as he always wanted to use game character abilities in the real world. Meanwhile, Arin, who had seen the violence, took it upon herself to call for help. Duan's happiness was short-lived as a notification appeared informing him of the loss of all his XP and power due to his choice of the game shuttle. Despite not understanding the reason, Duan was agitated, but the system reveals that his mind had agreed to it. However, the notification also brought good news as Duan received a legendary item in the form of a golden key for successfully completing the quest to defeat Chou Wu. As he walked down the halls of the school with his wounds treated, Duan held on to the golden key but had no intention of using it. Instead, his priority was to uncover the true identity of the administrator. Suddenly, a dangerous invitation quest appeared, inviting Duan for a meeting tonight. While he was still trying to understand the quest, he ran into Yu Jihan, who had a bloody nose. Duan offered to get him some tissue, but Jihan declined and quickly left. While on his way to the toilet, Duan runs into Xin Jaemin, Chou Wu's friend, who informs him that he witnessed his victory over Chou Wu. Duan becomes worried that Jaemin may seek revenge, but to his surprise, Jaemin invites him to go out drinking with some girls. However, Duan recalls the dangerous quest he received earlier and politely declines Jaemin's offer. Moments after Jaemin leaves the toilet, Duan feels a sudden pain, and a notification pops up informing him that he will be in agony for the next hour for refusing the quest. Despite the fear and hesitation, Duan reluctantly accepts the quest to avoid the torment, and calls Jaemin, agreeing to join him for a drink. Upon reaching the karaoke place, Duan is greeted by Jaemin and a stunning girl with short hair named Xian who captures his attention. As they enter the karaoke room, Jaemin mentions that his friend's older brother works there, ensuring them the best services. When Jaemin inquires about Duan's drinking experience, Duan reveals that he has never been drunk, but Jaemin misconstrues it to mean that he can hold his liquor. However, Duan clarifies that he has never actually drank any alcohol. Jaemin then mentions that his wallet would arrive soon, confusing Duan until Yu Jihan enters the room, revealing that he paid for the room for 2 hours. Now understanding that Jihan is Jaemin's wallet, Duan watches as Jaemin and the girls enjoyed themselves. However, the fun turns into bullying when Jaemin starts pouring drinks on Jihan and forcing him to dance while Duan was about to sing a song. With his mind racing, Duan finds himself in a tough spot as he is faced with the choice to either escape to the emergency exit or stay and defend justice by hitting Jaemin on the head with the mic. The fear of punishment for not carrying out the mission was too great, as he thought of being gored by dozens of bulls. As he made his way back to the karaoke room, he saw that the girls had already left, leaving only Jaemin and a soaked Jihan. With bravery, Duan approached Jaemin and asked him to return Jihan's pants. Just then, Manchun appeared behind Duan, causing him to lose his nerve. However, he quickly regained his composure and started singing while Jihan danced beside him. As he took the mic, he saw the notification that the quest was completed, and moments later, a linked quest appeared, ordering him to defend justice. Despite the fear of the penalty, Duan knew he couldn't let Jihan suffer the same fate as he had, and so, with great courage, he hit Jaemin on the head with the mic, completing the mission and defending justice. The girls had just returned, and Manchun took a seat on Jihan's back. Jaemin noticed Manchun's menacing appearance and asked about the bruises on his face. Manchun explained that he had just beaten up some thugs. He then threatened Jihan, warning him not to make him fall or he would face the same fate as the thugs. Manchun was intrigued by Duan's defeat of Chou Wu, as he had not seen Duan exhibit such strength before. Jaemin also wanted to know why Duan had been hiding his powers. Duan was unsure how to respond, especially since he had lost his strength. Fortunately, Jaemin didn't press the matter, instead inviting Duan to join their group, promising him anything he desired, including wealth, power, and women. Duwan was reluctant to join the bullies, but when Jamin assured him he would never be mistreated, he began to consider the offer. Suddenly, Duwan acquired a mysterious power from a game. Jamin saw that Duwan was still considering the offer, and left the room, giving him time to think about it. As Duwan was grappling with Jamin's offer, Jihan stepped in and handed him the golden key that he had dropped during a collision in the school hallway that morning. Jihan implored Duwan not to join Jamin's group, as he saw Duwan as a good person. Duwan, who was listening to Jihan's advice, was suddenly jolted by a notification that the time for the linked quest was about to end in 3 minutes. Determined not to become the target of bullying by delinquent students, Duwan quickly got up and left the room, claiming he had to make a call. He sought refuge in a warehouse, much like an elephant that was on the brink of death, straying from its herd to hide its passing. Meanwhile, the girls noticed that the microphone in their karaoke room was missing just as Manchun was about to perform a song. With the quest time running out, Duwan made a bold move and knocked out Jamin, who was in the bathroom. A notification popped up, announcing that the quest had been successfully completed. As Duwan drags Jamin's body away, he recalls Jihan and tries to protect him by ruining Manchun and Jamin's friendship. He grabs Jamin's dropped phone and starts sending taunting messages to Manchun, who is singing karaoke until he stops and becomes angry. Duwan is in the bathroom, confident in his plan, when Manchun bursts in and a new mission notification pops up as Manchun is provoked. A fight ensues and Manchun beats Duwan, calling him a loser for attacking Jamin. However, a bruised Duwan retaliates by revealing that Manchun and Jamin are the real losers for bullying the weak. Enraged, Manchun throws Duwan out of the bathroom and Duwan's golden key falls from his pocket. Duwan discovered the key and, upon using it, was shown a message from the administrator and a skill window. He learned that the key would unlock his skill, and as soon as he did, he felt a change within himself. Meanwhile, Manchun was trying to revive Jamin when Duwan returned, causing Manchun to prepare for an attack. A notification popped up, warning Duwan to accept the fight or face punishment. Duwan accepted the battle and calmly faced Manchun, who charged at him excitedly. Duwan soon realized that the game system wanted him, a former loser, to defeat bullies like Manchun. He attacked and defeated Manchun. 8 years ago, Duwan was known as the Sovereign Master in an arcade in town. He earned this nickname due to his gaming skills, being able to play a game 38 times in a row and topping the rankings with his ultimate skill, Falcon Drop, which could defeat opponents with just one kick. Duwan's Falcon Drop skill has been unlocked with a mana cost of 120 XP, and he intends to use it against Manchun. However, he realizes that his mana is not enough and takes another hard hit from Manchun. Frustrated with the game system for showing his mana point as only 100 XP, Duwan recalls that Quest had hit Jamin's head with a copper key as a gift. Despite searching, he couldn't find the key near Jamin. Just as he is about to leave, thinking the key might be in the toilet, Manchun stops him and beats him again. Determined not to give up, Duwan secretly presses the elevator button when Manchun slams his head towards it. Pretending to be lying down and defeated, Duwan laughed to catch Manchun off guard. As the elevator opened behind Manchun, Duwan screamed as if a group of people were coming to help him, distracting Manchun. Seizing the opportunity, Duwan ran to the toilet, while Manchun finally realized he had been lied to and chased after him. Duwan was caught off guard when Manchun arrived and cornered him. Fortunately, he quickly found the copper key and used it to increase his mana through the character information window. With 100 extra mana points, Duwan utilized the Falcon Drop skill, which resulted in a powerful kick that brought Manchun down. The quest was completed, and Duwan acquired a silver key. Just as Duwan thought the ordeal was over, Jamin and Yukmanok, Manchun's older and more muscular brother, approached him, inquiring about Manchun, who was now unconscious. Duwan's panic intensified as he realized that Manchun had an older brother who worked at the karaoke place. In no time, all the karaoke patrons surrounded Duwan after he defeated Manchun. With his mana points exhausted from the battle, Duwan was now left with no strength to escape the situation. Jihan, fearing for Duwan's safety, heads home after Sion informs him of Manchun's search for the challenger who spoke to him through Jamin's phone. Despite being worried, Jihan tries to remain calm, trusting that Duwan has a plan in place. Meanwhile, Duwan finds himself surrounded by a group of men at the karaoke place, with no plan to escape. However, a karaoke employee announces the arrival of the police, causing the group to disperse. Before leaving, Jamin warns Duwan that the conflict is far from over, and that everyone has now seen his face, ready to seek revenge. Exhausted from the fight, Duwan remained silent, eventually succumbing to his fatigue and passing out. Duwan was groggy when he regained consciousness, and found himself in a bathroom with Sion in front of him. Sion hushed him, reminding him that he was in the women's restroom. She explained that she had rescued him from the group of young thugs and called the police. The police had arrived and dispersed the group, and Duwan had to hide until the situation improved. Sion told Duwan about his impressive fighting skills against Manchun, and how it changed her perception of him. Duwan realized that Sion was protecting him because she had feelings for him, and asked how he could repay her. Sion simply said he could grant her one request. The next morning, Duwan was jolted awake by his ringing cell phone. His mother was on the other end, berating him for not answering her calls for 3 days. But after she confirmed that her son was alright, she hung up quickly. Duwan decided to grab some food before settling back at his computer to learn more about the game that gave him his powers. However, when he tried to search for one Bring the End, he was unable to find any information. He also discovered that he couldn't summon the administrator's system anymore. Frustrated, Duwan started analyzing the game's system, which was similar to an RPG. He was a character in the game with levels and skills, tasked with defeating bullying monsters through quests that resulted in rewards or punishments. Every key he received as a prize allowed him to permanently unlock new skills. Duwan struggled with his thoughts, still grappling with the aftermath of turning Jamin's group against him after knocking out Manchun. But his musings were interrupted by the sound of the doorbell, which he assumed signaled the arrival of his much-anticipated fried chicken delivery. Eagerly, he rushed to the door, only to be greeted by a new quest. This one instructed him to act like a man. and satisfy a woman. Duan was taken aback by the vague request, but his confusion only grew when he opened the door to find Xian standing outside. Xian had come to collect on Duan's promise to fulfill her request. She asked him to undress, leaving Duan wondering if this was what the quest had meant. Despite his confusion, Duan eventually obliged, removing his clothes as Xian walked over to his closet to inspect his wardrobe. Duan asked how Xian knew where he lived, and she explained that she had seen the address on the back of his cell phone when she tended to him after he passed out at the karaoke place. Disapproving of Duan's simple wardrobe, Xian asked him to accompany her on a shopping trip to buy new clothes. Duan was left to ponder whether the quest would actually require him to sleep with Xian. Arriving at a clothing store, Xian took charge, directing Duan to try on various outfits for their day together. Duan was bewildered, but Xian explained that he was to accompany her. After much searching, she ultimately settled on a sleek all-black ensemble, complete with a leather jacket, that made Duan look more mature. Although he wasn't entirely comfortable with the style, he went along with it. A new quest soon appeared, instructing Duan to take Xian out to eat. Nervously, Duan invited her to a restaurant. During the meal, both of them were uncharacteristically silent. Duan, feeling awkward, tried to make conversation by asking Xian to introduce herself. Xian, sensing Duan's nerves, told him her name and reassured him that they would have many more opportunities to get to know each other better in the future. Xian and Duan went on a series of dates, starting from watching movies, to cafes, karaoke, and finally an arcade. During their time at the arcade, Duan planned to impress Xian by winning her a stuffed fish from a claw machine. However, when he collected enough dolls, he couldn't find Xian. He called out for her, and was confronted by a man named Kang Sehun. Sehun grabbed Duan's hair because he didn't like men who were close to Xian. Xian finally arrived and asked Sehun to release Duan. Sehun pretended to apologize and asked who Duan was. Xian casually replied that he was her boyfriend, surprising both Duan and Sehun. Xian then pulled Duan's hand and asked him to leave with her, ignoring Sehun who was her neighbor. Duan was taken aback as he walked down the street, still processing Xian's declaration that he was her boyfriend. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Xian interrupted his thoughts, informing him they had arrived at her destination. With a simple request for him to follow, she led the way into a building, just as the seventh quest appeared, tasking Duan to enter the same building as Xian. Xian and Duan step into the elevator and head to the 7th floor. Duan is startled when he realizes that Xian may have invited him to spend the night with her, but she silences him with her cool demeanor, telling him she will overcome everything. When they arrive at the 7th floor, they find all the rented rooms closed and Duan begins to question why they are there. Xian leads him to a room where a general Guanaku meeting is being held. The meeting leader, he, reveals the agenda to discuss Duan, who has caused trouble at school and at the karaoke bar, and displays his full biography on the screen. Duan turns to Xian for answers but she remains silent. He then asks the meeting members who is willing to eliminate Duan, and all hands go up, meaning 497 bullies in the Guanaku area will target Duan. The final quest appears with the option for Duan to risk his life for the chance to escape the pursuit of the bullies, with a prize offered for success. Duan is taken aback by the dangerous situation he now finds himself in. Duan quietly asks Xian about her plan to sell him to the bullies, but she remains silent. Just as the meeting chairman is about to declare agreement on the first agenda item, Xian interjects and asks for the agenda to be continued at the next meeting. Duan discreetly turns away, trying to hide his face from the others. Xian, the senior bully in the Baramidong district, becomes the focus of the room as members ask about Duan, who is standing beside her. The chairman confirms that the next meeting will be about electing a new leader for the Baramidong district, and Xian announces she has found the perfect candidate. Duan tries to slip away unnoticed, but Xian grabs him by the jacket and introduces him as her potential representative. Everyone is taken aback to see Duan, who they just discussed in the meeting, as the potential leader. Xian cites Duan's feat of defeating 3 people in one day as proof of his suitability for the role. Han Unsum, the representative of the Silindong district, simply agrees with Xian's statements. Duan, who is clueless, protests Xian's proposal of joining the bullying group, but she convinces him by pointing out his vulnerable position as a target of bullies in Guanaku. Xian believes that by becoming a part of the group, Duan will be protected from the bullies. Although hesitant, Duan is grateful to Xian for her concern. However, Xian reveals that her motive was not to help Duan but to keep Sehun, a member of the bullying group and a rival for the position of district chief of Baramidong, away from the position. As Xian and Duan are discussing, Sehun, who had become suspicious of Xian's behavior, arrives at the scene. Xian had introduced Duan as her boyfriend, and Sehun followed them to the building. Sehun, who is irritated by Xian's proposal to make Duan the chairman, strangles Duan while announcing that he is also a candidate for the same position. The leader of the meeting announces that the election for the chairman will be decided through a fight between Duan and Sehun until one of them is unconscious. The members of the meeting clear up their chairs to make room for the fight. Duan, who has freed himself from Sehun's stranglehold, is determined to win the fight as losing would make him the target of all the bullies. He impulsively executes a falcon drop attack on Sehun while the latter was speaking to Xian. However, to everyone's surprise, Sehun manages to withstand the attack. The onlookers are amazed by Duan's skills, but he is in disbelief as the falcon drop should have paralyzed mentioned earlier. A notification then informs Duan that his mana points are insufficient to use the skill again. This realization throws Duan off balance as he tries to figure out how to win the fight without his mana points. Sehun takes advantage of Duan's distraction and locks his neck, making it hard for Duan to breathe. Despite Duan's struggles to break free, Sehun's strength proves too much for him, and Sehun declares that he only needs to maintain the lock until Duan loses consciousness. Flashback to the summer of 7th grade middle school, Sehun is seen tormenting Duan by applying submission techniques on him, even during lunch and in the bathroom, causing Duan to pass out. The most mortifying experience for Duan was waking up in the bathroom, pantsless and being publicly humiliated in front of all the female students, painting a picture of him as a weak and useless individual. Fast forward to the present. Sehun, assuming that Do-won has passed out, finally lets go of the lock. Do-won falls to the ground and is flooded with memories of his past. He is frustrated to see Sehun, who used to be overweight, now handsome and surrounded by beautiful women. The onlookers start to declare the match one-sided, with Do-won having no chance of victory against Sehun's superior power. Do-won is about to accept defeat when Sehun declares himself the chairman of Baramidong. However, this ignites a fire within Do-won and he suddenly rises, declaring his intention to defeat Sehun. Earlier that day, Do-won struggled to unlock a passive skill using a silver key he obtained after defeating Manchu. He finally unlocked the critical hit skill, which didn't require mana points, but with a low 1% chance of success. Despite the odds, Do-won approached Sehun and started hitting him, but to everyone's surprise, including Seon's embarrassment and Sehun's shock, the hits had no effect. Flashback to Do-won's past. When he was 13, he had been willing to spend his English tutoring money to upgrade his RNG game, only to be mocked by his friend for constantly failing to do so. Similarly, in the present, Do-won's 100 punches were ineffective against Sehun, who didn't even flinch, even though one punch should have paralyzed him. Sehun overpowered Do-won, grabbing him by the neck and tossing him against the speaker. Despite Do-won's attempts to fight back, Sehun, who had been training his physique for years, remained unscathed by Do-won's weak strikes. Do-won reminded Sehun of their middle school days when Sehun was known as a chubby bully. But Sehun appeared shocked and couldn't recall ever meeting Do-won. Enraged, Do-won accused bullies of quickly forgetting those they torment. Sehun then manhandled Do-won, holding his feet and throwing him into a pile of chairs in the corner of the room, saying he had forgotten about Do-won just like childhood toys. Eun-sung tries to put an end to the fight, recognizing that Do-won, who was getting constantly beaten, had lost the will to fight and that it was only a waste of time. Do-won, feeling foolish for putting faith in the 1% chance of success from the passive skill in the game, was about to be defeated by Sehun, when Eun-sung called the fight off. However, Do-won, being persistent, refused to give up and began to rise to his feet. Sehun, growing increasingly frustrated with Do-won's refusal to surrender, watches in annoyance. Seon, also, looks on in disbelief as Do-won, despite being battered, rises to continue the fight. Do-won, who was trying to provoke Sehun, stumbled on his jacket and stumbled towards Sehun, accidentally hitting him with a critical hit that sent Sehun flying into the elevator door, breaking it. The group was shocked by the feat, with one member mentioning Do-won had executed the legendary Flame Emperor-Trace Iron Palm technique. A notification then popped up confirming the use of critical hit. Despite the pain, Sehun tried to get up, determined to kill Do-won who he thought was feigning weakness. Do-won appeared scared, with some members taunting him, but then he unexpectedly smiled. Do-won, who was depicted as a young boy in the past, is seen trying to upgrade his RNG game with persistence. He is surprised to see that his efforts finally paid off, and realizes that determination can turn despair into hope. In the present, Do-won confidently runs towards Sehun for an attack. However, to Sehun's surprise, Do-won suddenly changes direction and punches him in the face instead. Meanwhile, out at sea, George and Steve are leisurely swimming when they come face to face with a giant white shark, the strongest predator in the ocean. The shark tries to attack them, but Steve quickly reacts by kicking it in the nose, causing the shark to retreat in pain. Just as the nose is a weak software, can cause great pain to the nose. Do-won lands a devastating blow to Sehun's nose with a powerful punch, causing blood to flow freely. Sehun is filled with rage and intends to kill Do-won, but to everyone's surprise, Do-won instead executes a neck lock technique and tugs on Sehun's nose, demanding his surrender. The onlookers are shocked by this sudden turn of events, and can hardly believe that the seemingly weak Do-won is capable of inflicting such pain on Sehun. Seon watches in disbelief. With Do-won's relentless assault proving too much for Sehun to bear, he finally gives in and Do-won triumphantly releases his submission hold, shouting his victory. Just as he does so, an electrical short in a damaged speaker wire causes a raging fire to break out behind him, adding to the dramatic moment. Panic sets in as those in the room realize the extent of the fire and make a rush for the fire escape, with Do-won caught up in the throngs of people being hastily evacuated from the burning building. Do-won overhears a conversation about Seon and realizes that she was not among those who escaped the building during the fire. Concerned for her safety, he rushes back into the burning building. When he reaches the previous room, he finds Seon fighting the fire alongside a man in glasses armed with a fire extinguisher. Seon is taken aback by Do-won's sudden return, while Do-won, feeling embarrassed by his initial panic, simply asks if he could go home as he had promised to accompany her for the day. The man escorts Sehun out of the room and mentions that the next meeting date will be announced later, referring to Do-won as the head of the Baramidong area bully gang. This designation takes Do-won by surprise, as he had never considered himself to be part of a bullying gang in that area. As Do-won walked home with Seon, his thoughts lingered on the revelation that he was now seen as the leader of a bully gang in Baramidong. Seon tried to reassure him, saying that he was lucky to have avoided trouble from the bullies after his victory against Sehun. Do-won agreed, still grappling with the idea. As they approached Seon's house, Do-won handed her a stuffed fish he won at the arcade, saying he noticed she had been eyeing it earlier. Seon explained that she was actually looking at a poster of a big-nosed man nicknamed the Claw Machine Sweep, who was wearing a running shirt, shorts, and a headset. Despite the misunderstanding, Seon graciously accepted the gift and thanked Do-won for risking his life to save her during the fire. Do-won felt his cheeks turn red as Seon stepped into her house, grateful for her kind words. As Do-won stands in front of Seon's house, a message pops up on his screen, informing him that he has completed his quest. The boy becomes a man. Do-won whispers to himself that he has indeed achieved the goal, but it came at a cost. He is now seen as a bully. Another message follows, announcing the prize points he has earned for completing 8 missions. This comes as a surprise to Do-won, and leaves him wondering about the rewards he has gained. As the day of his first day of high school approached, Do-won felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Arriving at school early, he wanted to make sure he was prepared and set up his gaming equipment. Upon entering his class, he was shocked to see that another student was already there. To his surprise, the student was none other than Han Eun-sung, the notorious leader of the Silindong bullying gang and the most dangerous person in the Gwanike district. As the two boys faced each other, the tension in the room was palpable. Do-won, intimidated by Eun-sung's threat to kill him, tried to reason with the bully leader, reminding him that they shouldn't turn on each other. Eun-sung, however, was determined to seek revenge for Do-won's interference in Shin Jae-min's group, the bullies of the Silindong area. Despite Do-won's obvious fear, Eun-sung softened his stance and extended an invitation to join forces. He promised that no one from Silindong would harass Do-won again if he joined them. As the day went on, Do-won couldn't shake off the strange encounter with Eun-sung. Everything seemed too quiet. Even during breaks, no one approached him to play games like they normally would. He found it odd. As in the past, the start of a new semester would bring the bullies looking for weak victims, creating a law of the jungle-like atmosphere in the classroom. During a visit to the bathroom, Do-won was taken aback to find Jaemin enjoying his vape. To Do-won's surprise, Jaemin congratulated him on being elected chairman of Baremi-dong, and tried to make a connection, as he saw Do-won's close relationship with Eun-sung. Do-won was confused by Jaemin's behavior, but Jaemin tried to dodge the question when Do-won questioned him about it. As Do-won was putting away his gaming gear in the classroom, he couldn't help but reflect on how the various quests he had completed had led him to become a part of the school's bullying group. He wondered if the game system he was playing was intentionally trapping him. Suddenly, Ju Arin, the most beautiful student in the school, approached Do-won with a gift as a token of her gratitude for protecting her. Upon opening the box, Do-won was taken aback to find a live octopus, which according to Arin, would restore his energy after fighting to protect her. Just as he was about to eat the octopus, a red-haired student named So Sungwa, who Do-won had never seen before, approached him and asked him to play a game. Do-won was surprised and intrigued by this new development. Meanwhile, in the dark room, Eun-sung faced a challenge from Kim Jae-jin, a fellow member of the Silindong group. Jae-jin questioned Eun-sung's choice to work with Do-won. Eun-sung explained that he wanted to see Do-won's true nature, as Do-won's reaction to his threat was one of fear and cowardice, which was very different from the bravery he showed while fighting Sehun. Jae-jin countered, saying that Do-won was only pretending, but Eun-sung insisted that he would find out the truth for himself. Back in the classroom, Do-won was interrupted from his moment with Arin by Sungwa, who asked him to play a game. Do-won, frustrated by the interruption, approached Sungwa and asked him to leave. Meanwhile, Eun-sung and Jae-jin discussed the strange quietness of the class that day and suspected that Sungwa's presence may be the cause. Eun-sung revealed a photo of Sungwa, known to be a sadistic individual, being in the same class as Do-won, adding that they would see something interesting when Do-won and Sungwa met. Do-won is part of Gwanike's bullying group and refuses to play along when Sungwa tries to engage him in a game. He returns Sungwa's phone and threatens to kill him if he doesn't play his own game. Sungwa, a member of the Bangcheon-dong district bullying gang, is annoyed but tries to hide it. Do-won suspects that Sungwa is from the Silindong bully group and continues to provoke him. Despite the threats, Sungwa suddenly apologizes to Do-won and takes back his phone. Do-won is pleased with his ability to show his strength in front of Arin, but just as he's about to return to their chat, she is picked up by a friend and leaves. The school announces that the cafeteria has opened for second-year students for lunch, and Do-won eagerly plans to eat with Arin. However, he is stopped by Yu Ji-han, a student who is often bullied, who grabs his arm. Meanwhile, Sungwa encounters a large second-year student at the cafeteria who thinks he's a first-year student. Do-won is shocked to find out that Ji-han is in the same class as him. Ji-han warns Do-won to be careful of Sungwa, as he had threatened him earlier. Do-won, unfamiliar with Sungwa, is confused by the warning. Ji-han explains that Sungwa is a different kind of bully as he is not easily provoked, but will react if someone tries to confront him. Sungwa is still being held up by a student who wants to take food first, causing him to become increasingly annoyed. He glares at the student and suddenly starts beating him. With his quick speed, Sungwa attacks and dodges his opponent's attempts to defend himself, leaving the student confused and beaten black and blue. Sungwa loudly exclaims that he wouldn't accept being grabbed as he continues the assault. The scene shocks the students who witness it, including Do-won and Ji-han as they walk to the cafeteria. Even after school, Do-won can't shake the image of Sungwa beating up a student for taking his food. He feels confident that as long as he doesn't grab Sungwa, he'll be safe. However, that changes when a full sprint quest appears, tasking Do-won with running and passing Sungwa within 10 minutes. Do-won is frustrated and can be heard shouting to himself, catching the attention of those around him. Despite his annoyance, he can't refuse the quest as he fears the consequences of not completing it. Thus, he hurries to find Sungwa before the time limit expires. As Do-won wandered down the alley, he stumbled upon Sungwa who was in the midst of assaulting a student for running past him. Sungwa coldly dismissed the student's apologies, further beating him until he left. Fueled by a desire for justice, Do-won approached the student offering a handkerchief. Suddenly, a quest notification appeared, reminding Do-won that he only had 2 minutes left to beat Sungwa. Do-won felt confident in his chances, armed with a key bundle that he had received as a reward 6 days prior. The bundle contained a golden key and 4 bronze keys, but a warning appeared, reminding Do-won that once he used the first lock, the unused keys would disappear. Do-won was overjoyed by the prospect of unlocking skills to aid him in future quests. That night, Do-won carefully guarded the keys, eagerly awaiting the next challenge to arise. Do-won is seen sprinting into a small alley, where he activates the golden key's active skill, Blind Spot Strike, using 20 mana points. He then activates another key to gain more mana points and additional skills, as he carefully considers the best approach to defeat someone who is a speed-focused athlete. Meanwhile, at the bus stop, a student carelessly runs into someone while trying to catch a bus that has just passed. Someone, irritated, tries to hold the student back, but Do-won intervenes, preventing someone from completing the full sprint quest. Do-won goads someone further, causing a chain quest to appear, just as Do-won had anticipated. Do-won impulsively used his skill, Blind Spot Strike, and someone was sent reeling from the impact. Do-won took advantage of the opportunity to flee and strategize, but someone proved to be faster and caught up, snatching Do-won's bag and sending him tumbling to the ground. Quick on his feet, Do-won countered with a blind spot triple combo, feeling proud and like a true assassin. But to his surprise, someone remained silent, even as he dropped his heavy bag to the ground. In an instant, someone launched a lightning-fast attack, leaving Duan struggling to defend himself and taking a beating. As he lay there, Duan frantically searched for the best skill to use against someone, who now offered him a choice, paralysis or coma. Duan countered with his blind spot combo, confidently declaring that he wouldn't fall for someone's ultimatum. Someone underestimated the power of Duan's attack, only to have his cheek struck. Duan revealed that his strike was not a simple one, catching someone off guard. In action games, the key to victory is to alternate between slow and quick attacks, as well as strong and weak attacks to intimidate the opponent. Duan, who had honed his skills, realized that relying solely on speed would not guarantee him a win. So, he chose to focus on enhancing his attack ability over agility. To Duan, this fight with someone was just another game, and he saw himself as a seasoned player who had never lost a battle. Treating the fight with someone as a game, Duan attempted to analyze his opponent's attack patterns. He noticed that someone effortlessly dodged his strikes, then countered with swift blows. Duan tried to protect his face and counterattack, but he was caught off guard when someone kicked him, throwing him off balance. Someone taunted Duan, declaring that he couldn't beat him. In that moment, Duan realized that someone was an accomplished athlete with powerful kicks. He understood that if he didn't take action, he would surely lose the battle. Duan charged towards someone, declaring that he was not easy to defeat, and unleashed his blind spot strike skill. He aimed a sneaky kick at someone's blind spot, but someone managed to grab Duan's legs and pummel him with a barrage of punches and kicks. Meanwhile, someone continued to overpower Duan and approached him while he was occupied with opening his skill window. With limited health points and magic points, Duan was down to his last 2 chances to attack. Suddenly, Duan discovered someone's blind spot. But before he could act on it, someone kicked him in the head. However, Duan quickly lowered his head and kicked someone's Achilles heel, causing him pain. Duan felt triumphant, realizing that his new skill, Blind Spot Strike, was different from the Falcon Drop, which specifically targeted the opponent's head. Instead, Blind Spot Strike could target any part of the opponent's body. As someone was still nursing his hurt heel, Duan quickly seized the opportunity. He grabbed onto someone's hoodie, covering his opponent's head, and aimed to strike with a punch. However, someone was quick to react and stopped Duan's attack by grabbing his hand. Someone then retaliated with a powerful kick, sending Duan crashing to the ground once more. Someone, clearly frustrated, grabbed a nearby brick, declaring that he should have used it from the start so as to not suffer the same defeat he experienced in the past academic athletics competition. Someone was a determined athlete who aimed to secure first place in the competition. Despite his hard work, he was left disappointed as he only managed to come in second. Upon returning home, he was met with physical abuse from his father, who was once a successful athlete before an accident left him paralyzed. Determined to live out his father's dream, someone trained tirelessly every day, even going as far as to fill his backpack with sand to build strength. Despite his efforts, coming in second was the best he could do. However, after the competition, someone summoned the athlete who took first place to a meeting. When the athlete arrived, someone unleashed his anger and beat him viciously. From that moment on, someone was set on destroying anyone who was faster than him, as he believed he was the fastest. Present day, someone recounts to Duan how he beat the first place athlete into a coma, which led to his expulsion from the track and field club and rejection by his father. He ponders if he would escape punishment if he were to do the same to Duan. As someone raises a brick to strike Duan, he suddenly feels something wriggling in his hoodie as the live octopus that Duan had secretly placed there earlier. Someone, unfazed, squeezes the octopus's head and tosses it aside. However, the octopus releases ink which gets into someone's eyes, blinding him. Duan sees this as a chance to strike and quickly moves in, attacking someone's vital points. He finally delivers a powerful blow to someone's chin, sending him to the ground unconscious. Duan is satisfied with his victory, dedicating it to Arin. Recently, Duan received a quest notification indicating he had successfully completed it, earning a key bundle that included 1 golden key and 2 bronze keys. However, the intense battle with someone had taken a toll on his health points, causing him to feel weak. To avoid fainting and falling prey to a potential attack from someone, Duan quickly used one of the bronze keys to restore his health points. Once he had regained his strength, Duan activated the keys one by one. When he used the golden key, he unlocked an active skill exclusive to his class, called Multi-Strike Destruction. This powerful technique required 200 mana points to execute, and promised to cause massive destruction. Excited to try out his new skill, Duan realized he didn't have enough mana points, and quickly used another bronze key to increase it by 100. Finally, Duan set his sights on his new pet, an octopus named Squishy that Arin had given him. But just as he was about to catch it, a wild cat swooped in and made off with the octopus. Duan took off after the cat in pursuit. Arriving home after his fight with someone, Duan is filled with sorrow as he recalls losing Squishy, the octopus that Arin had given him. His phone rings, interrupting his thoughts, and he discovers that his mother is calling from the United Kingdom on a business trip. She reminds him to visit his father's grave on the upcoming death anniversary, and the conversation ends. Duan gazes at a family photo and a dedication award to his father, Hajino, who had voluntarily worked to stop bullying at school. Overwhelmed with emotions, he decides to have a dinner of fried octopus to fulfill his hunger. In an old, unused building, Ji Baekchan, the second in command of the Banjindong bullying group, is furious. He has just learned that someone, one of his men, lost the fight against Duan, the leader of the rival Baramidong group. Baekchan is worried that if the chairman of Banjindong finds out, the whole group will face consequences. So, he takes out his anger on someone, who is tied to a chair and being kicked against the wall. Baekchan is upset that he took in someone, who was left behind by his father, but now someone is bringing shame to the Banjindong group's name. When Baekchan notices the sandbags in someone's bag, symbolizing his obsession with being an athlete, he becomes even angrier and approaches someone. Baekchan orders his subordinate Ilsuk to bring Duan to him, hoping to resolve the issue without informing his boss and by confronting Duan directly. The following day, Duan is informed by Jihan that someone is nowhere to be found at school. Concerned that someone may be ill after their intense fight the day before, Duan is relieved to hear that he won't have to face him again. However, his peaceful day is abruptly interrupted when a student bursts into the classroom, shouting that a gang of delinquents led by Il-suk has entered the school and is searching for Duan. Duan, who has never heard of the group, wonders what they want with him. Il-suk then walks into the classroom, greets Duan, and demands that he accompany them to Bangchindong. Duan refuses, knowing that he'll be at a disadvantage if he goes with them. Il-suk warns Duan that if he doesn't comply, he'll have to deal with 10 of his men. As Duan begins to feel overwhelmed and unsure of his ability to fend off 10 attackers, Eun-sung suddenly bursts onto the scene. He asks Il-suk and the other bullies what they are doing in the classroom. One of the members retorts arrogantly, causing Eun-sung to become annoyed. With a swift kick, Eun-sung disables the student by breaking his leg. He then warns Il-suk that if they try to take Duan, they will have to face him as well. Duan watches in shock as Eun-sung effortlessly took down the attacker, showing his immense strength and skill. As Eun-sung took on Il-suk's men one by one, it became clear that his strength and speed were no match for them. With a single punch, he could paralyze his opponents and send one of them crashing against the wall, unconscious. Despite Eun-sung's warning to 2 attackers to back off, they charged at him, but he easily dodged their attack and took them down. The rest of Il-suk's men tried to tackle Eun-sung as a group, but he showed them that he was a force to be reckoned with, defeating all 4 of them in one swift move. Duan, who was witnessing all of this, was reminded of Xian's words about Eun-sung being the most dangerous bully in Guanake. Eun-sung then approached Il-suk, ordering him to clean up the mess in the classroom. Il-suk, feeling humiliated, threatened to report the incident to the Bangchindong leadership. However, Eun-sung paid no heed to the threat and instead invited Duan to go to the snack bar with him. At the snack bar, Duan expressed his gratitude to Eun-sung for coming to his rescue and defended him against Il-suk's gang. Eun-sung, however, dismissed Duan's fears and assured him that they were now on the same side. Eun-sung then questioned Duan about his decision not to stand up against bullies, and the reason for his altercation with someone. Duan was taken aback and, in an attempt to explain himself, confessed to Eun-sung that he was actually a bully hunter. The revelation caught Duan by surprise, as he now realized that he and Eun-sung were both part of the same group. Despite his fears, Eun-sung simply chuckled and encouraged Duan before departing. Duan had been feeling uneasy since the Bangchindong group incident and was worried about another encounter. However, luck was on his side as there were no more quest missions and he could lead a peaceful life. He often spent his weekends at an internet cafe, playing games and enjoying his free time. One day, he noticed 2 young boys playing a game and rejoiced as they received a rare item. But as the boys left their seats to go to the bathroom, Duan was reminded of his own childhood and a similar experience. Just then, Arin approached him to deliver his food order, catching Duan off guard as he hadn't known she worked at the cafe. Arin explained that she occasionally helped her father, the owner of the internet cafe. As a group of high school teenagers huddled around the computer screen, a group of elementary school students were gathering nearby. Suddenly, the teenagers dispersed and the young students were shocked to find that their hard-earned game items were missing. Arin, who had noticed the disappearance, immediately went to them and listened as they explained their situation. Duan, overhearing
hours
their
earlier,
conversations, despite the teenagers and tears streaming down his face, the young boy begged Duan for help in recovering their stolen possessions. With that, a quest titled Thieves Sweep appeared, tasking Duan with defeating all 4 thieves. Although he lacked the confidence of someone like Eun-sung, who was capable of single-handedly defeating many opponents, Arin and the boy implored Duan to take on the challenge. Meanwhile, a notification window popped up, revealing a hidden quest with a tantalizing reward: the chance to date Arin. Duan, who was interested in her, quickly accepted the quest and rushed out of the internet cafe, promising to return before his ramen got cold. In a dimly lit alley, a group of thieves huddled together, planning to sell their ill-gotten goods. Suddenly, Duan burst onto the scene, striking one of the thieves with his blind spot strike skill. He declared that he would not tolerate those who shattered the dreams of inexperienced gamers, even as he provoked the thieves into attacking him. As the 4 criminals closed in on Duan, he quickly made a run for it, leading them down a dead-end alley. However, they were shocked to find that Duan was nowhere to be seen, having cleverly hidden himself. In a surprise move, Duan sprang out and unleashed his Falcon Drop skill, sending one of the thieves crashing to the ground unconscious. A notification appeared, informing Duan that the first thief had been defeated. As the 3 remaining thieves stumbled back in shock from the initial attack, Duan introduced himself as the representative from Bramidong, known as a notorious bully. One of the thieves was provoked and charged towards Duan, who used his blind spot strike skill, successfully intimidating the 3 criminals. However, one of them tried to rally the others, encouraging them not to be afraid of the lone Duan. Undeterred, the 2 thieves charged forward, only to be met with another dose of Duan's blind spot strike skill, leaving them writhing in pain. Duan was confident in his abilities, knowing that the thieves he was facing were only middle school students. He confidently approached the 3 remaining youths, cornering them, before unleashing his multi-strike destruction skill, defeating the final 2 thieves. The final thief, seeing the futility of his situation, begged for mercy and pledged to never steal again, promising to return all the stolen items. This was the first time Duan had ever heard a criminal beg for forgiveness, and he demanded that the thief return the stolen game items to the internet cafe. As Duan picked up his jacket, he realized that there was still one thief who had not been defeated. Determined not to lose the promised reward, he turned and launched an attack on the last thief. Upon completing the quest, Duan was awarded a silver key and eagerly awaited his hidden reward. Later, the 4 middle school students came back to the internet cafe to apologize to the young boy and promise never to steal again. Duan was there and warned them not to repeat their actions. As the group was leaving the cafe, one of them received a call from their older brother, Mingyu, ordering them to leave immediately. Meanwhile, Arin expressed her gratitude to Duan for helping resolve the issue with the game item thieves, and as a token of appreciation, she offered to treat him to a meal to make up for the soggy ramen he had earlier ordered. Duan was overjoyed, not just for the meal but also for the chance to go on a date with Arin. Years ago, Duan had a chance encounter with Arin when he was still in elementary school. He had stepped in to defend a girl who was being bullied. However, the school's boss bully, Arin, swiftly put Duan in his place, causing him to be scared and avoid her for years to come. However, to his surprise, when he entered high school, he found that Arin had changed. She had transformed from an aggressive bully to a gentle and polite person. Though they had not seen each other in a while, Arin left an impact on Duan once again, but in a completely different way. As Duan waits inside the internet cafe for Arin to get ready, he decides to open a silver key he received as a reward. To his surprise, he gains a passive skill in weapon mastery which will come in handy when dealing with enemies wielding weapons. When Arin arrives and invites Duan to a Tteokbokki shop, he agrees without hesitation. However, upon arriving, he is taken aback by the sight of mint chocolate tteokbokki, a type of food he has never encountered before. Despite his initial surprise, he does not want to disappoint Arin and tries the tteokbokki, pretending to enjoy it. Despite the unexpected twist, Duan is happy to be on a date with Arin, reflecting on the fact that this is his second date as part of the game system. This raises questions about the system's purpose in his mind. After their meal, Arin and Duan engaged in a game of Jenga, using the truth or lie tool that Duan had brought along. When Arin revealed that she already had a boyfriend, the device indicated that she was telling the truth, causing Duan to feel heartbroken. However, moments later, Arin realizes that the device is malfunctioning as she had just lied. Duan is overjoyed and grateful for the reward he received, finally confirming that Arin is indeed single. Meanwhile, one of the thieves that Duan had previously confronted brought along Minghya to seek revenge on Duan while he was on a date with Arin. Meanwhile, Arin suggests they play the hammer nail game for a chance to win big doll prizes. Duan observes as Arin takes her turn but fails. He prepares to give it a shot, using mathematical calculations to increase his chances of success. But just as he's about to strike the nail, he is faced with a hammer down quest, which requires him to hit Arin on the head with a dungeon prize map within 5 minutes. Duan is shocked by the sudden appearance of the quest, as they usually only appear when he has to defeat bullies or thugs. He doesn't want to hurt Arin and decides not to carry out the quest. However, as he watches a hammer toy game, he invites Arin to play with him and is pleasantly surprised to find out that she is surprisingly skilled at the game. Duan finds himself in a difficult situation when a quest appears, asking him to hit Arin's head with a hammer toy. Despite not wanting to hurt her, as the time for the quest draws to a close, Duan takes the opportunity to complete it. The surrounding crowd is shocked at the force with which Duan hits Arin, causing the hammer toy to break. Guilt-ridden, Duan believes that Arin must be angry with him. To his surprise, she instead laughs and is overjoyed, inviting Duan to play again. Just as they're getting into their game, Arin's father calls, causing her to say goodbye and head back to the internet cafe. After Arin departed, Minghya approached Duan abruptly. Duan, not recognizing the man, walked away in confusion. When Duan inquired about Minghya's purpose for seeking him out, Minghya replied with his desire for revenge against the junior that Duan had beaten. The mention of revenge sparked Duan's memory of the 4 thieves who had previously cost him a significant amount of mana points. He knew that if he were to face Minghya, he would surely lose. Minghya then threatened to play with Arin first before dealing with Duan. Duan's anger boiled over as he witnessed Minghya injuring Arin, causing him to pull on Minghya's shirt and curse him. This act of aggression triggered a sudden quest activation. Duan's fight with the 4 thieves had taken a toll on him, leaving him weakened and vulnerable to Minghya's punch to his stomach. Minghya was shocked to learn that Duan had taken down his juniors with just 1 strike, but was even more surprised by Duan's apparent weakness. With his mana points depleted, Duan had no choice but to rely on his critical hit skill to protect Arin from Minghya. Minghya was ready to attack again, but Duan, with his weapon mastery, used the broken hammer toy to strike Minghya and send him flying. The sight of Duan successfully attacking with a broken toy left Minghya in disbelief. Feeling deceived, Minghya launched another attack on Duan, but Duan effortlessly parried the blow. Minghya then tried to push Duan out of reach, but Duan counterattacked using the bottom of his hammer toy, freeing himself from Minghya's grasp. However, as Duan was about to deliver the final blow, the hammer toy broke, leaving Duan in a panic as his weapon mastery was now damaged. In a frantic search for a new weapon, Minghya seized the opportunity and attacked Duan with a knuckle, causing Duan's face to bleed. Minghya declared his intention to render Duan helpless and bring him before Arin to witness his assault on her. He revealed that his motivations for avenging his juniors were to get the girl of his desires. Duan was left wondering why Minghya was so obsessed with being a nuisance, to which Minghya replied that it was his way of gaining an advantage in life. Just then, Duan found a new weapon, a belt, which he quickly used to attack Minghya and injure his temple. With his new weapon mastery, Duan overpowered Minghya until one of his knuckles fell off. Duan became even more irritated when Minghya declared that living a good life was a waste, and threw a punch at him. Despite the difficulties, Duan succeeded in completing the quest that night. As Arin and her father walked home after closing up their internet cafe, Duan observed them from distance, feeling grateful that Arin was safe. When Duan arrived home, he thought about Minghya's words on life and wondered how his father, who had always dealt with troublemakers, would react. Wanting to be prepared for any challenges that may come his way, Duan checked the 5 bronze keys he received as a quest reward and activated them to boost his agility and defense points. Although he wasn't sure what the spirit points were for, he decided not to increase them. Duan then opened a dungeon map reward he received after completing a quest. To his surprise, the map only showed the location of an apartment that would be fully unlocked in 5 days. The dungeon recommended forming a party with at least 2 members, but Duan wasn't interested and declined the invitation. A warning appeared, reminding him that he would face a penalty if he missed the dungeon raid. Despite this, Duan accepted the challenge and prepared himself for the battle ahead. The following day, at school, Duan tried to convince Eun-sung to join him on the dungeon raid, but Eun-sung had other commitments for the day. During lunch with Jihan, Duan had considered asking him to join, but quickly dismissed the idea as Jihan wasn't physically capable of participating in the battle. After school, Duan was still struggling to find a suitable companion for the dungeon raid when Seon unexpectedly appeared outside the school gates. She explained that she wanted to introduce Duan to the people of Baramidong. On their way to the meeting, Duan expressed his concerns to Seon, feeling unsure about leading an association and participating in a meeting. He reflected on the idea of being a respected leader, as he had often seen in movies, but felt unsure about how to fulfill such a role. Eventually, Duan and Xian arrived at a restaurant, and Xian informed Duan that he could leave after getting to know all the members of Bramidong. When Duan entered the room, he was taken aback to see only 2 people present, one of whom was Sehun. The 2 of them started fighting, until Xian, who was frustrated with their behavior, told them to sit down. Duan was still confused, thinking that there were more members who had yet to arrive, but Xian explained that there were only 3 members of Bramidong herself, Shin Sihi, and Sehun serving as deputy chairman. Duan, to his surprise, was appointed as the chairman of the group. Xian then revealed that she was aware of Duan's decision to ignore her warnings and play games with Unsung, which had led to trouble with other bullies. She pointed out that their group was currently too weak to stand up to all of them. A few days later, in a building still under construction, Baekchang receives some money from an old man who owns the building. However, the amount is not sufficient to meet his needs, and Baekchang demands more money from the old man. The old man refuses, and Baekchang orders Ilsuk to convince him to pay more. Ilsuk is later seen with a bloodied hand, having carried out Baekchang's orders. He informs Baekchang that all their men have gathered to attack Duan and Unsung. Baekchang instructs Ilsuk to have his men first target the weaker Bramidong group. The Bangchindong gang was getting ready to attack Bramidong when Duan and Sehun appeared, transformed into powerful dungeon players who had entered the royal castle. They challenged the gang members, who had previously caused trouble at Duan's school. The scene then shows how Duan and Kang Sehun arriving at the royal castle as a dungeon, determined to challenge all of Ji Baekchang's men. Duan reveals that the group had attacked his school, and that the dungeon location on the map leads to the building where the notorious Bangchindong bully group resides. He invites Sehun to join him as a party member in attacking the Bangchindong group. Before they set off, Duan had approached Sehun with a proposition to come with him and help him out. At first, Sehun had hesitated, but Duan sweetened the deal by offering the position of leader of the Bramidong group to Sehun if he agreed to accompany him. Sehun immediately jumped at the opportunity, eagerly asking for the address. As Sehun was discussing their plans for leadership change after the battle, he was suddenly attacked from behind. A wooden staff swung at his neck, but Sehun's sturdy body proved too strong and the stick shattered upon impact. Sehun reacted quickly, grabbing the assailant by the throat and lifting them off their feet. Despite the attack, Sehun's physique proved too tough for the assailant to overcome. As another member came forward to help the assailant, Sehun effortlessly threw the person he was choking at the new threat. Duan was taken aback by Sehun's immense strength and realized that he had only won their previous encounter due to his mastery of the critical hit skill in hockey. Despite this, Duan was grateful to have Sehun by his side. He ordered Sehun to fight and stood back to cheer him on. An event quest and dungeon novice appeared, offering the prize of a golden key for defeating 5 members of the Bangchindong group. Despite not having a desire to fight, Duan reluctantly joined in, eager to obtain the valuable golden key. He also took advantage of the situation by sneaking up on the bully members from behind with a road control device and taking them down. With one member down, the other assailants swung their staff at Duan, but Duan skillfully held them back with his feet and delivered a powerful punch to the face. The assailant was not yet defeated, but Duan quickly finished the job by stabbing them in the stomach. With 2 members defeated, Sehun praised Duan's impressive fighting abilities. As Sehun scanned the room, several members approached him. He effortlessly dodged one slash and retaliated with a punch to the chin. The second member swung at Sehun's back, but the blow did not faze him. Sehun retaliated with a powerful punch to the face. The other members quaked at the sight of Sehun's immense strength. Sehun then called out, asking if the deputy leader of the Bangchindong group was present. At the same time, Baekchang and Ilsuk are discussing the situation on the upper floor when they realize they have lost contact with the troops on the first floor. Ilsuk decides to go downstairs to investigate what's happening. Meanwhile, Duan has defeated 4 members of Bangchindong and is now only 1 short. The final member is being strangled by Sehun and Duan pleads for the man's life, but Sehun refuses to let him go. As Sehun was occupied with strangling the final member took advantage of the situation and pulled out a knife, poised to strike Sehun. But quick-thinking Duan saw what was happening and threw his staff, striking the member's head. With that, the event quest and dungeon novice were successfully accomplished, earning them a golden key. Sehun, realizing that the member had been armed, turned to Duan and acknowledged his help, though he didn't ask for it. As they progressed to the next level, Duan was feeling the strain of all the stairs he had climbed. But as they approached the top floor, they encountered Ilsuk. Sehun was overjoyed to see him, for Ilsuk's presence meant that the leader of Bangchindong, Baekchang, was also nearby. Sehun marched past Ilsuk and headed up the final flight of stairs. When Ilsuk tried to stop him, Duan quickly used blind spot strike. He reasoned that in a dungeon, the boss would usually be found on the highest floor, so he let Sehun handle that, while he took care of Ilsuk, who he assumed to be just a low-level bully. As Duan engaged in battle with Ilsuk, he remembered that his passive skill weapon mastery was only effective against opponents who wielded weapons. To level the playing field, he offered Ilsuk a paint tool to use as a weapon. Meanwhile, Sehun had reached Baekchang. Baekchang taunted Sehun, challenging him for the position of leader of Bramidong. Sehun fired back, calling Baekchang a coward for not facing the leader of Bangchindong. With tempers boiling, the two began to fight. As Duan struggled against Ilsuk's hold, he was taken aback by the realization that his opponent was not just any normal level monster, but an elite one. With Ilsuk ready to strike, Duan swiftly kicked him in the groin, breaking free from his grip. As Duan tries to distance himself from Ilsuk, he notices a notification informing him of a big prize. Excited, Duan declares that this place will become Ilsuk's final resting place. Ilsuk, however, brushes off the notion and charges towards Duan with determination. As the battle between Duan and Ilsuk rages on, Duan has discovered the true strength of his blind spot strike move. Instead of using it solely as an attack, he uses it to observe Ilsuk's fighting pattern by hitting his blind spot. Ilsuk rushes forward, but Duan lands a strike on his ribs. Undeterred, Ilsuk throws a punch, but Duan is quick to react, hitting him in the nose with a blind spot strike. As the battle between Duan and Ilsuk continued, Duan was able to use the blind spot strike efficiently to gain insight into Ilsuk's fighting patterns. After hitting him in the ribs, Duan followed up with several punches to Ilsuk's face. Just when Duan thought he had the upper hand, Ilsuk swung a fist at Duan's chin, surprising him that he was able to block it. Duan was filled with excitement, and acknowledged the changes in his body and abilities. He declared that someone like Ilsuk would not be able to defeat him. Upon hearing this news, Ilsuk was taken aback. He stated that he had thoroughly investigated Duan's background and stumbled upon something intriguing: Sunlight Shelter. This organization was founded with the aim of helping misguided youth find their way. It was established by Hajino, who was none other than Duan's late father. This revelation sparked anger in Duan, who sharply rebuked Il-suk for involving his parents in their argument. Returning to the fight between Sehun and Baekjeong, the latter reveals his intention to attack Baramidong that day. But he is confused as to why Sehun is there. Sehun explains that he was simply invited by the leader of Baramidong. Upon hearing this, Baekjeong's excitement skyrocketed at the thought of facing the leader in person. In a fit of enthusiasm, he lunges towards Sehun, attempting to strike him in the stomach with a powerful kick. However, Sehun expertly catches Baekjeong's leg and counters by tossing him onto the chair that he was previously seated on. Sehun announces that he has successfully taken care of the members on the first floor. As he makes his way upstairs, he encounters a man who is engaged in a confrontation with Duan, the leader. The man remarks that Duan should have emerged victorious. At this, Baekjeong quickly springs back into action and rushes towards Sehun. The two engage in a fierce exchange of blows, each striking and being struck in turn. Baekjeong makes the first move, grabbing Sehun's punching hand and delivering a knee kick to his face, sending Sehun reeling slightly. Baekjeong then comments that Sehun was mistaken in thinking that the fight was over once he left the leader. Sehun observes that the leader may be weakened, but not to the point where Baekjeong's subordinates could defeat him. Baekjeong laughs in response and informs Sehun about Il-suk, saying that if he had known about him, he wouldn't have made such a statement. Baekjeong then goes on to describe Il-suk as a relentless fighter, who never seems to tire, no matter how much punishment he takes or how long the battle lasts. He's like a zombie, rising back to his feet again and again, with seemingly endless stamina. At Duan's location, he unleashes a blind spot strike that lands a devastating blow to Il-suk's chest. He then follows up with a punch to Il-suk's cheek, before executing a falcon drop that sends Il-suk soaring through the air. But just as Baekjeong had warned, no matter how powerful the strikes, Il-suk rises back to his feet time and time again, refusing to stay down. Returning to Sehun, he is left stunned by Baekjeong's words. Baekjeong goes on to say that he has never seen Il-suk lose to anyone. Meanwhile, Il-suk remains on his feet despite being covered in wounds, much to Duan's amazement. Despite the relentless blows he sustained, Il-suk continues to stand, as if untouched. As Duan's mana points dwindled to just 200, he knew he had only one shot left with multi-strike destruction. Charging towards Il-suk, he prepared to unleash the powerful attack. However, before he could activate it, he was caught off guard with a punch to the face, causing multi-strike destruction to fail. Undeterred, Duan countered with a blind spot strike, but Il-suk deftly dodged the move and struck back with a punch to Duan's stomach, sending him tumbling to the ground. Il-suk questions why he took on Duan's father's name, explaining that he did so out of sympathy for the father's passing. Despite his good intentions, he is disappointed to see that Duan is associated with a bullying group. Duan becomes irate and tells Il-suk to stop speaking, but Il-suk continues to insult the father's legacy and claims that his life was ultimately a waste. As Il-suk continued to insult Duan's father, he threw a punch at Duan's face, only to be blocked by the latter. Enraged, Duan grabbed Il-suk's shirt and fiercely declared that Il-suk had no right to bring his parents into the fight. Once upon a time, when Duan was a young boy, he used to play the game Stun Slam with his father. The game was about a brave knight from a kingdom, who embarked on a quest to save a captive princess from an army of immortal demons. The knight used his Stun Smash to defeat the enemies that appeared along the way, but when he reached the top of the castle, he encountered a demon that could not be defeated, no matter how many times the knight attacked. Duan, who kept dying in this game, asked his father if the demon could ever be defeated. His father simply laughed at the question. Apparently, Duan had obtained the active skill Stun Smash as a reward for killing 5 members of the Banjundong using a golden key. This skill was a brutal attack that used 90 mana points. Duan used Stun Smash to quickly take down Il-suk. He grabbed hold of Il-suk's clothes, then used a judo move to throw him to the ground. After the exchange, Duan warned Il-suk to be mindful of his words. Despite the powerful hit, Il-suk was not defeated. He retaliated by grabbing Duan's leg and pulling it, causing Duan to fall. Duan was taken aback by Il-suk's resilience and ability to stand strong even after such a heavy hit. Sehun and Baekjeong engage in a heated battle, with Baekjeong shouting that Duan should already be dead. Sehun delivers a powerful punch to Baekjeong's face, retorting that this is not the time to worry about others and that he doesn't have any concern for Duan's fate. Baekjeong counters by planting his hand on the ground and kicking Sehun in the head, reminding him that as a leader, it's time for him to feign concern for Duan's well-being. Sehun queries Baekjeong about whether he has ever had any concerns for the leader. In response, Baekjeong swiftly kicks Sehun's heel, causing him to tumble to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Baekjeong straddles Sehun and unleashes a barrage of punches to his face, declaring that the leader is so mighty that there is no need for worry. In Baekjeong's estimation, the leader of Silindong could not even lay a finger on him. Duan attempts to deliver a powerful punch at Il-suk, but the latter effortlessly avoids it and counters with a swift kick, sending Duan flying. Determined to rise back up, Duan gets to his feet and declares that if Il-suk believes he is the only one capable of bouncing back, Duan can too. He charges at Il-suk and rains punches upon his chest, but to no avail. Il-suk mockingly remarks that Duan's actions are similar to those of his father, both making futile attempts. Il-suk then delivers a punching punch straight to Duan's cheek. Duan is struck with a memory of his past failure in the Stun Slam game, where he was unable to defeat the devil. He turns to his father and expresses his concerns, wondering if all his efforts will be for naught if he can't overcome the demon at the top floor. His father offers words of encouragement and assurance, stating that there must be a way to defeat the devil. This motivation ignites a new spark of determination within Duan, who declares that he will keep striving until he emerges victorious. Fueled by the memory, Duan charges back at Il-suk, determined to deliver a punch. Il-suk, confident that Duan's efforts will be in vain, allows himself to be hit. But to both their surprise, Duan's punch triggers a passive critical hit, sending Il-suk flying. Though shaken by the unexpected blow, Il-suk rises back up, declaring that it's impossible for Duan to defeat him. With determination, Duan approached Il-suk and attempted to grab him by the face. However, Il-suk countered with a punch to Duan's stomach. Duan refused to back down and pushed Il-suk down the stairs while declaring that he learned all his techniques from a game, and there is no such thing as an unbeatable enemy. Duan then utilized the Stun Smash skill, calling to mind the game Stun Slam and the hidden secret behind the Stun Smash skill. At that moment, Duan proudly recounts his triumph over the demon to the princess's father, who had briefly stepped away. He matter-of-factly explains that defeating the demon was a simple feat, accomplished by lifting the devil and tossing him down. Do-won remembered the successful defeat of the demon in the Stun Slam game and applied the same strategy to Ilsuk. Using the Stun Smash skill, Do-won slammed Ilsuk's head down the stairs, discovering the hidden power of the skill. The impact of the fall intensified the power of the Stun Smash and transformed it into the Stun Slam, causing massive damage to Ilsuk. A memory flashes back in Do-won's mind to the moment when he finally defeated the demon in the Stun Slam game. His father praised his son for his persistence and reminded him to never forget the day. He encouraged Do-won to never give up and that every effort counts in this world, no matter how small it may seem. In the present, with the Stun Smash technique, Ilsuk is defeated. Meanwhile, on the first floor, came the lead of Opportunity and grabbed Baekchang by the throat, silencing him as he declared that he would destroy either the leader of Bang Chendong or Silim-dong. The chokehold rendered Baekchang unconscious, and in the end, both fighters lay motionless on the ground. On the other hand, Do-won climbed the stairs, finding the area eerily quiet. He assumed Sehun had taken care of Baekchang. However, upon reaching the top, Do-won was surprised to find Sehun leaning back against Baekchang. It turns out, Baekchang had only feigned unconsciousness when Sehun had choked him earlier. As Baekchang attempted to kick Sehun again, Sehun was quicker and pushed Baekchang first. Do-won brought Sehun to a place and told him to escape while he buys time. However, upon seeing Baekchang, who seemed perfectly fine, Do-won realized that defeating him would be impossible as his health points were only 54 and magic points 0. Furthermore, Do-won felt that both he and Sehun wouldn't be able to get away. Just then, Baekchang charged towards Do-won and declared that Bang Chendong would defeat Baramidong that day. Just as Baekchang's fist was about to collide with Do-won's face, Sukyeong appeared on the upper level and questioned what Baekchang was hiding from him. The sight of Sukyeong caused Baekchang to suddenly stop in his tracks, and his face was filled with fear and sweat. He stumbled to make excuses. Do-won was curious about who could cause such fear in Baekchang, but was also surprised to see Sukyeong appear smaller than he had expected. As Sukyeong approached Do-won and Baekchang, he dismissed their conflict as just a matter involving kids from Baramidong. However, he then fixed his gaze on Baekchang and accused him of being the mastermind behind the attack on Shinha High School and profiting from it. Baekchang was in a state of fear as he had run out of excuses. His mistake incurred the wrath of Sukyeong, who delivered a powerful kick to Baekchang's head, sending him flying and breaking his teeth. Do-won was stunned by the turn of events, unable to believe that the formidable boss monster Baekchang had been defeated with a single strike. Sukyeong turned to face Do-won, asking if he should move on to destroy Baramidong. The mere suggestion sent shivers down Do-won's spine as he looked on in terror. Suddenly, Han Eun-sung appeared, putting a stop to Sukyeong's actions. Eun-sung sternly warned Sukyeong to stop playing games. Do-won was taken aback, wondering when Eun-sung had arrived. Eun-sung explained that he had ordered Do-won to come to the address, and that he still remembered it, even though he had only glanced at it briefly. Do-won was amazed that Eun-sung could recall the location so easily. Before, Do-won had asked Eun-sung to accompany him, showing him a map of the location, fearing that something might happen and a fight might break out. As soon as he laid eyes on the location, Eun-sung seemed to have a sense of what was about to unfold. He revealed that there was a plan for the day. Eun-sung then addressed Sukyeong, reminding him that he had wanted to speak with him. Before departing, Sukyeong shot a piercing glare at Do-won and warned him to forget about the incident where his men had caused trouble at Do-won's school the other day. If not for Eun-sung's intervention, Do-won would have been killed by Sukyeong. Sukyeong issued a warning not to disturb his people before leaving with Eun-sung. As they walked away, Do-won looked on in gratitude, silently thanking Eun-sung for saving his life. After the dust had settled, Do-won assisted Sehun in getting back on his feet and the two of them left the scene. Sehun questioned Do-won about his relationship with Eun-sung. Do-won replied that Eun-sung was not exactly a friend, but rather an ally. However, according to Sehun, it was impossible for Eun-sung to approach Do-won without having some sort of ulterior motive, considering that Do-won was the leader of Baramidong. However, Do-won reassured Sehun not to worry, reminding him of their earlier promise. According to that promise, Sehun was now the leader of Baramidong. For a moment, Sehun was lost in thought, recalling Do-won's actions in the past. He remembered Do-won protecting him from a Bang Chendong member who tried to stab him from behind, and how Do-won had told Sehun to run when Baekchang threatened to kill him, promising to take care of Baekchang himself. Sehun realized that relinquishing his position as leader wouldn't be simple, but his primary aim was to defeat the residents of Bangsa-Handong. Despite this, Sehun declared that he would take on the role of leader. He then bid farewell. Do-won, on the other hand, wasn't elated. The truth was, he desired to abandon his position without receiving anything in return because he didn't want to create more problems. Do-won had successfully completed the quest of the Royal Castle and eagerly awaited a suitable reward. Unfortunately, since he didn't contribute to defeating Baekchang, the prize was reduced. Despite this, Do-won was still pleased with the 12 chopper keys he received. Over the weekend, following his mother's request, Do-won visited his father's grave for a pilgrimage. As he gazed upon a photo of his father, memories of his father's final moments flooded back to him. A car accident had taken place and the doctors had declared that there was no hope for his survival. The recollection of these events brought Do-won and his mother to tears. The police report stated that in order to steer clear of pedestrians crossing the road, Do-won's father swerved his car towards a power pole. Currently, Do-won was puzzled as to why there were already flowers at the site, especially since his mother was still abroad. He wondered who could have left them. Suddenly, Eun-sung approached, walking towards Do-won. Eun-sung told Do-won that his father was a virtuous person, as he had made the selfless decision to prioritize the lives of others over his own. Eun-sung informed Do-won that Jino had passed away in a tragic accident. However, he posed a thought-provoking question to Do-won, asking what he would do if Jino's death was not an accident, but a premeditated murder committed by someone close to him. Do-won was perplexed and asked Eun-sung to explain what he meant. Before Eun-sung could answer, Do-won wondered why he was there and how he knew about Jino. Eun-sung remained silent for a moment before recalling his first encounter with Do-won's father when he was a child. Eun-sung was once again sitting alone in a park, drinking canned beverages. Do-won's father approached him and warned that drinking that beverage would prevent him from growing. He then offered Eun-sung a cup of strawberry juice. Little Eun-sung was suspicious of Do-won's father and asked what he was doing there. Do-won's father told him that he had come to observe some delinquents. Eun-sung questioned why he was doing that, to which Do-won's father replied that he was a bully hunter, which was the same answer that Do-won had given earlier. However, Eun-sung mistakenly believed that Do-won's father was unemployed. Eun-sung stated that his connection to Do-won's father was no longer relevant. Duan, still bewildered by the circumstances surrounding his father's passing, requested that Eun-sung not make light of the situation. He reminded Eun-sung that the police had ruled his father's death as an accident. However, with a stern expression, Eun-sung claimed that he had evidence that was not discovered at the time of the incident. A flashback reveals Eun-sung meeting with Suk-young. Eun-sung inquires about the purpose of the meeting and Suk-young mentions finding out about Duan being Ji-no's son from Sunlight Shelter. Suk-young questions Eun-sung's friendship with Duan, but then presents something intriguing to Eun-sung. Eun-sung was taken aback when he met with Suk-young, who wanted to know why Eun-sung was friends with Duan. However, Suk-young had something surprising to show Eun-sung. He revealed the footage of the incident that took place on the day Duan attacked Panchindong, which showed the accident that took Duan's father's life 3 years prior. Duan was stunned and unable to speak, as Eun-sung walked away, leaving the decision of whether to believe the evidence or not up to him. Duan stood there, deep in thought, gazing at a picture of his father. As the rain pattered against the window, Duan sat at home, lost in thought. The words that Eun-sung had told him earlier played repeatedly in his mind. Meanwhile, Eun-sung was at home, also looking out into the rain, when a message from Duan appeared on his phone. To Eun-sung's surprise, Duan was asking about the whereabouts of Suk-young. As the rain subsides, Suk-young and his men find themselves facing Duan, who was waiting for them on the street. Realizing that this was no coincidence, Suk-young inquires about Duan's sudden appearance. Duan, focused on the tape evidence, asks Suk-young about it. Suk-young, quickly understanding Duan's intent, takes out a flash drive from his pocket and presents it to Duan. As Duan demanded the flash drive from Suk-young, he was met with a stern refusal. Suk-young told Duan that he had to retrieve the evidence himself. But without a moment's hesitation, Duan snatched the flash drive and took off. Suk-young quickly caught up and delivered a blow, causing Duan to stumble but not fall. Undeterred, Duan stood his ground as Suk-young's burly henchmen stepped forward, warning him not to act rashly in their territory. Despite their threats, Duan continued to fight, taking punches to the face as he stood his ground. A flashback shows Duan using all his keys to raise his magic points to 1600. When the big man's fist is about to hit his face, Duan strikes first with a blind spot strike. He then unleashes a multi-strike destruction, followed by a stun slam, where he jumps up and grabs the man's face before slamming his head onto the pavement. The combination of attacks knocks the big man down. As Suk-young approached Duan, he reminded him of the warning not to disturb his people. But Duan had already made a mistake. In a flash, Suk-young was in front of him ready to attack with a kick. But Duan disappeared and reappeared, ready to strike with a powerful falcon drop. Suk-young was able to block the attack with ease, and with a stern expression, he declared that it would take more than just one punch to defeat him. As Duan engaged in battle with Suk-young, he realized that his situation was vastly different this time around as he now had a wealth of magic points at his disposal. He felt confident that he could come out on top by making another attempt with falcon drop on Suk-young's head. However, Suk-young was able to anticipate the move and dodge it. Suk-young then retaliated with a punch aimed at Duan, who countered it with blind spot strike. But Suk-young was able to parry the attack with his hands. As Duan clashed with Suk-young, he realized that his opponent was unlike any other he had faced before. Suk-young was able to analyze and predict Duan's moves, so Duan knew he had to act fast before Suk-young could gain the upper hand. Suk-young made a grab for Duan, but Duan was able to turn the tables. With a deft move, Duan caught Suk-young's hand in a judo hold and used stun smash to send him crashing to the ground. As the battle between Duan and Suk-young continued, Duan was taken aback by Suk-young's ability to remain on his feet. In response, Duan put some distance between them. Suk-young was aware that Duan's movements were exaggerated, and he approached Duan, announcing that he would only use 2 punches from that point forward. Suk-young then moved swiftly towards Duan, targeting his chin. Duan was unable to dodge the first powerful punch from Suk-young, which caused his XP to plummet from 1500 to 231 and sent him to his knees. Suk-young realized that despite Duan's various offensive moves, his defense was lacking. Despite feeling outmatched, Duan refuses to give up. His determination to uncover proof of his father's death drives him to try again, this time targeting Suk-young's ankles with a blind spot strike. However, the attack proves to be ineffective against Suk-young. But that was not Duan's primary goal. The wet road had become slippery, and Duan seized the opportunity by grabbing Suk-young's leg and pulling it, causing Suk-young to fall. Duan quickly pins Suk-young down, instructing him to brace for impact. With multi-strike destruction, Duan unleashes a flurry of punches aimed at Suk-young's face. He repeats the same attack, but despite the intense barrage, Suk-young remains unscathed, as if he was effortlessly dodging each one of Duan's strikes. Duan attempted to unleash another attack, but Suk-young warned him that it would only cause him further harm. Duan's hands were already battered from hitting the rough pavement. Suk-young noticed that Duan was accomplishing nothing and pulled out a flash drive from his pocket, offering it to him. Duan quickly reached for the flash drive, but instead, he was met with a powerful punch from Suk-young that sent him crashing against the wall. Suk-young mocked Duan, taunting him for thinking he would simply hand over the flash drive without a fight. As Suk-young approached a severely weakened Duan, he taunted him, saying that if he wanted the flash drive, he would have to come and get it himself. However, before Duan could even try, he was mercilessly beaten. Suk-young walked away with a smirk, regretting that he couldn't prolong the pleasure of defeating Duan. The latter's consciousness gradually faded as he lay there, defeated. Some time after the brutal beating, Duan wakes up in the pouring rain. The memory of his conversation with Eun-sung about the evidence of his father's accident tape comes flooding back to him. He recalls meeting Suk-young, who held the evidence and taunted Duan to come and take it. Overwhelmed with grief for his father, Duan apologizes to him. Despite his fierce determination, Duan is consumed with fear that he is still too weak to defeat Suk-young. Feeling lost and weak after his confrontation with Suk-young, Duan suddenly receives a new quest that promises to greatly improve his abilities. The quest reward includes a significant increase in health points, magic points, attack, defense, agility, and morale. Without hesitation, Duan eagerly accepts the quest in the hope of gaining the strength he needs to achieve his goals. The setting is at Sunlight Shelter, a non-profit dedicated to helping steer troubled youth back onto the right path. The organization is led by Duan's father, who is greatly respected and admired by the community. Despite this, Duan himself doesn't share the same level of admiration. One morning, as Duan's father is getting ready to leave, Duan informs him of a concerning situation at school. A student by the name of Park Yoon-soo from Sunlight Shelter has been spotted smoking excessively during recess. Recently, Yoon-soo's behavior has taken a turn for the worse. He has been bullying those around him and even used funds from Sunlight Shelter to purchase a motorbike. Duan's father, who is in charge of the organization, expresses his frustration about Yoon-soo's persistent smoking despite repeated warnings. He also admits to feeling inadequate in his ability to guide the youth under his care. Seeing his father in this state, Duan vents his anger and criticizes his naivety, suggesting that his only motive for helping the delinquent kids is to make money with the funds. Despite Duan's harsh words, his father responds with a warm smile and offers to take him camping over the weekend to ease his frustration. Duan initially declines the invitation, but little did he know that this would be the last time he would speak to his father. Tragically, his father passes away soon after. Awakened by the memories of the past, Duan shivers as the rain continues to pour. He begins to suspect that his father's death 3 years prior was not an accident, but rather a deliberate act planned by those closest to him. He believes the evidence is with Sukyeong and wonders why Sukyeong would refuse to give it up. This leads him to suspect Sukyeong's involvement in the crime. However, after giving it more thought, Eun-sum brings up someone close to them who could potentially have the information. Duan ultimately concludes that Sukyeong might not be involved as he has never encountered him before. Furthermore, Sukyeong offers to provide evidence to Duan if he defeats him in a competition. This makes it even less likely for Sukyeong to be the culprit, as he would have hidden the evidence if he were. The conflicting thoughts and possibilities leave Duan feeling overwhelmed and dizzy. Spurred by his determination to uncover the truth and defeat Sukyeong, Duan sets his sights on a body enhancement quest with a tempting reward for completing all 5 challenges. Believing that the quest would focus on physical improvement, such as push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, Duan eagerly accepts. However, he is taken aback when the quest turns out to be a series of strange and embarrassing challenges. Duan faces his first challenge, the journey to school in a kayak pose, with a daunting 49,869 meters left to go. Despite feeling humiliated and encountering stares and laughter from those around him, he remains determined to complete the quest and become stronger. He must also endure a second challenge of sitting without a chair for 7 days, and a third challenge of catching pigeons with his bare hands, with only 100 left to capture. As Duan moves forward with the task set before him, the 4th quest asks him to endure the bottom of the slide with only 5 days left. And finally, the 5th and final quest requires him to complete the intense and demanding Hell Speeding Fit with a current progress of only 0.3%. This last task involves a unique form of exercise gaining experience. A week later, Duan is filled with regret as he finds himself unable to complete the body enhancement quest, which still shows only a 2% progress. He begins to realize that the evidence against Sukyeong that he had thought was solid might have been false, and placed there by someone else. Feeling guilty, Duan apologizes to his late father for giving up on the quest. As Duan ponders on quitting the body enhancement quest, Sehun suddenly appears and inquires about Duan's monologue. Duan is taken aback by Sehun's presence and questions why he is there. He realizes that the body enhancement quest doesn't have a time limit, so there's no possibility of failure. As it turned out, Sehun lived in the same neighborhood as the park. When Sehun came across Duan, he couldn't help but wonder why he was clinging to a slide. Sehun jokingly assumed that Duan had some peculiar interests, but Duan quickly denied it and explained that he was working on his physical training. Duan then asked Sehun why he wasn't at the gym like most people, and Sehun confided that, as Duan knew, he had been overweight in high school and was trying to change that. Duan was taken aback when Sehun revealed that he had been working out alone every night for 2 years without taking a day off. Initially, Sehun struggled with the training, but he persevered through the pain. The memories of those struggles drive Sehun to continue working out and never give up. Duan is struck by the contrast between Sehun's unwavering determination and his own tendency to give up easily. As a young child, Duan was subjected to bullying at school. In an effort to gain confidence and protect himself, he asked his mother to enroll him in taekwondo classes. However, he soon grew bored with the sport and returned to playing games. After being beaten up again, Duan attempted to recommit himself to taekwondo, but found the training challenging and eventually dropped out once more to go back to gaming. Years later, Sehun questioned why Duan had stopped participating in physical activities like taekwondo. Seeing how determined Sehun was, despite his own struggles, Duan was inspired to recommit himself to his training. He apologized to his father for giving up earlier and returned to the dojo with a newfound determination to see it through to the end. 2 months had passed quickly and Duan found himself at Sukyeong's place, despite Sukyeong's earlier threat to beat him to death if they ever crossed paths again. With a calm demeanor, Duan locked the door and informed Sukyeong that the outcome of their fight would be vastly different this time. Duan's skills and abilities had greatly improved, as evidenced by his high level of 100. 2 months prior, Duan had persevered through the exhausting task of capturing pigeons, leaving him with only 97 left to catch. He then faced another challenge, surviving under a slide for 4 days and 10 hours. At the time, his body enhancement quest was progressing at 9%, and without the use of a chair, he pushed himself to 21% completion. The hill speed challenge proved to be more manageable, and he surpassed his expectations by finishing it at 47%. Duan's progress continued, reaching 58% until finally, his efforts paid off and he successfully completed the body enhancement quest at 100%. Having successfully accomplished all 5 quests, Duan's skills began to sharpen. Despite the improvement, he felt no significant difference. Determined to gauge the extent of his progress, Duan sought to put his abilities to the test. He silently vowed to his late father to uncover the truth behind his death and held the promise close in his heart. Duan's once innocent appearance had now transformed into a handsome demeanor. In the present moment, Sukyeong taunts Duan by questioning if he has improved enough in just 2 months to beat him. Duan regards Sukyeong with a stern gaze, revealing his determination driven by the desire to uncover the truth about his father's death. Sukyeong realizes the gravity of the situation and launches into a signature kick, daring Duan to face him if he wants to join his father in death. Sukyeong was taken aback when Duan effortlessly blocked his kick. Duan demands the proof Sukyeong has, causing the latter to retreat and adopt a smirk, sensing an exciting challenge. Sukyeong decides to keep his information to himself and attacks Duan once more, this time with a punch. However, Duan expertly defends himself by using his fist, confidently asserting that he will obtain the evidence and answers without Sukyeong having to reveal anything. Sukyeong is taken aback and recalls a conversation with Eun-sum. They both knew who was responsible for the recorded crime. Eun-sum proposed revealing this information to Duan, but Sukyeong refused, as he wanted no part in the death of Duan's father. Sukyeong told Eun-sum that if he cared about Duan, he could reveal the identity of the culprit in the recording. Eun-sum believed that Duan would never believe it unless he saw it with his own eyes. In fact, after telling Duan about the recording, he became even more determined to obtain it. Sukyeong, on the other hand, had no intention of handing over the evidence. He didn't care if someone came to take it, as he believed that Duan would never be able to retrieve it. However, now Sukyeong was in disbelief as he watched Duan easily block his attacks. Only 2 months ago, Duan was just a weak boy, but now he had become incredibly strong, almost unrecognizable from before. It was hard for Sukyeong to believe that someone could become so powerful in just 2 months. Despite mounting a barrage of attacks, he was unable to get past Duan's defense, which now seemed impenetrable. Duan had undergone a transformation, going from a timid 21 to a confident 221. Sukyeong launched a series of powerful attacks, but each time, Duan expertly dodged them with ease. Sukyeong was amazed by Duan's newfound agility, as he effortlessly moved out of harm's way. With a heavy fist and a round kick, Sukyeong aimed to take Duan down, but he failed to land a hit. Duan effortlessly stepped back, moving with lightning fast speed, as if he had increased his agility from 31 to 231. Sukyeong couldn't help but wonder why Duan wasn't taking advantage of his advantageous position on the wall, and instead was moving backwards. Sukyeong smiled wryly as he recalled his conversation with Eun-sum. He had been certain that Duan would never be able to retrieve the evidence from him. However, Eun-sum had taken a different stance. He couldn't explain why, but he had an inexplicable belief that Duan was special in some way. Suk-young had asked for clarification, but Eun-sung had simply walked away, leaving Suk-young to ponder his words. Suk-young finally realizes what Eun-sung was trying to say. Despite his initial disbelief, he realizes that the strange feeling he had while fighting Do-won before was not unfounded. He couldn't understand how someone could change so much in such a short amount of time. Nevertheless, Suk-young launched an attack on Do-won, taunting him with the fact that he should be grateful for his father's death. Do-won could sense that Suk-young's mood had shifted to one of enjoyment. This time, Do-won began to fight back against Suk-young. He delivered a powerful blow to Suk-young's chin, followed by another punch that sent Suk-young tumbling to the ground. Do-won then spoke, knowing that Suk-young seemed to be enjoying himself. He declared that from now on, Suk-young's fun and games were over. Suk-young laughed in response, acknowledging that he had finally become serious after all this time. At the construction site, Baek-chan becomes aware of a concerning situation. His men approach him with news that the security system at the Bangchundong office is sending out continuous alerts. Baek-chan is taken aback to hear that Suk-young is at the scene. One of his subordinates warns him that this could be a critical matter, given that the alert won't stop and it detects a hard impact. Back at the fight, Suk-young launches another kick, but Do-won expertly avoids it. Suk-young then begins a barrage of punches, all the while marveling at how much Do-won has changed in just 2 months. Despite being on the receiving end of the attack, Do-won manages to block and dodge each punch, until he is finally back into a chair and nearly loses his balance. Realize that despite Do-won's improvement, he still lacked experience. As Suk-young went in for a two-handed punch from above, Do-won was quick to counter, kicking Suk-young in the chin and jumping backwards. Suk-young pursued him, but Do-won was able to dodge his fist, only to be hit in the head and sent flying into the wall. Despite the impact, Do-won quickly got back up, ready to continue the fight. Suk-young was enjoying the fight as he rambled on, relishing the thrill of the moment. Suddenly, Do-won made the first move with a punch that connected with Suk-young's cheek, to Do-won's cheek, and continued with a flurry of punches aimed at Do-won's ribs. Do-won noticed that Suk-young was getting faster and realized that the older man had not been fighting seriously until now. Suk-young then grabbed Do-won by the head and aimed a knee strike. However, he was shocked when Do-won was able to defend himself. Do-won grinned, as he too had not been putting forth his full effort in the fight until that point. With a punch to Suk-young's chin, Do-won realized the power of the 201st spirit, as he was not easily intimidated by a strong adversary. In the midst of the fight, he carefully calculated his next move. With a newfound determination, Do-won launched a barrage of punches, striking Suk-young's cheek on both sides. Suk-young was surprised by Do-won's newfound power, suspecting that he had been holding back during the fight. However, Suk-young managed to dodge Do-won's next punch, which only fueled his excitement. Eager to take the fight to the next level, Suk-young launched a powerful punch towards Do-won's face, declaring that they were finally going to get serious. Do-won expertly deflected Suk-young's punch with his cheek, declaring the end for Suk-young as he assumed a fighting stance. With a fierce punch, Do-won struck Suk-young's stomach, causing a pain so intense that the critical hit effect was triggered. Suk-young was sent flying into a chair, which shattered upon impact, as his desk was reduced to rubble. Approaching the unconscious Suk-young, Do-won sought to uncover the source of the evidence. However, Suk-young was out cold, so Do-won took the pen drive and left the scene. Meanwhile, on the street, Baek-chan and the other kids from Bangchundong were pointing at Bangchundong's office. When Suk-young didn't pick up his phone, Baek-chan became increasingly worried. When they arrived and tried to enter the office on the top floor, they were surprised to find Eun-sung sitting on the stairs. Baek-chan asked Eun-sung what he was doing there. Eun-sung explained that he was there to stop anyone who wanted to go to the top floor. Baek-chan laughed at Eun-sung's bold move, acting in someone else's territory. With a sense of unease, Baek-chan began to suspect that something was amiss when the alarm suddenly stopped. He pressed Eun-sung for answers, but the latter remained tight-lipped. Undeterred, Baek-chan warned Eun-sung that if anything were to happen on the upper floor, he, as the protector of all the Bangchundong kids, would not hesitate to defend them. He repeated his question, demanding an explanation for Eun-sung's presence there. Eun-sung remained steadfast in his response, prompting Baek-chan to threaten that he and the Bangchundong kids would search for the intruders after they dealt with Eun-sung. Eun-sung rose to his feet and approached Baek-chan, declaring that if Baek-chan wished to leave, he wouldn't stop him, but from that moment on, Baek-chan would have to face Eun-sung. The scene then shows a memorable moment, when Han Eun-sung first met Do-won's father. Eun-sung asked Do-won what he planned to do, to which Do-won replied that he needed to retrieve a flash disk filled with crucial evidence. Though he had suffered a defeat at the hands of Yoon Suk-young in the past, Do-won now had a newfound determination to win. He wanted to see the evidence with his own eyes and make sure it was true. One day, Do-won called Eun-sung and informed him that he was leaving. Before he went, he asked for the location of the Bangchundong office, where he planned to go. In the past, Eun-sung warned Baek-chan to stop his attack on Bangchundong territory. Eun-sung presented two options to Baek-chan, either go home or face a fight against him and all 40 members of Bangchundong. Despite feeling a strange and wary feeling, Baek-chan couldn't help but sense that Eun-sung was not a typical person, due to his intimidating aura. However, Baek-chan remained uncertain about Eun-sung's true nature. Sometime later, Do-won appeared from above, causing confusion and wonder as to why Eun-sung, Baek-chan, and their group were there. Baek-chan asked Do-won what he was doing, while a trembling Baek-chan was instructed by Eun-sung to clear the area. The two of them, Eun-sung and Do-won, walked away with a puzzled look on their faces. Frustrated, Baek-chan headed to the Bangchundong office to investigate the situation. His intention was to make Do-won pay for his actions. Upon opening the door, Baek-chan was taken aback by the sight of Suk-young sitting in the office with injuries. Baek-chan asked Do-won what he had done, but Suk-young dismissed the matter, telling Baek-chan there was no need to overreact. However, Suk-young was suspicious of Do-won and felt he was hiding something valuable. He was determined to uncover the truth. Do-won and Eun-sung met in the park, where Do-won asked why Eun-sung was there. However, Eun-sung urged Do-won to first watch the video he had brought. In his heart, Do-won was finally filled with relief as he was about to discover the truth behind his father's accident. When the video played, it showed a car belonging to Do-won's father, but with someone standing behind it, their face obscured by a mask and hat, making it impossible for Do-won to identify them. After watching the video, Do-won came to the realization that his father's accident was caused by a failure of the brakes. He remembered Eun-sung's words that the person in the video was close to him. He asked Eun-sung who the person in the video was. Eun-sung urged Do-won to take a closer look at the person's clothing. To Do-won's surprise, he saw that the person was wearing clothes from the Sunlight Shelter organization. In the past, Do-won's father showed him Sunlight Shelter clothing and asked for his opinion. Do-won criticized the clothes, thinking they were meant for delinquents. His father explained that the Sunlight Shelter was a place for troubled youth, who often had nowhere else to turn. By providing them with a sense of community and shared identity through these clothes, he hoped that they could support each other and strive for positive change. Fueled with anger and a need for justice, Do-won discovers that the killer of his father was from the Sunlight Shelter. Unsum warns him that going to the police won't accomplish anything, as the cause of the accident has already been deemed an unfortunate event. Furthermore, the video they possess, obtained from an anonymous sender by Sukyung, doesn't provide enough evidence to clearly identify the culprit. Despite their efforts, Doo-won is left with no leads on who the murderer might be. Doo-won recounts how after his father's death, he remembered the Sunlight Shelter building and realized it may hold evidence about the culprit behind his father's murder. Fueled by his desire for justice, Doo-won becomes determined to uncover the truth and bring the murderer to justice. The following day, at school, Doo-won is feeling overwhelmed. His teacher has announced that a midterm exam is looming next week, and despite having been focused on completing quests, Doo-won realizes he hasn't studied at all. Yoo Ji-han notices Doo-won holding his head in distress and asks what's wrong. Doo-won admits to not having studied, and in response, Ji-han kindly offers to help him study at his house. As the school day came to a close, Doo-won was taken aback to discover that his classmate, Ji-han, was also in his class. Despite the surprise, Doo-won was filled with happiness and eagerly asked for Ji-han's address. Suddenly, a new quest appeared, tasking Doo-won with escorting and protecting Ji-han during exam week, with the promise of a hidden reward as a prize. Suspecting that Ji-han may be in danger, Doo-won eagerly accepted the quest. As they made their way into the alley, a group of students from rival schools had assembled. Yumin, a man in the group, recognized Ji-han as his former best friend. On the fourth day before the exam, Ji-won led Doo-won to his house. Doo-won was shocked when he saw the grand and opulent mansion that was Ji-won's home. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by someone. Doo-won is taken aback when he meets the maid at Ji-han's house, assuming she was Ji-han's mother. He is in awe of the luxurious lifestyle that Ji-han leads, complete with a maid who brings them drinks and fruit. Doo-won is grateful for the opportunity to get to know Ji-han better, and feels a growing bond with him. The maid mentions that it's been a while since Ji-han had a friend over to play, before leaving the room. Doo-won is taken aback by the realization that he had never seen Ji-han with anyone other than the group of delinquents and Jaemin. Despite his surprise, Doo-won puts those thoughts aside and focuses on his goal of studying. He and Ji-han sit down and begin to hit the books. As the day came to an end, Doo-won expressed his gratitude to Ji-han for his help with studying. They arranged to meet again during exam week to continue their studies. Ji-han, now at home, believed that Doo-won would be safe from any harm. Doo-won was taken aback when he saw the quest to protect Ji-han and the hidden item reward, feeling a rush of excitement at the prospect of the challenge ahead. As the exam drew closer and closer, Doo-won was feeling the strain of all the studying. But then, 3 days before the test, Ji-han suggested that they take a break and invited Doo-won to his gaming room. Doo-won was thrilled. It was a dream come true for him. However, Ji-han was a bit taken aback when Doo-won revealed that he was not a big fan of games. Nonetheless, he was happy to share the gaming room with Doo-won, especially since it had been a gift from his parents for his birthday the previous year. The gaming room was located on the second floor of the house and was a space that Ji-han had all to himself. As Doo-won took a break from studying with Ji-han, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness knowing they were in different classes. But his curiosity was piqued when he saw a white door, and he couldn't resist asking Ji-han about it. To his surprise, Ji-han revealed it was just a warehouse, and Doo-won took the opportunity to also check out Ji-han's gaming room. 2 days before the exam, after school, Doo-won asked Ji-han if he was okay with him staying to study with him. Ji-han happily replied that he also needed to review the material, and found studying with Doo-won to be enjoyable. As they studied, Doo-won couldn't help but wonder why the escort quest he received had yet to present any challenges. Doo-won asked Ji-han if he had been receiving any tutoring, to which Ji-han revealed that he used to take a lot of tutoring in the past. As they were leaving school, Doo-won and Ji-han were surprised to be greeted by Gumin, an old friend of Ji-han's. Gumin explained that he had been stopping by the school regularly, hoping to run into Ji-han, and was finally able to catch him today. With a chuckle, Gumin reminisced about how Ji-han had once run away to the Guanake district. As Doo-won observed the trembling Ji-han, he could sense that the man, Gumin, was causing fear and intimidation towards him. Doo-won asked Ji-han who he was, but Ji-han declined to answer, simply saying that he was not someone he missed. Despite this, Ji-han asked Doo-won to leave with him, away from the situation. Doo-won noticed that there was something amiss with Ji-han and the man he had just encountered, and was curious about their relationship. He asked Ji-han who the man was, but Ji-han hesitated to answer. Ji-han then apologized for not being able to study together, but Doo-won reassured him that it was alright. Despite Ji-han's evasiveness, Doo-won couldn't shake off the feeling that something was wrong. So, he decided to activate his quest to try and find out what was going on. As he walked home, Ji-han was reminded of a traumatic experience from his past. He was bullied by Gumin, who had forced him to lift the lid of a moldy yogurt, while the rest of Gumin's friends laughed and someone else recorded the humiliating moment. As Doo-won anxiously walked behind Ji-han, he was determined to ensure his friend's safety and made sure to accompany him all the way home. Upon their arrival, the maid at Ji-han's home asked where his friend was, to which Ji-han responded that he would be studying alone today. However, the maid's inquiry was not directed at Doo-won, but rather another friend of Ji-han who had recently stopped by to visit. The rest of Ji-han's friends were reportedly waiting upstairs. Ji-han was stunned when he heard from the maid that his classmates from middle school were waiting for him upstairs. Upon entering his room, he was shocked to see Gumin's friends loafing around. They scolded him for coming home late. Suddenly, Gumin appeared and yanked Ji-han's hair while berating him for abandoning his old friends. As Doo-won was feeling uneasy, he made his way back to Ji-han's house. Disguising himself, he approached the house, disabling the doorbell so that he could speak with Ji-han. The maid informed Doo-won that Ji-han was not at home and had gone out with some of his old middle school classmates. Doo-won was about to leave when a warning window suddenly appeared, alerting him that he had lost his target, and the quest had shifted from an escort to a rescue mission. Realizing that Ji-han had not gone out for leisure, but was taken against his will, Doo-won knew he had to act fast. Somewhere, Gumin and his friends were towering over a trembling Ji-han. Memories of 2 years prior flooded Ji-han's mind as he remembered the time he was with Gumin and his friends in this same place. Gumin had declared himself bored with Ji-han's lack of participation and deemed him to have no sense of friendship. As a result, he devised a twisted test of friendship in which he would slap Ji-han across the face. Gumin approached Ji-han and began slapping him, causing Ji-han to fall to the ground. One of the girls pointed out that Ji-han could report it to the police, but Gumin dismissed the idea. He argued that Ji-han wouldn't dare speak up, for fear of his mother finding out and being shocked. As Gumin approached Ji-han, he asked why he disappeared without a word. Gumin was shocked to find out that Ji-han had simply moved to a nearby town. Ji-han then confronted Gumin about his actions, asking why he had treated him so badly. one of Gumin's friends spoke up, revealing that they were out of alcohol and needed to buy more. Gumin handed over his payment card and ordered Jihan to buy cigarettes, even though Jihan didn't drink. The situation left Jihan feeling confused and mistreated. Meanwhile, as Do-won grows increasingly worried about Jihan, who isn't answering his phone, he races to find him. Finally, Do-won reaches him by phone and quickly asks where he is, only to be answered by Gumin. Gumin threatens that if Do-won doesn't come to their location, Jihan will be in serious trouble. When Do-won arrives, he finds Jihan lying on the floor, covered in injuries, at the mercy of Gumin and his friends. Gumin taunts Do-won, telling him that he must participate in a twisted friendship test if he wants to save Jihan. As Jihan lay on the floor, still conscious, he pleaded with Gumin not to harm Do-won. Gumin's friends laughed, thinking that this display of loyalty was proof of a weak friendship. Gumin, growing angrier by the second, slammed Jihan's head against the floor and declared his hatred for Jihan's hypocritical nature. He told Jihan to be silent and watch as Do-won suffered. As Gumin's friends strolled down the street after buying food and drinks, they reveled in their friendship with the wealthy Gumin. They chatted about their shared history with Jihan, who they considered a former best friend of Gumin's. But their perceptions of the past were not entirely accurate. They had evil intentions, planning to attack Jihan and drain him of his finances. Little did they know, their plotting was overheard by Do-won. At Gumin's hangout, the group was growing restless as they waited for their friends to return. Suddenly, the door burst open and one of their friends was hurled into the room, badly injured. Right behind him was Do-won, who dragged in another friend who appeared to have passed out. Despite the chaos, Gumin remained calm. Do-won apologized to Jihan for being late, and upon seeing the extent of his injuries, he declared that it was time to teach everyone a lesson. Jihan was taken back in time to when he first entered middle school. At the hospital, he visited his mother in the VIP room. His mother complimented his outfit and asked about his friend and girlfriend. The revelation left Jihan stunned. All his mother desired was for her weak son to have a friend who could protect him. However, Jihan refuted the notion that he was weak. As he left his mother's hospital room, he encountered Gumin, who was there to visit his own mother. From that day forward, Jihan and Gumin would always leave school together and visit their mothers in the hospital. They bonded over their shared experiences, including being in the same class, having mothers who were hospitalized, and their shared wealth. This brought them closer as friends. Jihan believed that his friendship with Gumin would endure forever. However, one day, the doctor delivered the devastating news that Gumin's mother had taken a turn for the worse and was now in the ICU. Gumin's face was filled with fear as he listened to the doctor's prognosis. This was the beginning of the decline of their relationship. As they watched the two fallen friends, Gumin sneers at the apparent bond between Jihan and Do-won, finding it amusing. Meanwhile, Jihan pleads with Do-won to escape. One of Gumin's accomplices approaches Do-won, taunting him for being slow and not responding. However, just as the man was about to throw a punch, Do-won sprang into action, delivering a swift blow that left the man unconscious. Do-won realized that this fight was going to be different, as he was facing multiple opponents of unknown strength. He was careful not to waste any energy, planning to defeat all of them with just a few strategic moves. Gumin's friend was stunned. With a single blow, one of the attackers had fallen unconscious. Do-won sprang into action, quickly landing a blind spot strike on the chin of another assailant. Another attacker attempted to strike Do-won from behind with a bottle, but Do-won deftly moved and used another blind spot strike to take him down. In just a matter of moments, 5 of the attackers had fallen. The remaining big men realized that Do-won was targeting their chins, so he prepared to make his move. However, Do-won is not discouraged. Despite thinking that he wouldn't be able to land a punch on the man's chin, he goes for it with a blind spot strike. But the man's chubby face proved to be too sturdy, and the punch had no effect. In response, the man grabbed Do-won by the collar and threw him across the room. Do-won quickly regained his footing and approached the man, unleashing a series of 5 combo blind spot strikes until the man was finally defeated and unconscious. Gumin, meanwhile, remained relaxed and unperturbed throughout the whole ordeal. Now it's Gumin's junior high school friends named Chang Min-woo and Kwon Sung-won. Do-won walks by and sees Jihan in need of help, so he goes to assist him. However, as he does so, he questions Gumin about the bruises on Jihan and accuses him of being the culprit. Gumin dismissively explains that Jihan is lucky to have friends who can afford to bail him out of trouble. At that moment, someone behind Do-won who had been asleep wakes up, irritated at being disturbed, and covers Do-won's view with a cloth before proceeding to attack him with punches. Do-won attempts to counterattack with blind spot strike, but the man proves to be too skilled and blocks it. This guy is on a whole different level from anyone Do-won has faced before. The man, named Kim Gang-jae, comments that Do-won's ability to withstand his punches is due to him not being fully awake. Do-won realizes that he may need to use stronger skills if he hopes to defeat Gang-jae. Meanwhile, the maid at Jihan's residence notices that he has not yet returned home, but she is not overly concerned. She is aware that Jihan often spends time playing with his friends, and assumes that his mother will be happy to hear this. At Do-won's location, Kim Gang-jae continues to attack with full force, but Do-won skillfully parries each blow. He can feel the immense power behind each of Gang-jae's punches, but he is determined to use whatever strength he has to defend himself. Despite landing several blows, Gang-jae still looks drowsy and confident that there's no way Do-won can defeat him. Do-won tries to turn the tide with the Falcon Drop, executing a series of somersaults, but Gang-jae manages to barely dodge and lands a hit on Do-won's shoulder. Despite not hitting him in the head, the attack causes significant damage to Do-won's shoulder. However, Do-won quickly retaliates, grabbing Gang-jae's head and smashing it against the wall with a stun smash. The attack is successful, and Gang-jae is sent crashing to the floor in pain. Gumin watches the situation unfold, with a mischievous look in his eye. As Do-won prepares to launch a multi-strike destruction attack against Gang-jae, Gumin calls out, halting Do-won in his tracks. Gumin reveals that he has taken Jihan hostage, threatening to stab him in the neck with the dartboard bow if Do-won makes a move. Gumin orders Gang-jae to fight properly, reminding him that he paid a heavy price for this opportunity. As Do-won demands that Gumin release Jihan, a fist suddenly strikes Do-won's cheek. Gang-jae rains punches down upon Do-won, but he holds back, knowing that any movement could put Jihan in danger. Just as one particularly forceful blow lands in Do-won's stomach, Jihan pleads with Gumin to stop. However, Gumin issues a warning to Jihan not to interfere, revealing that he has videos and photos of Jihan being bullied, and threatening to show them to his mother. Gumin knows that if Jihan's mother were to see the evidence of her son's mistreatment, it would be too much for her to bear. As Gang Jae relentlessly attacked Duan at Gumin's command, Duan found himself in a precarious position. He couldn't fight back without putting Jihan at risk, but if he didn't counterattack, he risked losing consciousness. In this dire situation, Jihan remembered his own experiences in middle school. He saw Duan suffering because of him and felt a sense of urgency to find a solution. However, with Duan's weakened state and the difficulty of defeating Gumin, it seemed like an impossible task. As Jihan recalls his past, he remembers a time when he tried to reach out to Gumin and help him turn his life around. However, instead of taking Jihan's advice, Gumin only grew more hostile and turned to a life of delinquency with his new friends. This ultimately led to Jihan being bullied. The memory of this past event weighed heavy on Jihan as he watched his friend, Duan, be strangled and beaten by Gang Jae under Gumin's orders. Despite feeling helpless, Jihan couldn't act without putting Duan in further danger. He wished that he could turn back time and change the outcome of his past encounter with Gumin. As Gumin threatened to turn on Jihan next, the latter stood his ground and refused to run away any longer. He firmly held onto Gumin's hand. Meanwhile, at Jihan's home, the maid entered the cluttered storeroom and made plans to clean it the following day. As she walked out, a trophy suddenly fell and was caught by the waiter. It was revealed to be the first trophy Jihan received from his taekwondo teacher, serving as a reminder of his strength and courage. As the waiter gazed at the trophy in his hands, memories of Jihan's past flooded his mind. Despite having a weak physique, like his mother, Jihan was a dedicated martial arts student, racking up numerous awards and recognition for his skills. The waiter wondered what heights Jihan could have reached if he had continued to hone his skills and pursue martial arts as a lifelong passion. Back at the scene, everyone was taken aback as they watched Jihan skillfully execute a judo move on Gumin. He then grabbed the bow, aimed it at Gumin's neck, and declared that he was now safe, giving Duan the signal to attack Gang Jae. Duan then utilized his multi-strike destruction technique and punched Gang Jae until he was defeated. The scene shows a few days after Gumin's mother's passing, Jihan tries to reach out to Gumin to ask if he's going to school. However, Gumin's phone goes unanswered. Jihan is then approached by his classmates, who are aware of his newfound skills in boxing and jiu-jitsu. They seem to be having a good time chatting with Jihan. It seems that Gumin, who was standing outside the classroom door, became envious of Jihan. He felt that while he was in pain, Jihan was enjoying himself and laughing with his new friend. When the school day was over, Jihan asked Gumin to go out, but Gumin commented that it must be nice for Jihan to have his mother still alive. This envy eventually turned into hatred for Gumin without him even realizing it. Back in the present moment, Gumin stands in shock as he surveys the aftermath of the fight. His once mighty gang of friends are now lying on the ground, some unconscious and others with bruises and messy faces. Gumin is filled with anger as he realizes that all his money and resources were for naught against just one person. In desperation, he runs towards the two remaining girls, seeking to find some hope in this hopeless situation. Sweating profusely and with a sense of desperation, he grabbed their hair and barked out an order for them to fight. As Duan approached the situation, he could tell that Gumin was not cut out for physical confrontation. Gumin became increasingly panicked and tried to bribe Duan with more money than Jihan had offered, but Duan refused. Gumin then made a desperate threat against Jihan, promising to reveal incriminating photos and videos of Jihan being mistreated by his own mother. A memory from the day that Jihan and Gumin parted ways came rushing back to Jihan. He deeply regretted that, after offering advice to Gumin, the latter had become angry and accused Jihan of pitying him. Gumin had even gone so far as to grab Jihan by the collar. In an attempt to calm the situation, Jihan tried to explain that the people around Gumin were not truly his friends, but only kept close to him because of his wealth. He also expressed that he could understand the pain that Gumin was going through. However, Gumin was having none of it. He felt that what Jihan was saying was a load of nonsense. In an attempt to make Jihan understand his own pain, Gumin brought up something deeply personal and painful, something about Jihan's mother. The mention of his mother pushed Jihan over the edge and he lost control, unleashing a brutal beating on Gumin. In response to the violence, Gumin complained to his parents, who were then summoned to the principal's office. Gumin's father was furious that his son had been attacked, and declared that a simple apology would not be sufficient. While all of this was happening, Jihan hung his head in shame. Unfortunately, his father was unable to attend the meeting due to a business trip, and his mother was in the hospital. Yet, someone must have informed her of the situation because she showed up at the school, despite being weak. She disregarded the principal's advice and entered the room, where she apologized to Gumin's father for her son's misdeeds. But the effort proved too much for her, and she fainted shortly thereafter. After the incident, Jihan's mother's health took a turn for the worse. Despite Jihan's misfortune, Gumin sneered with evil satisfaction. From that day on, Gumin began to bully Jihan mercilessly. Jihan was unable to fight back because he was afraid that his mother's condition would worsen. He even quit his martial arts lessons, fearing that he might lose control again. As a result of the bullying, everyone in the class now sided with Gumin, posing as fake friends. All they saw were photos and videos of Jihan being bullied. Fast forward to the present, Gumin cackles as he commands Jihan to kneel. But Duan steps in and snatches Gumin's phone, saying he will erase the storage. Gumin laughs, revealing that he still has backup files. Frustrated, Duan issues a warning that if Gumin continues to bully Jihan, he will face dire consequences. With a swift punch, Duan sends Gumin crashing to the ground. Duan turns to Jihan and presents him with a choice regarding Gumin. Gumin reluctantly rises to his feet, acknowledging his defeat and promising to erase all remaining photos and videos and to stay away from Jihan. However, he secretly grabs a shattered bottle with the intention of stabbing Jihan. But before he can act, Jihan delivers a swift kick to Gumin's head, sending him crashing to the ground and rendering him unconscious. Duan is taken aback by Jihan's fighting skills and expresses his surprise. As they walked home, Jihan opened up to Duan and shared his past experiences with Gumin. Duan was impressed by Jihan's reliability, especially when he managed to handle the dangerous situation with the broken bottle earlier. These words from Duan reminded Jihan of his mother's wishes for him to become someone others could count on. As they walked home, Duan posed a question to Jihan about what would happen if Gumin chose to exact revenge by sending the photos and videos of the bullying to Jihan's mother. Undaunted, Jihan resolved to face his past head-on and tell his mother the truth, feeling empowered by having Duan by his side. He expressed gratitude towards his friend and they continued their way. Meanwhile, Duan took a moment to check the rewards available through the rescue quest. As Duan inspects the hidden item, he is taken aback by what he finds. A mysterious black aura envelopes the gift, slowly dissipating to reveal a dark, ominous black padlock. Upon examining its information, Duan discovers that this is the infamous black padlock. As he reflects on its ability, Duan can't help but wonder if it could even exist in reality. The power it holds feels devious and hazardous, leading him to question the consequences of such an item. With the midterm exams finally behind him, Duan is exhausted from the lack of sleep. Despite this, he managed to pass his exams with flying colors, all thanks to Jihan's tutelage. Duan inquires about whether Jihan is planning on visiting the hospital. Jihan informed Duan that he would be spending the weekend at the hospital, then asked Duan about his plans. Duan revealed that he needed to visit a location in his quest to uncover the truth behind his father's murder, following a discussion with Unsung a few days prior. Over the weekend, Duan sets out to locate the site of the former Sunlight Shelter building. After 3 years since its destruction, he holds on to the hope that the building still stands. Upon arriving at the location, Duan is disappointed to find that the building has been completely demolished. He encounters an elderly man in the area who becomes irritated when Duan inquires about the building's demolition. He reveals that he is the son of the former leader of the Sunlight Shelter and is trying to piece together the history of the place. The old man tells him that the building had been cleaned out when the shelter was closed and that nothing was left behind. The news disappoints Duan, but he remains determined to uncover the truth about his father's life. The old man then recalls something and asks Duan to wait for a moment. After a brief moment, he returns with a box he found on the floor of Ginoa's office. The contents inside the box were a pair of broken glasses, and the old man points out that it's strange to keep broken glasses, unless they were left there intentionally. As Duan held the box with broken glasses, he couldn't help but wonder if it had any connection to his father's death. When the old man asked what he was searching for, Duan simply said that he missed his dad. The old man could sense the sadness in Duan's voice and felt empathy for him. With a heavy heart, Duan bid the old man farewell and left, determined to uncover the truth about his father's passing. Meanwhile, at a different location, Chai Jin-ho, the notorious bully-for-hire agent from the Siwandong Association, is having a meeting with a client named Gumin. Gumin is demanding that Jin-ho carry out an attack on 2 individuals, Jihan and Duan. Gumin reveals that he had previously made a similar request to have a third-year senior from his high school beaten up. Jin-ho informs Gumin that there will be an additional fee for making extra requests, to which Gumin nonchalantly throws money at Jin-ho, reminding him that he must do as he's told. Jin-ho gazed at Gumin with a look of disbelief on his face. The notion that a wealthy individual like Gumin believed that money could fix all of life's issues astounded him. However, he couldn't deny the excitement he felt at the prospect of fulfilling Gumin's request. When Gumin mentioned the name of his target, Jin-ho was taken aback. Duan was the leader of the Baramidong, after all. Nevertheless, Jin-ho reassured Gumin that he had nothing to worry about, as his team had the ideal person for the job. In a different location, a man was wreaking havoc, violently breaking the arms of numerous individuals. This man, known as Mad Little Brother, was from the Siwandong Association and was called Oh Hyusip. As he broke the final victim's arm, he reached out to his older brother, Oh Tae-sip, who was also part of the same association. Hyusip wanted to inquire about Tae-sip's current assignment. As it turned out, Tae-sip had just finished off the leader and was now on his way to dispose of the body by throwing it off a bridge. Long story short, the much-anticipated second-year school trip had finally arrived. While all of his classmates were filled with excitement, Duan remained unenthusiastic. He never looked forward to school trips and found them to be a bore. He would have much preferred to stay at home and play games. Suddenly, Ju Arin approached him and excitedly shared her eagerness for the trip. Duan, who had previously felt dull and uninterested, was now beaming with happiness. He declared that he too was excited for the trip and held high hopes that it would be the best one yet. It wasn't long before Jihan made an appearance, further uplifting Duan's spirits. With both Jihan and Arin by his side, Duan realized that the trip might not be as tedious as he initially thought. As they rode on the bus, Tae-sip and Hyusip kept an eye on Duan as he chatted with his classmates. Suddenly, Jin-ho called them, providing clear instructions to immobilize their target. After a lengthy journey, the group finally arrived in Jeonju. On the first day of their final school trip, they found themselves in a pottery class. Duan was initially skeptical, thinking the class was only suited for elementary school children. However, Jihan pointed out that it was a cool experience, as the pottery pieces could serve as a cherished keepsake. Suddenly, Duan's creation was shattered by a renowned ceramics master named Choi Tae-jin, who deemed it unsuitable for firing. Duan was deeply saddened as he watched his hard work turn to dust. The teacher spoke out against Tae-jin, objecting to his destruction of students' creations. However, Tae-jin argued that he was searching for a worthy successor. That was when he laid eyes on Jihan's craft, a stunning piece modeled after National Treasure No. 91, a vessel shaped like a horseman. Impressed by its flawless design, Tae-jin offered Jihan the opportunity to become his successor, recognizing that he had already honed his clay sculpting skills while in junior high school. During lunchtime, a group of students yearned to venture out for a bite, but their teacher had other plans. Instead of dining out, they were to have lunch at the ceramics workshop. To their surprise, the ceramics master baked a delicious pizza in a kiln. The teacher he praised on Tae-jin, marveling at his ability to not only create magnificent ceramics but also delectable pizzas. As Duan munched on his pizza, still feeling disappointed about his pottery being rejected, he overheard Jihan complimenting the deliciousness of the pizza. That's when Tae-jin approached him, and with the proposal, he offered to share with Jihan the secret pizza recipe he acquired from his travels to Italy, if he agrees to become his successor. After they wrapped up their lunch, the group headed to the Jeonju National Museum. However, this proved to be tedious for both Duan and Jihan, causing them to feel drowsy and bored. Their monotony was interrupted by the sight of Arin, who had donned a souvenir crown. Duan was enamored by her appearance, but their moment was short-lived as the teacher soon gathered all of the second-year students together. As the teacher scanned the room, they could tell that the students were all feeling a bit dull. Despite this, the teacher was relieved to see that everyone was behaving appropriately. With a smile, the teacher announced that the students were free until dinner. However, before dismissing the class, the teacher reminded the students that their actions would reflect upon the school and asked them to act responsibly. Should they encounter any trouble, they were instructed to reach out to the teacher promptly. During their leisure time, Do-won extends an invitation to Jihan to join him on a tour. As they stroll around, they are observed by Hyosip, who is itching for a confrontation with Do-won. Excited by the prospect of a fight, Hyosip seeks Tae-sip's approval, but his elder brother advises him to be patient. As the ice cream vendor was handing over the treat to Tae-sip, he mistakenly brushed against Tae-sip's shirt. Moments later, the ice cream seller was violently attacked by Tae-sip, rendering him unconscious. Do-won is overjoyed on his school trip, a stark contrast to his previous experiences that were filled with unhappy memories such as being seated next to the teacher and facing bullying. As he recalls these moments, Do-won is overtaken by emotion and his tears flow unconsciously. Eventually, Jihan approaches him and invites him to go on an ATV ride, hoping to lift his spirits. Upon reaching the ATV rental location, Do-won witnesses Arin being pursued by officers for reckless ATV riding. The officer, who is familiar with Do-won, suggests that they ride in pairs, one boy and one girl. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Arin extends an invitation to Do-won to join her for a ride. Do-won is deeply grateful to the ATV officer but is overcome with excitement, and his heart races as Arin embraces him. Along the side of the road, a group of students from rival schools are envious of Do-won riding with the attractive and curvaceous Arin, and hatch a plan to abduct her. This scene backs to Do-won. Arin remarks that it seems like they are continually crossing paths by chance. Their previous encounter had left Do-won feeling guilty. In an attempt to charm Arin, Do-won tries to make a move, but Arin's expression turns to disgust. Quickly realizing his mistake, Do-won apologizes. However, Arin explains that her reaction was not due to his advance but rather because of the blaring music from a nearby bread vendor's vehicle. Do-won inquires if Arin will be joining the festivities tomorrow night, mentioning that the speakers are sure to be loud. She responds that she and her friends plan to escape and explore the Gyeongsangi area. Just then, Jihan approaches, carrying Arin's friend, and explains that they had a minor mishap. Arin's friend gazes at Jihan with awe as he recounts how, while trying to cross a river on an ATV, they both fell into the water, but he was able to rescue her. As the night came to a close, the trio made their way back to the hotel. As they entered their room, Jihan regaled Do-won with the story of the earlier events and received praise from his friend. Do-won felt hopeful that the next day would bring more exciting experiences. And indeed it did, as they visited the tombs of the Silla Kings, strolled through the temple grounds, and captured a group photo to commemorate the trip. As Arin and her friends were exploring the Hanok village, she suddenly felt like someone was watching her from a nearby alley. Meanwhile, after finishing a visit to the history museum, Do-won was feeling uninterested and bored. On the bus, Tae-sip and Hyosip were biding their time, waiting for the opportunity to attack Do-won later that night. As the evening progressed and the students gathered in the room, the first club dance performance kicked off. As the night went on, the host took to the stage and made a surprising request. He asked for the girlfriends of the dance club members to come forward. It was at this moment that Do-won was taken aback by what he saw. Jihan, whom he least expected, was walking towards the stage. It turned out that Jihan was asked by Choi Min-hai, a friend of Arin, to help her out. She needed a partner for the dance performance, and since Jihan had helped her before, she thought he would be the perfect choice. Do-won was taken aback when he saw Jihan with a girl and let out a loud scream. As the surprise subsided, Do-won remembered his recent conversation with Arin. She had mentioned she was going for a walk alone, and he thought it would be the perfect opportunity to catch up with her. So, he made a plan to track her down and spend some time with her. As Do-won searched for Arin, he stumbled upon the king's tomb. Suddenly, the event dungeon appeared before him, and he was taken aback. To his surprise, the only thing in the room was a grave. Do-won wondered where his enemy could be hiding. Just as he was lost in thought, Tae-sip charged at him and swung a punch, but Do-won was quick to defend himself. However, before Do-won could catch his breath, Hyosip snuck up behind him and delivered a powerful punch to his back. With a smirk, Hyosip declared that the tomb was a fitting place for Do-won's final resting place. Despite the pain from the sudden attack, Do-won managed to remain standing. He demanded to know who his attackers were, and why they had targeted him. The attackers coldly replied that he didn't need to know their identities, as they were there to break his hand. Do-won quickly surveyed his surroundings, and a sense of relief washed over him. He had been worried that the dungeon that had appeared near the tomb would force him to fight against the undead. But with his attackers being mere mortals, he felt a glimmer of hope. Taking advantage of Do-won's momentary distraction, Hyosip launched a stealth attack. But before his fist could connect, Do-won acted quickly, unleashing a blind spot strike that caught Hyosip off guard. The powerful punch sent Hyosip crashing to the ground. Tae-sip, who was watching the whole scene, Do-won was not concerned with the identity of his attackers. All he cared about was claiming the prize that came with defeating them. With a sense of determination, Do-won focused on the task at hand, knowing that once he was done, he could finally go and see Arin. The thought filled him with happiness, and he was eager to reunite with her. The Mad Brothers were infamous for their violent crimes and had earned a reputation for their brutal demeanor. Upon being charged with multiple offenses, they faced their sentence with a stony expression, revealing no remorse for their actions. Those who had witnessed their cruelty referred to them as the Mad Brothers. They felt no guilt towards the victims they killed, and, no matter how strong their opponents were, they worked together seamlessly, their strength multiplied by their cooperation. This unwavering determination and unity was what allowed them to never lose. Do-won was unfazed by the fact that the dungeon was known as the King's Tomb. He was confident in his abilities to defeat any enemies that may stand in his way. Upon hearing Tae-sip refer to himself as his brother, Do-won realized the two were indeed siblings. Their similarities in appearance only confirmed this fact. With determination, Do-won launched into action, throwing a powerful punch aimed directly at Tae-sip's face. However, Tae-sip was quick to block the attack with his hands. Do-won attempted to unleash multi-strike destruction, but his efforts were thwarted by Hyosip, who was quick to kick him in the arm from behind. Hyosip then unleashed a barrage of punches on Do-won, who tried to parry with both hands. In an attempt to counterattack, Duan found himself unable to land a hit as Hyosip effortlessly dodged his blows. Just as Duan was about to strike, he was suddenly kicked from the side by Taesip. Taesip reprimanded his younger brother for not focusing during the fight. As the second round of combat began, Duan was faced with the relentless and coordinated attacks of the Mad Brothers. Unlike his previous opponents, these two brothers worked in perfect unison, striking from both the front and behind. Despite Duan's attempts to fight back with his blind spot strike and falcon drop, the brothers' seamless cooperation left him unable to defend himself and locked his hands. As the Mad Brothers counted down from 1 to 3, ready to snap Duan's hand, they suddenly found themselves being pulled in by the warrior. With quick reflexes, Duan used Stun Smash, slamming their heads together and sending the brothers crashing to the ground. Taesip cried out in pain, calling for his older brother. As Duan was about to deliver the final blow, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a motorcycle engine coming from the top of the hill. He turned to see the source of the noise and was confronted by a motorcycle's headlight shining directly at him. Duan demanded of the rider. To his surprise, the person on the motorcycle turned out to be none other than the oldest brother of the Mad Brothers, Kwangseop. As Taesip and Hyosip eagerly awaited their elder brother's arrival, memories of Hyosip impatiently asking Taesip when they would finally be able to take down Duan came flooding back. Taesip reassured him that tonight was the night they would finish off Duan, just as they received a message from their older brother, Kwangseop, informing them that he would be joining them that evening. Kwangseop finally arrived and offered his apologies for being late. He then declared that from that moment forward, the three of them should work together as a team once again, just like they did in the past, when they were known as the feared Three Mad Brothers. In the auditorium room, a club dance performance was underway, with the dancers executing sensual moves that had the guys entranced. Jihan was feeling overwhelmed as he watched and felt Minhai's touch. His heart was racing with excitement. Back at Duan's location, Kwangseop explained that he was late because he had an issue to attend to, which involved him having to beat up a few individuals. He was taken aback to see that his younger brothers had already been defeated. Kwangseop then instructed his siblings to work together and informed Duan that they were, in fact, three brothers. Intrigued, Duan asked if there were any others who looked like them, to which Kwangseop confirmed that they were a family of three brothers. Duan took matters into his own hands and swung a punch at Kwangseop, showing he wasn't intimidated by the three Mad Brothers. However, Kwangseop praised Duan's bravery and struck back with a punch of his own. Duan was quick and managed to dodge, but that didn't stop Kwangseop from giving the order for his younger brothers to join in on the attack. With two opponents already challenging him, Duan now had to face the three of them together. As Duan sees two attackers closing in on him, he quickly darts towards Kwangseop's back, causing the elder brother to sneer at Duan's efforts. With the three Mad Brothers now in motion, Duan is met with relentless attacks from all sides, yet he manages to deftly dodge each one. Showcasing his skills, Duan even unleashes a powerful back kick with his blind spot strike, successfully striking Hyosip. As the fight continued, Hyosip was left bleeding from the mouth, and Kwangseop couldn't help but admire Duan's defensive and counterattack skills. The mere fact that Duan had managed to withstand Kwangseop's kick was enough to shake the older brother's legs, making him believe the rumors that Duan had defeated Sukyeong. The three Mad Brothers resumed their attack, with Kwangseop leading the charge and waving his fist. Taesip and Hyosip joined in, attacking Duan from both sides. Duan realized that the trio was becoming faster and stronger, but Kwangseop corrected him, saying that it was not that they were getting stronger, but rather that Duan was getting weaker. There's an ancient tale about three puppies who attempted to catch a tiger. As the dogs circled around the tiger, they would attack and retreat in a coordinated manner, repeating the process over and over. Slowly but surely, the tiger became drained and the three dogs were able to defeat it. Just like the old story of three puppies taking down a tiger, Kwangseop believes that working together with his two brothers will allow them to defeat Duan, even though he is stronger. Despite recognizing Duan's strengths, Kwangseop knows that his individual strength and that of his brothers is weaker. By attacking and retreating alternately, like the dogs in the story, they can tire out Duan and ultimately triumph over him. An exhausted Duan was caught off guard when the three Mad Brothers confessed their individual weaknesses and Taesip proposed to end the fight with Duan swiftly so that they could move on to their next target. Duan surprises Kwangseop by revealing that he is not alone. Just as Kwangseop reaches out to deliver the final blow, Duan quickly launches an attack. In an instant, Jihan grabs Kwangseop's leg and forces his face down to the ground. The three Mad Brothers were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Jihan, who they now had to face. They couldn't understand how Jihan had found his way to the scene. The events leading up to Jihan's arrival began with Duan's desperate escape from the trio's relentless attack. He knew that if he tried to fight on his own, he would be overwhelmed. So, while he was running, he sent out a distress signal to Jihan, telling him that he was in danger and feared for his life. This is how Jihan was able to arrive just in time to assist Duan in the fight against the three Mad Brothers. Duan turns to Jihan and expresses his apologies for involving him in the fight. However, Jihan brushes it off and inquires about the reason behind Duan's battle. Duan promises to explain later. The two of them then prepare for combat, with Duan reminding Jihan not to hold back as their opponents are dangerous. Meanwhile, Taesip assigns Hyosip to handle Jihan and steps forward to engage in combat with Duan. Jihan tries to duck as Hyosip throws a punch his way. Despite hitting Hyosip, Jihan apologizes for the blow, expressing concern over its intensity. Hyosip recoils in pain, his body flying backwards from the force of Jihan's punch. At Duan's position, he unleashes a barrage of punches known as the Storm of Punches. This is followed by a powerful technique called multi-strike destruction that Duan uses to inflict extensive damage to Taesip. Taesip's face is left severely disfigured. Meanwhile, Kwangseop begins to regain consciousness and opens his eyes to find Duan and Jihan standing before him, causing him to question who hired them. As this part reaches its conclusion, it's revealed that Duan is battling against a group of high school bullies behind a hill. These bullies, all students of Silla High School, are incensed that someone would dare cause trouble in their territory and are marching towards Duan and his companions, ready to confront them. The scene then shows a flashback of Gumin meeting Chai Jin-ho. Gumin expresses concern about the possibility of their messenger getting caught and revealing him as the one who hired them. Jin-ho reassures him that their associates are professionals who know how to keep things under wraps. He warns Gunmin that if they ever betray the association, they would face dire consequences as their leader is a formidable person. Gunmin still felt uneasy, but Jin-ho tried to allay his fears by explaining that these people are experienced and won't get caught. Jin-ho also emphasized that their leader is not someone to be trifled with, and those who betray him pay with their lives. Gunmin was still unsure, but Jin-ho remained confident in the abilities of their associates and the strength of their organization. Transported back in time, Oh Kwang-sip is cornered by Ha Do-won and Yu Ji-han, who demand to know who ordered him to attack them. Kwang-sip tries to stall and make excuses, all the while reaching for a knife in his back pocket. However, he hesitates as he realizes that it may not be easy to take down both Do-won and Ji-han. He decides to wait for the perfect moment to strike. Do-won, however, is not easily fooled by Kwang-sip's tactics. He senses the danger and stays alert, ready to defend himself and Ji-han if necessary. The tense standoff continues as both sides assess each other's next move. Do-won tries to stand up, but he suddenly feels lightheaded and unstable. His friend Ji-han quickly comes to his aid, supporting him to prevent him from falling. Do-won checks his health points and sees that he still has 6,420 left out of 11,500. He wonders why he feels so weak and why he can't even lift himself up. As Do-won ponders these thoughts, Kwang-sip sees an opening and takes out his knife to strike while they are off guard. Do-won and Ji-han are momentarily caught off guard as Kwang-sip makes his move, determined to finish them off. Amidst the chaos, a voice suddenly calls out from the Silla High School troops. They are perplexed by the situation, thinking that Ha Do-won and Oh Kwang-sip are working together to ambush them. Do-won starts to question whether these troops are the same as the monster quest he was assigned to defeat. His current condition has left him feeling incapable of taking on such a large group. As the situation grows more tense, Yu Ji-han senses trouble on the horizon. The leader of Silla High School steps forward and explains that he came to meet with Kwang-sip, who had reportedly gotten into a fight with some of their juniors. The leader makes it clear that based on the current situation, Kwang-sip is not on Do-won's side. Ha Do-won swiftly denies any association with Oh Kwang-sip, but the Silla High School leader shows no interest in his explanation. As far as he is concerned, Do-won and Kwang-sip have trespassed into his territory, and that is all that matters. Yu Ji-han tries to clarify that they are just on vacation, but the delinquent leader of Silla High School is not interested in listening. He complains that things have been too quiet lately, and that he is bored, so he sees this as an opportunity for some excitement. The situation quickly escalated when two Silla High School students began mocking the unconscious Tae-sip and Hyo-sip. One of the students even slapped Hyo-sip, while the other stepped on Tae-sip, causing the delinquent students to erupt with laughter. Kwang-sip witnessed the cruel scene and became enraged, taking out his knife and charging towards one of the bullies. However, the delinquent managed to dodge Kwang-sip's attack, causing him to step back in fear. Kwang-sip then positioned himself in front of his fallen brothers, holding the knife threateningly towards the group of thugs. The tense standoff between the two parties continued, with the sound of the knife being the only thing heard in the otherwise silent environment. Out of nowhere, a massive man appeared and snuck up on Kwang-sip, locking his arm from behind. The delinquent leader walked over and was a little taken aback when he saw the bond between the three mad brothers. Kwang-sip quickly said that it was none of the delinquent leader's business, but he was immediately hit with a series of slaps, causing the knife to fall out of his hand. His unconscious brother was also ridiculed once again. Ji-han sympathizes with Do-won after seeing the latter's face covered in bruises, but Do-won dismisses it and urges Ji-han to focus on their current situation, which is being surrounded by a group of people. Suddenly, the group recognizes Do-won from when they saw him hitchhiking with a girl, and they plan to beat him up and steal his phone to call the girl for fun. Do-won is irritated by their plan, but he realizes that there are too many of them, and even with Ji-han's help, they might not win the fight. Kwang-sip is still lying on the ground, beaten and unconscious. The gang leader observes that Do-won and Ji-han are reluctant to fight back against his group of thugs. Feeling bored with such an uneven match, he devises a new challenge for them. The leader proposes that Do-won and Ji-han should fight each other, and whoever emerges victorious will be allowed to leave. Ji-han is taken aback by this sudden proposal, but Do-won is quick to think on his feet. As the delinquents looked on, Do-won suddenly threw a punch and began to attack Ji-han rapidly, making it seem like Ji-han was struggling to defend himself. The hooligans laughed at the spectacle, while Ji-han wondered what Do-won was up to, since he hadn't actually hit him, only pushed him away. Do-won then apologized to Ji-han before giving him a forceful shove and urging him to run as far as he could. The shove was so strong that it sent Ji-han flying through the air. In the midst of their ruse, Ji-han was knocked out, but he refused to abandon Do-won. Do-won, however, insisted that he could handle the situation alone. With no other options available, Do-won searched his pockets and found a black padlock. He realized that this could be the perfect tool to aid in their escape. Do-won remembered the time when he had come across Ji-han's rescue gift, and his eyes fell upon a mysterious item, a pitch-black padlock that exuded a black aura. Upon further investigation, he discovered that the padlock could be used to lock one's consciousness, triggering automatic combat for 10 minutes. As he pondered the potential dangers of using such an item in real life, he realized that its automatic activation would affect anyone near him, making it a risky proposition. After weighing the pros and cons, Do-won decided that he would only use the padlock in dire emergencies. The group of delinquent students was taken aback when Do-won pulled out a mysterious padlock, causing them to warn Ji-han to stay away. One of the students started walking towards Ji-han, but as he passed by Do-won, the latter held his shoulder and urged him to have some fun. Suddenly, a black aura enveloped Do-won's body, visible only to him. As the aura dissipated, the student noticed a significant change in Do-won's demeanor. Suddenly, the system activated the automatic combat feature, causing the student to scream in pain, begging for help from his friends. The group's leader was stunned, and his comrades began to fear. But instead of backing off, Do-won gripped the student's shoulder even harder, firmly in control of the situation. The concept of automatic combat means that players don't need to directly control their characters in battle. Instead, the system can recognize monsters and engage them in combat automatically. While this can be a convenient feature for busy players, it's not always as effective as manual control. However, this is generally true only for normal games. In games with high levels of artificial intelligence, using automatic combat could potentially lead to the inadvertent killing of other players. With just a firm grip, Do-won effortlessly knocks the man unconscious, leaving the rest of the gang in shock. One of the delinquents, fueled by anger, charges at Do-won with his fists raised. Do-won calmly looks down and lands a devastating punch to the man's chin, sending him reeling. With incredible speed and precision, Do-won overpowers the rest of the gang members one by one, leaving 3 of them lying on the ground. As they attempt to launch a coordinated attack, Do-won dodges and counterattacks with lightning-fast strikes. Even when a man grabs hold of his leg, Do-won swiftly retaliates with a brutal kick to the head, leaving his opponent defeated on the ground. All the while, Do-won's expression remains stoic and unwavering, as if he's done this 1,000 times before. Jihan is left in awe of Do-won's incredible fighting skills and follows his lead by running away. Despite the defeat of their members, the leaders of Silla High's gang remain unfazed. Do-won stares blankly at the remaining gang members, causing them to quiver with fear. However, one of the corpulent officials threatens to kill anyone who tries to flee, and orders his men to attack Do-won. The group charges towards Do-won, but he effortlessly knocks them down with swift and powerful blows. The gang members lie on the ground, groaning in pain as Do-won stands calmly in the center of the chaos. Despite the odds against him, he seems unfazed and ready for anything the gang might throw his way. As the fight continues, Do-won faces off against a big Silla official who catches him from behind, intending to crush him. The other gang members watch in disbelief as the man squeezes Do-won tightly. But just when they think the fight is over, the fat man screams in agony. It turns out that Do-won has grabbed the man's thigh and delivered a swift kick to his face, knocking him out. The bespectacled man warns Do-won that no one can escape once caught by the fat man, but he too is quickly taken down with a single blow from Do-won. Do-won approaches the Silla gang leader who's frozen in disbelief that someone could take down 2 of his best fighters in such a short time. He throws a punch at Do-won, but he holds back. Do-won then proceeds to choke him with a firm grip until the Silla leader struggles to breathe. Despite the leader's screams and attempts to break free, Do-won doesn't let go until he's rendered him unconscious. The leader's men watch in horror as their leader is defeated, and they can't believe their eyes as Do-won stands there, seemingly unfazed and not even breaking a sweat. Do-won wakes up in an unfamiliar room, with no idea how he got there or where he is. As he tries to sit up, a monitor suddenly flickers to life and displays an admin message. The message greets him and explains that this is a place where the mind and body can be separated. Do-won starts to feel a sense of unease and realizes that he must find a way to escape. As he studies the monitor, memories of a player named One bring the end flood back to him. Do-won moves closer to the screen, hoping to find a clue to his situation. On the other hand, as Ju-arin walks to see Min-hai's dance performance, she decides to take a moment to stargaze and escape the noise. After admiring the starry sky for a while, she decides to head back, but her peace is disturbed by the ringing of a cell phone. As the phone's owner approaches her, Arin feels a bit uneasy. In Do-won's room, he can observe the chat room, but he is unable to type. The admin instructs Do-won to speak, and he is surprised that the admins can hear him. The admin poses a question to Do-won, asking how he feels about the power that he has been given. Do-won expresses his frustration with the power, stating that he has to fight every day, and that his body is starting to break down. However, he also acknowledges that the power is fun because he can now stand up to bullies who used to torment him. Do-won then decides to ask the admin a question of his own. Kwon-sip regains consciousness, and finds himself surrounded by a group of unconscious men with bruised and battered faces. As he surveys the scene, he sees Do-won gripping the neck of the Silla High School gang leader, demanding to be released. Ignoring the man's pleas, Do-won ruthlessly twists his arm, breaking it with a sickening crack, causing the man to cry out in agony. Unaffected by the man's suffering, Do-won continues to choke him mercilessly. Frustrated by the pain, the gang leader lashes out at Do-won with a punch, but Do-won is too quick and delivers a powerful kick to the man's shoulder, sending him flying through the air. Kwon-sip was in disbelief after witnessing Do-won's incredible power, which made him seem like a monster. As he was about to leave with his brother, he realized that his strength was completely depleted and he couldn't move. Meanwhile, Do-won approached the injured and frightened Silla leader, who desperately tried to call for help. Despite his efforts, the phone connection was cut off, leaving the leader helpless and terrified. In his last attempt to contact someone, the gang leader cursed and yelled at Kwok Paljon, asking him to come to their aid. However, Do-won's rage-filled attack caused the gang leader to hit his head on the ground, leaving Kwon-sip in shock. He recognized the name Paljon, which only added to his confusion and bewilderment. We're taken on a flashback to the time when the Mad Brothers were in junior high school. Hyul-sip shared some news he heard that the new boys in the same age group as them would be taught until they die in Chung'an prison. There was a new boy with a strange face who used violence to try and impress girls, but he failed and got caught. The leader of the next room, who was the older brother of the girl the new kid was after, was going to beat him up. As the prison guards escorted the inmates to their respective cells, they came across a particular room where the assigned guard was taken aback by an unexpected sight. There was a new prisoner inside. The guard immediately called for backup, sensing that something was amiss. Meanwhile, the notorious Mad Brothers, who were notorious for bullying new inmates, were amused by the situation and decided to have some fun at the new kid's expense. However, to their surprise, when they peered into the room, they saw that the new kid, Paljon, had single-handedly defeated all the other prisoners inside. Paljon had a motive for being there, though he knew that the chairman of the room was the older brother of the girl he had feelings for, and he wanted to ask when the little sister of the chairman had last visited so that he could meet her. In another part of town, Arin caught sight of Paljon approaching her and began to suspect that he had been following her since yesterday. Paljon, however, denied that he was stalking her and confessed that he had been captivated by Arin's beauty ever since he first saw her riding with Do-won. From the tips of her toes to the sparkle in her eyes, everything about Arin was Paljon's ideal type. As he stepped closer to the trembling Arin, she recoiled in fear and threatened to scream for help. But Paljon was unperturbed, convinced that nobody would hear her cries. Upon noticing that Arin was dressed up, Paljon began to suspect that she was waiting for someone else. In an effort to dissuade her from calling the police, Paljon snatched her phone from her hands and warned her that he had been arrested before for a crime he didn't commit. Despite Arin's attempts to stand her ground, she was quickly overpowered by Paljon's aggressive demeanor, and she fell to the ground in fright. As Paljon drew closer to her, Arin quivered with fear, unsure of what was to come. Out of nowhere, Duan arrived and intervened, putting a stop to Paljon's advances towards Arin. Arin felt relieved to have Duan by her side, but Paljon was irritated that he was once again thwarted from achieving his goals. Upon closer inspection, Paljon realized that Duan was the same guy who rode the ATV with Arin. In a surprising twist, a notification appeared on his phone, revealing that Paljon was actually the boss of the dungeon where Duan had been playing. Duan wasted no time in attacking Paljon, knocking him to the ground with a powerful kick. However, Paljon remained standing, seemingly unfazed by the blow. Duan followed up with a series of punches and kicks, but Paljon still managed to remain conscious. It seemed as though Duan was preparing to deliver the final blow. The scene backs inside the room, Duan interrogated the admin, demanding to know who the real administrator was. The admin responded that he was indeed the system administrator, but when Duan asked for more detailed answers, the admin redirected him to ask another question. Frustrated, Duan posed his next question, asking why the admin had given him the system. The admin's response was that Duan had been nice to him in a previous RPG game, giving him an item. Unsatisfied with this answer, Duan pressed for another reason. The admin, however, refused to divulge more information, stating that it was not the time for it. Instead, he revealed that the virtual room was situated in the real world, where it all began. Abruptly, a sudden jolt shook the room, and the admin explained that time was running out, and they had to say their goodbyes. Duan protested that he still had many questions, but the admin encouraged him to use his new powers to protect someone and wished him good luck. The room then began to disintegrate, and Duan was transported back to his original body. Duan jolts awake, his fist freezing midair as he regains consciousness. A notification window flashes before his eyes, announcing the end of his auto battle. Caught off guard, Paljon seizes the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to Duan while taunting him for startling him. Duan is dazed, confused to find Paljon and Arin standing before him. Suddenly, he's hit with a searing pain in his head, his heart pounding like a jackhammer. A notification pops up, informing him that he has reached his physical limit. Gasping for air, Duan struggles to breathe, but Paljon mercilessly lands a punch in his gut. As Duan's vision blurs, Paljon continues his assault, baffled by Duan's sudden weakness. Duan tries to fight back, but his muscles feel like they're tearing apart, causing him to scream in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Paljon stomps on Duan's head, demanding to know what his connection is to Arin. Arin was determined to rescue Duan from danger, but Paljon stood in her way, claiming that Duan was no longer fit to fight. In a vile move, Paljon intended to make a move on Arin in front of Duan, who was helpless to stop him. This left Duan frustrated with himself for not being able to shield Arin from harm. As Duan watched Paljon lay hands on Arin, memories of his past weakness flooded back. He refused to allow history to repeat itself, and pushed himself beyond his physical limits to protect her. Paljon's attempt to undress Arin left her terrified and pleading for him to keep his distance. But with unwavering determination, Duan stepped in and resolved to defend her, despite his own physical limitations. He grappled with the dilemma of his desires, which threatened to hinder his ability to fight Paljon. Nevertheless, Duan refused to back down, determined to find a way to defeat his foe, even in his current weakened state. Paljon sneered at Duan, who refused to back down despite his hand nearly giving out. Duan put up a fierce fight, determined to use his skills to defeat Paljon, even when taking hits to the face. Blow after blow, Duan relentlessly struck Paljon until the latter could no longer bear it and fell to the ground. With this victory, the dungeon was finally cleared. But Duan, having exceeded his physical limits, collapsed to his knees, completely spent. Although he was on the brink of losing consciousness, he felt content that Arin was now safe. As Arin came closer to him, Duan's consciousness slowly began to slip away. In brief, Duan regained consciousness in a room and was relieved he hadn't died. As he looked down, he noticed Arin holding his hand while sleeping next to him, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. He tried to piece together what had happened the previous night, so he asked Arin about it. She told him that after he fainted, Jihan had arrived to check on him and declared that his injury wasn't severe enough to warrant a hospital visit. Since Duan had a history of fighting gangsters, Jihan had suggested they take him back to the hotel to treat his wounds. Arin had stayed by Duan's side, unable to sleep until she eventually drifted off. She had also obtained permission from their teacher to skip the day's activities. Duan expressed his gratitude to Arin for being there for him. To their surprise, both of them noticed that his injuries had vanished despite his condition the night before. Duan recalls a frightening moment from the previous night. He suddenly woke up to a blinding light, fearing it might be the end for him. However, the light transformed into 2 keys, the rewards for clearing the dungeon. With his hands feeling heavy and weak, Duan pushed himself to take the keys. He received the gold-lighted and silver-lighted keys, and despite his condition, Duan managed to activate the silver-lighted key. The key granted him the passive skill healing, which would enhance his healing speed while he sleeps. Although the skill would only work during sleep, Duan was overjoyed as it would still be a great help. As Duan contemplates which skill to obtain from the gold-lighted key, he feels grateful for his recovery. He asks Arin about Jihan's whereabouts, and she informs him that Jihan and Minhai are at Jiangji land. Meanwhile, Jihan and Minhai are sitting on a bench, with Minhai thanking Jihan for helping her the previous night. After some time, Jihan nervously invites Minhai to try a game, to which she agrees, still feeling anxious. Back in Duan's room, Arin tells him that Jihan and Minhai are spending time alone. Duan initially feels annoyed, thinking that Jihan abandoned him to have fun. However, he changes his mind and decides to return the favor to Jihan after Arin invites him to eat. Arin and Duan head to a restaurant, hoping to replenish their energy. However, they are disappointed to find that the restaurant doesn't serve octopus salad, which Arin hoped would help Duan's stamina. Despite this, Duan is grateful for the opportunity to have a meal alone with Arin, feeling like it is a gift. When their food arrives, Arin orders an unusual dish that surprises Duan. He feels a bit guilty that Arin didn't get to go to the amusement park as planned, but Arin assures him that she doesn't enjoy the loud music there. Arin confides in Duan about her fear of loud music, which stemmed from a traumatic experience of getting lost in a crowded playground as a child. The experience left her feeling alone and separated from her parents, with the loud music only heightening her fear. As a result, she prefers restaurants to playgrounds, finding them more enjoyable. Duan realizes that this is why Arin wanted to spend time alone with him the previous night, and he feels grateful that she trusted him enough to share this personal story. As they admire the night sky, Arin can't help feeling guilty for Duan's earlier fainting spell caused by her. However, Duan explains that he had been in a fight earlier with some nearby thugs. He brushes it off as pathetic, but Arin defends him and says the thugs hit first, so he had to fight back. Her praise makes Duan blush, and Arin thanks him with a smile, which leaves Duan in awe. He then asks her to watch the view of Jiangju Land and the fireworks show, to which Arin happily agrees. Meanwhile, Kim Jiajin and Han Eun-sung took a ride on the Ferris wheel to capture a stunning view of the fireworks from above. During the ride, Eun-sung inquired about the progress of the report that Jiajin was working on. Jiajin replied that the reports had been completed and submitted to higher authorities. Suddenly, Eun-sung received a message on his phone regarding the Bully Council Congress. Jiajin was curious about Duan's plans for the event, as he heard that Duan had become stronger. Eun-sung explained that Duan was a peaceful person who wouldn't cause trouble unless provoked, but this time he was going to meet someone special at the Congress. In the Guanake district, Chai Jinho reports to his superiors that the three Mad Brothers have been defeated and are hospitalized. But instead of celebrating, Jinho's boss orders him to tell the three Mad Brothers to return quickly because they have a new mission. Meanwhile, Kang In-kang, the leader of Seowon-dong, is furious and determined to exact revenge on Duan by crushing his head. The stage is set for a fierce battle between Duan and the Seowon-dong Association. The school tour has come to an end, and Duan and his friends are back at school. As they travel on the bus, they come across news of a bear that has been released from captivity. Duan suggests that the bear might need a break, just like they did on their tour. While chatting with Jihan, Duan teases him about his growing closeness to Minhai, which makes Jihan nervous as he himself is unsure of his feelings towards her. In Duan's mind, the tour ended on a high note thanks to the black lock he used. However, he has no recollection of what happened after using it, and he hopes to never receive such a mysterious item again. Duan wonders why the black padlock is still in his pocket, even though the key disappeared after use. Suddenly, an alert window appears, telling him that he can use the black padlock once it's opened. Despite his reluctance, Duan considers the importance of the auto-battle skill in battle and its ability to communicate with the system administrator for critical information. He realizes that the lock can be opened again using a keyhole underneath it, but he needs to obtain the key first. After a long and tiring journey, Duan and his classmates finally arrived at their destination. Their teacher instructed them to go straight home, and Duan planned to do just that and catch some sleep. But as he was getting off the bus, he was surprised to see Siyeon approaching him with a friendly greeting. Jihan also noticed Siyeon and exchanged greetings before asking to be excused. Duan, curious about why Siyeon suddenly appeared without telling him beforehand, asked her what was up. Siyeon replied that she wanted to meet him sooner, and invited him to come along with her. Duan and Siyeon met at a restaurant where Kang Sehun was already waiting for them. Duan noticed that Shin Si-hee wasn't there and asked about her. Siyeon replied that Si-hee was busy with something. They met to discuss the upcoming Bully Council Congress, which Duan found sudden. Siyeon informed him that most of the leaders wouldn't be attending the Congress, and would only send their secretaries to report on the proceedings. Duan was taken aback to hear that Eun-sung had attended the previous Congress. Even Siyeon was unsure of his motive. Nevertheless, Duan breathed a sigh of relief when Siyeon explained that his presence wasn't necessary. However, the relief was short-lived when Siyeon revealed that the leader of Baramidong was expected to attend the upcoming Congress. She asked if Duan had done anything to cause this. After a brief pause, Duan confessed to fighting a delinquent while on a school tour. Upon hearing this, Sehun jokingly compared Duan to a gangster. Duan quickly clarified that he was simply defending himself. Siyeon pointed out that the incident had nothing to do with Guanake, but Sehun mentioned their visit to the Bangcheon-dong headquarters a few months prior. Siyeon was livid upon learning the truth and warned them not to create any more problems as Baramidong was already at a disadvantage. Sehun, however, assured her that the situation had been resolved. Duan then stunned Siyeon and Sehun even more by admitting to defeating the leader of Bangcheon-dong. Sehun didn't believe Duan's reason for the fight and pointed out the rule in the Bully Council that allowed association leaders to fight each other. Siyeon reiterated that this rule didn't apply to outsiders. She suspected that the issue wasn't limited to Baramidong, as another association leader had also been summoned. Siyeon wondered if they had unwittingly gotten tangled up in a larger problem with the other delegates. The scene shifts to a baseball field where Gumin is seen tied up to a chair alongside In-kang. Gumin was fuming and protested that Duan was unbeatable, and yet In-kang's men had managed to overpower him. To add insult to injury, Gumin was the one who ended up getting beaten. The chair where Gumin was tied up was positioned in the direction of the baseball's outgoing path, which was usually used for practice. Just then, a baseball hit Gumin, but In-kang skillfully hid it away. Despite being in a precarious situation, Gumin still had the guts to demand his money back. In-kang inquired if Gumin had spilled the beans about his request to Seowon-dong. Gumin vehemently denied this, knowing it was illegal. Incon was deep in thought while walking away, pondering over who could have betrayed their association. But before he could get too far, Guman intercepted him and blocked his path. Incon couldn't help but recall Guman's demand for his money and offered to repay him by putting the money in the baseball pitching machine. However, he gave Guman a stern warning to be careful with his teeth. This warning left Guman feeling intimidated and he let out a string of curses in response. After their baseball game, Jinho told Incon that he was going to track down who leaked information, but Incon was too upset to care. He had just been publicly called out by the new leader of the Bully Council Congress, Duan, and he wanted revenge. When Jinho confirmed that Duan would be there the next day, Incon got fired up, ready to take out his frustration on him. Meanwhile, Guman was in bad shape after being pelted by several baseballs. His condition was dire, and it was clear that the bullying on the baseball team had gone too far. Meanwhile, Duan was driving Xian home when she expressed her reluctance to have him drive her home. Duan insisted, stating that it was dangerous for her to walk alone at night. Xian complimented Duan, saying that he looked reliable. He was pleased with the compliment, and even declared that he would fight anyone who dared to attack them. Their conversation was interrupted by a sound coming from the alley. Upon investigating, they discovered that it was a bear. Duan remembered hearing news of a bear that had escaped earlier and became more frightened. He realized that running alone would not save him from the bear. So, he instructed Xian to run and call the police while he stayed back to restrain the bear. With a pale and sweaty face, Duan braced himself to confront the bear, mustering all the courage he had. Bears may be known for their adorable features like their round ears and cute eyes, but don't let their cuteness fool you. In fact, they are one of the most dangerous animals in the ecosystem. If you try to play dead when encountering a bear, it may see you as an easy meal. Even worse, if you startle a bear, it can easily swipe off your head. And with their ability to run at speeds of up to 60 km/h, escaping from a bear is next to impossible. The best chance of survival is to stand your ground and fight back. This was exactly what Duan did when he came face to face with what he thought was a real bear. Focusing all his energy on the task at hand, he sprang into action, activating his fighting skills. But just as he was about to launch a powerful punch, the bear let out a cry for help. As it turned out, the bear was not real, it was just someone in a bear costume. Xian, who had suspected as much, stepped forward and explained that she had noticed something off about the costume. When Duan asked why the person was wearing a bear costume, a group of people suddenly appeared, carrying flyers that the person in the bear costume had left behind. As they read the flyers, the bear suddenly moved up behind Duan, causing him to freeze in fear. The reason why the people were after him was that the bear had warned them not to smoke. When they approached the bear and demanded money, threatening to set fire to his brochure bag, Duan sprang into action. Using a special skill from the gold-lighted key, he raced towards the bag and managed to retrieve it before beating up all 4 of the people at once. Duan felt proud of his newfound skill and considered it a valuable asset in future battles. Xian watched in amazement as Duan's strength had grown exponentially. After the scuffle, Duan helped the bear collect the scattered flyers and advised him against reprimanding bullies, as they were becoming increasingly dangerous. The bear thanked him and went on his way to distribute his brochures. Xian acknowledged Duan's newfound strength, and this made her less worried about the upcoming Congress as she knew Duan could handle it alone. In a dimly lit alley, the person in the bear costume commented that Duan had transformed into a completely different person compared to his old self. The man was pleased with his decision to meet Duan and expressed his desire to meet him again. On the day of the Congress, Duan showed up alone at the venue,